All right. So, good morning, everyone. All known faces. Good morning. How you all are doing? Fine. Absolutely fine. Not worried about the exam? Worried. You will pass. Don't worry. It's just an examination. Don't panic. Just an examination. If you have prepared well, you all will be through. All right. Before I begin, how many non-Yeshas students here? Please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. Not many. Okay. No problem. All right. Okay. So now we'll be going at a lightning fast pace. You have 2 days economics. Today there was some miscommunication, technical issue or whatever, I don't know. So from tomorrow, your class will begin. It will be from 8 o'clock to 5 or 6 o'clock, but it will begin in the old building. All right. In the old building, it will begin from 8 o'clock. Again, don't ask. From 8 in the morning. What happened today will not happen tomorrow. All right. Clear. And now today when we begin, I'll give you 2 breaks. All right. So we are starting at around 10 o'clock. So 1 to 2 I'll give you first break. And then in between you'll have half an hour of one more break. Same thing tomorrow. All right. So one main break will be lunch break and then half an hour break. In between I'll give you 5 minutes of breather. I know it's a theoretical subject. So now understand one thing. First of all, we are going to cover only those topics in which you have problem. The difficult topic, the complex topic will cover. If any topic which is simple but still you did not understand, then please raise your hand and ask me, because there will be no second time now. All right, this is the final time. So first chapter is very easy. All right, first chapter will not have much to cover, but remember the difference between microeconomics and macroeconomics and pragmatic and normative. All right. So what is pragmatic? Anything related to cause and effect is pragmatic. Yeah, one more thing, I'll share quick revision notes with you people. Handouts have been already shared from chapter 6 to chapter 9. Chapter 10 I've told you how to study. From chapter 1 to chapter 6 I will share the quick revision note tomorrow. So micro and pragmatic is cause and effect relation. If I say the price of something increases, demand for something falls down, there is a causal effect. There is a cause and effect which can be defined through a law. So anything that can be logically defined is known as pragmatic. Say for example, if too much of hot weather will lead to increase in the demand for cold drinks. Now that is not my opinion. Is it my opinion? No, it happens. So even when I state some fact, that also becomes pragmatic. India is a monsoon dependent economy because 60% of the output depends on good monsoon. Some years are good, others are bad. That is also pragmatic because it's related to fact. All right. So when supply of mangoes increase, the price of mango will fall down. Again, cause and effect. So either it is cause and effect or it's a fact, it's a pragmatic. But whenever suggestion or opinion comes for welfare of people, it becomes normative. All right. It means monsoon has failed due to bad weather, pragmatic. Government must help the farmers through subsidies, that becomes normative. Industrial output has declined, leading to recession in the economy, due to which unemployment has increased. This is what? Pragmatic. Government should provide unemployment allowances, increase its expenditure on infrastructure. That becomes normative. So one question from pragmatic and one from pragmatic and normative you do get. Now micro and macroeconomics, they are not going to ask you what is micro or what is macro, the definition, but understand anything related to allocation of resources micro. But how do we distinguish between micro and macro? If I'm talking about one particular product, that is micro. All right, price of steel has increased in India, micro. All right, if I'm talking about steel production, now steel can be produced by multiplicity of companies, but the thing is steel is one product. So even in many forms, if they are producing it, that is a micro. But if I say electronics industry, then electronics have different utility. A phone has a different utility than an air conditioner. All right, a digital watch has a different utility than a vacuum cleaner. So when I define electronics industry, and then I have again many number of them, just like in steel industry, but the utility of the product is completely different. So this will become macro. All right, if I'm talking about entire primary sector, macro. All agriculture sector, macro, because in the primary sector you have many industries which are producing different types of goods. You have oil extraction, mineral extraction, agriculture, all come within the primary sector. But when I say that agriculture, even in agriculture, you have cash crop and food crop. The utility is completely different. All right. But when I say production of jute, micro ho gaya, because jute is jute. You have one single product. It doesn't matter what kind of quality of jute is there. If I say rice, then again it becomes micro. Production of rice in India, that becomes micro. But if I say production of cash crop in India, is it micro or macro? Micro. Macro. Cash crop are many. Sugar cane is a cash crop. Jute is a cash crop. Cotton is a cash crop. So it is micro. Production of food crop in India, again macro, because there are different types of food crop: rice, wheat, pulses, different types of cereals, and so on and so forth. Understood? So this pragmatic, normative, micro and macro is thing. And again, two questions or one question they can ask you between different types of economic system: capitalist economy, socialist economy, and mixed economy. Now, everything with regard to this, again, it will be given in your quick revision note. In a capitalist economy, it's a market-based economy, free market economy. Demand and price and supply. Demand and price is determined by the market forces of demand and supply. All right. There is private property right available to people. Government do not do any business. Every business is owned by the private sector. The growth of this sector is very fast because businesses are free to take the decision. The profitability will be very high for every businesses. There is free employment, meaning businesses are free to employ anybody who they deem fit to be able to perform the given role. So there is free employment in the economy, and there is no social welfare program initiated by the government. So social welfare government कुछ नहीं करता है. So those who remain poor, they will remain poor. Those who are poor, they will remain poor. Right? And moreover, you will find that in a capitalist economy, we say consumer sovereignty is the biggest advantage. Growth is the biggest advantage. Income inequality is the biggest disadvantage in a capitalist economy. It is also called as unplanned economy because government doesn't plan anything. Everything is determined by the private sector. Whatever they are producing, the recession, the inflation, the growth, everything is caused only by the actions of the private sector. And when you go to socialist economy, it is known as command economy or controlled economy. Why command control? Because government commands everything. Government commands business policies. Every business is owned by the government. Price is determined by the government, जिसमें बोलते हैं administered price है. Alright. Everything is determined by the government. Government does this for the welfare of people, so there will be a lot of expenses incurred by the government on social welfare. It is a planned economic model wherein whether it's a short run or long run, the direction or the course of the economy will be determined by the government and no one else. Private investment is forbidden. It is not allowed. At best, the government can go for a collective ownership wherein cooperative societies will be allowed to function, but not any private entity. It means businesses owned by private sector do not exist. The biggest advantage here is that there will be equality among people. But the biggest disadvantage here is that it will not grow because businesses are not given freedom. They don't have property right available. Right to property does not exist. And a mixed economy, it's a mix of between the two. It is a partial planned economy where private sector is not controlled by the government, when government is only controlling the public sector undertaking. Price of everything is determined by the market forces of demand and supply, except some necessities in which government can go for administered prices. All right. It's a partially planned economy. Government plans something only for the public sector. Private sector are free to determine their own policy. Property right is available, but it is not absolute. Government can violate your property right if in the national interest. It will go for moderate growth, and because you see, private sector will grow at a faster rate, but government sector will be lagging behind. So the growth of the private sector will be subtracted by the amount of this growth or misgrowth, whatever you can call slow growth in the public sector. So neither it will grow as fast as a capitalist economy, nor it will grow as slow as a socialist economy. Inequality, income inequality will be less than capitalist, but it will be more than socialist. But the biggest problem, the disadvantage is nepotism, corruption, and red tape. Red tape administrative procedure, हर चीज के लिए process है. The day you are born till day you die, you'll have a file for everything. So yes, and corruption is there, of course, under the table. It goes on. It's a very common phenomena in developing and least developed countries. Developed countries may be here, but at a higher level. Right? So in the book it doesn't there, but in reality, developed countries are more corrupt. Now let's come to demand. Now demand where, you know what is demand? We have already studied. Demand is your willingness or desire to buy the commodity and your ability to pay. And there is an inverse or negative relation between price and quantity demanded. Now they will ask you why there is inverse relation. Because if something is sold at say rupees 100 and quantity I'm buying 20 units, then I'm incurring rupees 2000. And if the price increases from 100 to 150, and if I suppose if I buy 20 units itself, then I have to spend 3000. This 1000 extra expenditure, where will I get from? Because my income is not increasing with the increase in price. Correct? Is it increasing? No. Then there will be no problem. So what happens here is that either I have to deplete my savings or I have to decrease the consumption of something else to save this 1000 to buy this. Don't you think as if somebody stole 1000 rupees from me, I'll be 1000 poorer if I keep buying 20 units? So I'll not buy 20 units. I'll buy less than 20 units. But understand here also, every unit I buy, I'm losing 50 rupees. Every time I'm losing 50 rupees. If I buy one extra unit, I lose 50. If I buy 10 extra units, I lose 500 rupees. Understood? I will lose, hello. I lose 500 rupees. I don't want to lose more. So I will decrease my consumption. So we say increase in price will lead to decrease in the real income of consumers. You can keep revising from the class note that I've given you. Right? So increase in price will lead to decrease in, open up your class notes. Why you have opened your book? You don't have to read from the book. And non-Yeshas student, please share the book with your friends. Right? So if you are following the book, then you can easily see kitne problem hai. We can discuss this, and you can use your pencil or highlighter, whatever in your book as well. Class workbook. So real income decreases, increase in price. But if suppose in the same case, rather than increase in price, if the price decreases to rupees 50, then what will happen? For 20 units, I have to spend only 1000. It means I'm making a saving of rupees 1000, as if somebody gave me 1000 rupees. So this 1000 rupees I can deposit in my bank account. I can let it lie in my Google Pay. I can use it to buy something else. Correct? So it means, don't you think my purchasing power has increased by 1000 rupees? Yes, my purchasing power has increased. And moreover, you see, the more I buy, the more I save. If I buy one extra unit, I save 50 rupees. If I buy two extra unit, I'm going to save 100 rupees, and so on and so forth. So I will buy more, not less, because it increases my purchasing power. You are buying something every month at 10,000, you're getting 50% discount. If you buy for 1 month, you're saving 5,000. You buy for 2 months, you would have paid 20,000, now you'll pay 10,000. Somebody will buy for 6 months, you would have paid 60,000 before, now you'll pay only 30,000. So the more you buy, the more you save. And since people's income is limited, that's why DMart जब discount दे रहा है तो बाहर line लग जाता है, because purchasing power of the people increases. So decrease in price will lead to increase in the real income of consumers. So this brings us to the equation why demand curve slopes downward, why there is a negative relation. We say it is due to this particular equation. Come on, बोलो क्या इक्वेशन है? मैं आपको रिवाइज कराते जाएगा, सोच के बोलो. प्राइस इफेक्ट इक्वल्स टू इनकम इफेक्ट प्लस सब्स्टिट्यूशन इफेक्ट. हाँ, आप सब्स्टिट्यूशन भी पहले बोल सकता, कोई बात नहीं. So price effect equals to income effect plus substitution effect. Again, remember +1 mark from here. Alright. जहां जहां +1 बोल रहा है वहां लिखते जाओ +1, मतलब वहां पर क्वेश्चन का हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी हो जाता है. Alright. And please do not miss, आपका 8 days का मैराथन है ना, 2 days each subject. So if you miss one day, you are missing half the course of the subject. Alright. So today we'll try to cover from chapter 1 to chapter 5. From tomorrow, chapter 6 onwards, national income and everything will begin. So why this equation is very powerful? I've told you that price effect, income effect, substitution effect का मतलब क्या है? If suppose there are two commodities A and B available, A is available at rupees 100, B is available at rupees 150. I will buy A. Usually holding all other factors constant, I will buy A. But what if there is decrease in the price of B? from 150 rupees to 70 rupees. Now tell me what will happen. Will I continue to buy A? Now, is it a possibility that without changing your consumption or number of units, can you lose money? Yes, you can lose money because you are not switching your preference. So, I am spending 100 rupees, other goods available at 150 rupees. So, I am saving 50 rupees. Income effect positive hai mera. Alright, my income is positive. But A remains here. This is what I am consuming. B falls down. Don't you think if I keep consuming, now I'm not changing my preference, but if still I'm losing 30 rupees. Will I want to lose 30 rupees? No. So what happens here? When the price of B falls, then B will give me a positive income effect of 30 rupees. I want to grab this income effect because if I continue to buy A, I will lose 30 rupees. If the B was sold at 150, if I buy B, then I'll lose 50 rupees. But now if I buy A, continue to buy A, I'll lose 30 rupees. So what I'll do? I will substitute A with B. When I substitute A with B, ये 30 rupees मेरे को pocket में आ गया. Correct? So as a result, what will happen? If the price of any commodity is going to fall down, its demand will increase. And the goods which is sold at a higher price, its demand will be lower. What if price of A doesn't fall down, but price of B doesn't fall down, but price of A increases from 100 to 200 rupees. Now, what is my income effect? Negative or positive? Negative. Kitna negative? Negative is minus 100. Correct? But I can reduce this negative not to minus 100. I can decrease it to minus 50. Correct or not? Minus 50 is bigger than minus 100. Right? So, if there is a possibility that I'm not in a negative of minus 100, I should be on a negative of minus 50. Should I do that? Should I choose to be minus 100? Should I choose to be minus 50? So what will I have to do to decrease my income effect? I mean, substitute again A. I will substitute again A with B. When I do that, then I'm not minus 100. I'm saving 50 rupees. I'm only minus 50. So what happens here? When the price of any commodity changes, it affects the real income of the consumer. The moment it affects the real income, consumer will start searching for a substitute because they have limited income. And as a result, they will substitute that particular commodity which is sold at a relatively higher price with another very similar substitute sold at a relatively lower price. So what will happen? In this case, the demand curve becomes downward sloping. If this is the price and this is the quantity, and you see here P0 hai, yahan Q0 quantity is here. If price increases, then quantity demanded is going to fall down from Q0 to Q1, and if price decreases P0 to P2, then quantity demanded will increase from Q0 to Q2. So P0 is the reference point, alright, original point. Increase in price, decrease in quantity demanded, decrease in price, increase in quantity demanded. When I join all these 3 points, what I'll get is the demand curve. So demand curve says what? There is an inverse or negative relation between price and quantity demanded, holding all other constant, all other factors constant. That is ceteris paribus. Alright. Again, +1 is straight away from the diagram given. Alright. Clear. But classical economics said, now one more thing. In this case, when I say +1 or matlab maybe not, so you can write something, you can write in this way that it can be or it can be, like you choose your own marking, right? आ भी सकता है, नहीं भी आ सकता, प्लस माइनस दोनों कर दो, that you can do. Alright, जहां श्योरिटी है वहां +1 है, जहां पे आ भी सकता है, because this is when you analyze the paper of several years, this is what you will find, whether it's CPT, foundation, or the new syllabus. So some questions are very common and very frequently asked, including the question that was asked in the last attempt, right? So plus minus आ भी सकता नहीं, it means alternate examination they'll ask or something like that. So plus minus यहाँ पर देगा, अब यहाँ नहीं देगा, यहाँ से plus देगा. Now in the next one you will have plus minus situation. What happens here is that They can ask you, is demand a qualitative concept or quantitative concept? कौन बोलेगा? Qualitative concept. क्यों रे qualitative concept है? What is the reason if they ask you? Yes, the law of demand does not quantify the change in quantity demanded. Law of demand says by price increases, quantity demanded will decrease. By how much it will increase or decrease, the law doesn't say. And you cannot calculate beforehand. If I tell you that, if suppose Virat Kohli is found to be eating some chips and the company is giving you a discount if you are a fan of Virat Kohli to purchase that chips, the demand for chips that will increase. But tell me how much it will increase. Can you tell me beforehand? The answer is no. Right? Clear. So there is a company. I will know. All right. I'll mention tomorrow. Vishnu Chemicals. नया next multi bagger होगा. अभी social media पे famous नहीं है, आएगा बाद में. So now, what happens here? It is giving a run to the money for the money to the big companies who are making chemicals. You a very good company, nice company, and upside is huge. Again, not a recommendation, but how much is the upside? Can I predict beforehand? No, it can be 50%, it can be 70%. Right? Right. In my mind, it could be more than 1000%, but I may be wrong. 500 to ho hi sakta hai percent. So again, not a recommendation. So now what happens? Law of demand will never tell you by how much the price will change and how much the quantity demanded will change if price changes by 10%, 20%. So qualitative concept है, quantitative नहीं है. You can measure the change after the change has already happened. Next, what is the stock concept and a flow concept? Stock concept is something we measure at a particular point in time. How many students are there in the classroom? Let's say 50, 70, 80. That's a stock concept. All right. How many students were there in the classroom yesterday? Zero. This classroom was closed yesterday. Again, stock concept. So what is the change in the number of students from yesterday to till today? Zero minus this. So it means or this minus zero. क्योंकि otherwise students लोग negative में आ जाएगा. You cannot exist in the negative plane. So it means that becomes a change flow concept. When I'm talking about the change, yes, last year when the average price of mangoes was 70 rupees to 100 rupees, India sold 10 million tons of mangoes. This year, when the price has fallen down between 40 to 60, India has sold 15 million tons of mangoes. Both are stock concept. But if I say that change in price has led to increase in the sales of mango or supply of mango by 5 tons, that becomes a flow concept. So demand and supply both are flow concept. Why? Because both in demand and supply talks about changes in quantity demanded and supplied at different points in time. Understood? Now, classical economists said that all other factors are assumed to remain constant. There is a negative inverse relation between price and quantity demanded. Correct? But neoclassical and modern economists said that there are n number of factors. In some cases, price is not the motivating factor because we studied about non-price competition in monopolistic market. So even many other factors can affect demand. So in that case, what are those goods? Complementary goods. Paila. What is a complementary goods? Again, plus one over here. Complementary goods क्या है? Those goods which are consumed together, like car and petrol, like tea and sugar. So when the price of one complement increases, the consumption of other will become expensive. All right, consumption of other will become expensive. If the price of petrol increases, driving petrol car will become expensive. So people will buy what? More electric vehicles. So don't you think demand for petrol cars will come down? So negative relation. If suppose government says petrol price is 20 rupees per liter, if suppose you dream about it last night, some dreams can never come true. But what will happen? Even your housemate will come in a car. बोला सर जैम में अटक गया था, पार्किंग नहीं मिल रहा था. Alright, and your carpenter will come in a Mercedes Benz. Correct? And you will come to Yeshas in a Bugatti. Alright. So no, I'm joking. But nano तो सभी खरीद लेगा. Alright. So demand for petrol car is going to increase. Alright. So negative relation. So between price of X and demand for good Y, there will be negative relation. Price of X increases, demand for Y will fall down, and price of X decreases, demand for Y will increase. Negative relation है between price of one complement, demand for another. Then now remember, plus one either from complement or either from substitutes. So substitute क्या है? Those goods which are competing good which have to be consumed in place of one another. I like television. I went to buy television. I was determined to buy LG, but when I went there, the salesman told me, sir, दो और ले लो. So I bought 3 television. I am watching the same series in LG, Sony, and Samsung. Correct? So different stories, same movie. Is it possible? No. So it doesn't matter which television I buy. They are very similar commodity. They're only fooling people with ultra UHD 8K 4K 16K. भाई broadcast होगा 8K तब तो 8K लेगा आप. अभी से 8K लेके क्या फायदा है? Alright, it's just like that person who started a business and became a millionaire. He says that if you are rich, what is the guarantee next time you are not born in a rich, you are born in a rich family? What if you born in a poor family? So if you give this money to me, I'll charge a 10% commission and 90% I will give it to you wherever you are born in the next generation. So how do you find it? I have inter birth GPS. All those, there are people who bought it. This has 8 billion. I was like, what the hell? Nobody asked, तू मर गया तो? Alright, what will happen? Is that trust is created and people are contributing money. कभी कभी मैं सोच रहा मैं क्या कर रहा है ये, आप लोग क्या कर रहा है ऐसा कुछ करने का. This world is 8 billion population, only 0.1% need to believe on you. You will beat Mukesh Ambani. People will come, बोला सर पैसा ले लो, next generation में हम जहां पैदा होगा वहां दे देना. Who the hell is going to know? How you enjoy your money? Alright, we are living in a world upside down. Somebody sold a bloody painting with a banana at $6 million on a wall. Banana, and what about it? A banana painting. There is a white canvas and banana with a tape, duct tape they put it. $6 million. Somebody bought it with a certificate of authenticity. What else do you want? And somebody else did even further, even further than that. He sold a bloody invisible painting. Invisible painting with a certificate of authenticity that the painting exists, only that you cannot see it. And he bought it. Can you imagine big paintings? People also get insured. You can get insured, your house insured, you can painting. इंश्योरेंस कंपनी विल गो मैड. सर किसका इंश्योरेंस करना? ये पेंटिंग कहाँ पेंटिंग है? नहीं दिख रहा है. यही तो है, आर्ट है ये. ऐसा पेंटिंग बनाया दिखता नहीं किसी को. इंश्योरेंस कंपनी चलो प्रीमियम के लिए दे दिया, ठीक है. नाउ आफ्टर सम टाइम यू से माय पेंटिंग इज लॉस्ट, समबडी स्टोल इट. नाउ हाउ द हेल यू प्रूव इट? देन इफ आई एम एन इंश्योरेंस एजेंट आई विल कम, सर दिखता है तो ये तो है. बोला आपको नहीं दिखता है, ये है. And police will commit suicide if they are given the task to search that painting. How can you bloody search invisible painting? But people bought it. All right. So what I have realized, one thing, to help with the laws of economics, everything can be sold. ये सब बकवास है, सब कुछ हो सकता है. All right, invisible चलेगा मैं खेले, पर ठीक है क्या कर सकता है अभी. So I'm thinking about next time in my batch, now I'll give invisible book to the students. But the problem is student will say, sir, मैं आपको invisible पैसा देगा. तो फिर मैं बोलेगा फिर invisible class में आ जाने का. So, or this is not a stand-up comedy. Come on, let's get back to the topic. So someday my wife said, you should go for a stand-up comedy. People will say, career change कर सकता है मैं बाद में, अभी नहीं. अभी प्रैक्टिस में है. So now, so substitute goods, if the price of one is increasing, demand for other is also going to increase rate. Decrease नहीं, negative हो गया ना फिर. I went to buy a Nike shoe. I was willing to pay 10,000 rupees. I saw a New Balance shoe which is available at 5,000 rupees. An exact same shoes, very similarity. So will I buy Nike? No, I will buy the New Balance. Correct. So what has happened? When New Balance decrease the price, consumers from Nike will flow there. इसका demand उठेगा, इसका गिर जाएगा. When Kia reduces the price of its car, don't you think sale of Maruti will come down? And when Kia increases the price of its car, those who wanted to buy Kia, they will buy Maruti and Hyundai. So there is a direct or a positive relation in case of substitute goods. So if price of X is increasing, then demand for X, Y will also increase, and if the price of X is decreasing, then demand for Y will also decrease. Clear? Then comes income, very important again. So income we will cover when we cover cross elasticity of demand in case of income. So हम बाद में cover कर लेंगे. Then taste and preference. Personal taste and preference also create demand. We all have our favorite product. Advertisement tries to what? Tries to create a kind of positive sentiment in the minds of the consumer. Right? आप फेयर एंड लवली लगाते रहो, फेयरनेस नहीं आएगा. बट यू बिलीव, तो बोलता है बिलीव, बोलता है ना वर्ल्ड में बिलीव इन योर सेल्फ, बट यू आर बिलीविंग इन ब्लडी क्रीम. So you can go apply it and you will never become fair. So what happens when you have a personal choice for something, then the demand for that product will increase. Advertisement tries to create this kind of positive sentiment in the minds of the people. But उसमें फिर बाबा रामदेव आ गया, बोला नहीं 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 कैंसर हो जाएगा, नहीं खाने का, कोल्ड ड्रिंक कैंसर, जीन्स पैंट पहनेगा पाँव में कैंसर. ऑलराइट. हाँ, he came बाबा रामदेव, बाबा रामदेव, पापा बाप बापा बाप. अभी बाबा का नाम जब भी आता है ना, पापा का नाम आ जाता है. ऑलराइट, द ओल्ड बगर हैज अराइव्ड. ऑलराइट. Now he's saying till Diwali he will remain here. I am getting a heart attack now. Every day he'll check my portfolio. क्या लिया आज बता. You're trading in option छी, भगवान. So problem है. So now what happens? That if there is a positive sentiment, then you will buy. He loves Baba Ramdev. If Baba Ramdev was woman, he would have got married to Baba Ramdev, and I would have been got married to somebody else, because when two person is married, how can they have a child? So pay attention here. All right. So at least thankfully Baba Ramdev is not a woman. So now pay attention. So positive sentiments, remember, you'll never forget now. Positive emotion or sentiments about the product will increase the demand for the product, whereas negative sentiment will decrease the demand for the product. When you don't like a product, Maggi में कुछ आ गया, MDH मसाला से खाने से कैंसर होता है ना भी. So negative sentiment. Then you have future expected change in price. If you expect that the price of something is going to fall in future, then you will not buy now. For example, whenever a new phone is released, अभी OnePlus का आया 13 ना सही, most of the people will prefer to wait. Why? Because they know in 6 months the price is going to fall. So when you know that in 6 months price is going to fall, and Apple phone is sold at 1,50,000, 10-20% you are saving 30,000 rupees you will save. Don't you think you will prefer to wait? So demand will fall down during the current time period. Petrol में ये बहुत famous commonly होता है. You got the information that the price will increase from tomorrow. So what you will do, you will rush now to buy, because if you wait for tomorrow, you have to pay higher amount of money for at least one time refill. So petrol pump will be clogged. But when you find out that the price of petrol is going to fall down, then you will wait for the price to fall down, then you will buy. So it means expectation of a price fall will lead to decrease in demand during the current time period, whereas expectation of a price increase will lead to increase in demand during the current time period. All right. Now, next we come to the exceptions to the law of demand. Exception say 100% plus one, right? Definitely you'll get plus one. Now, what is exceptions to the law of demand? In case of exception, the law of demand will be violated. The law of demand will be violated. It means law of demand says if the price is increasing, quantity demanded is going to fall. Now, exception के लिए it will increase. And if the price will decrease, quantity demanded will decrease. So rather than a negative sloping demand curve, you'll have a positive and upward sloping demand curve, wherein this is the price and this is the quantity demanded. Now, when the price is increasing from P0 to P1, quantity demanded will increase from Q0 to Q1. And when the price is decreasing from P0 to P2, then quantity demanded will decrease from Q0 to Q2. So you got an upward sloping demand curve, not supply curve, demand curve. Violation हो गया law of demand का. When it can be violated? 3 cases from where any of the question. Don't. All 3 से नहीं पूछेंगे, किसी एक से पूछेंगे. किससे पूछेंगे नहीं पता, but they will ask. Now we call this first as Veblen goods, from where here they will try to confuse you to the maximum level. Because this question they will ask you from also a situation wherein there is no violation. So we call it as luxury good effect, conspicuous consumption, Veblen effect, or prestige good effect, or demonstration effect, or snob goods effect, any name you call it. So in this case, what happened? What is a luxury good? Luxury good people buy it not for their utility, but they want to demonstrate to others that I can afford it. Social acceptability chahiye unko. That's why they buy this particular commodity. But many of the people buy because they think they have utility. It means majority of the people they buy because they have utility. They think. So what will happen? When the price of luxury good is increasing, the market demand will fall. Remember, the market will not be at exception. Exception has to be in small cases. So if Rolex increases the price of its, let's say decreases the price of its watches from 50 lakh to 30 lakh, don't you think market demand will increase? Yes, it will increase. But don't you think those very rich household, very rich people who are wearing Rolex watch, they will say now relatively large number of people, not large, but relatively large number of people are able to buy Rolex. I will discuss social status decrease ho gaya. I will not buy. So they are in exception. So market demand will actually increase when the price falls. But some individual who only were buying for social acceptability or social status, they will not buy. In the same way, when the price of Rolex watch increase, many of the people cannot buy, so market demand actually will fall in aggregate. But again, those rich people, they will buy more because they think that relatively less number of people can afford it, so I can buy to show off to the world. So this is known as Veblen effect. But mind it again, a caution that if they do not mention any Veblen or any kind of exception, and if question is simply with regard to price and luxury good, then you will mark price increases, quantity demanded decrease. They have to use the word exception. Second was given goods. इसमें भी confuse करेगा आपको. Remember, just like every high price good is not a luxury good, every low price good is not an inferior. Meaning what? Inferior good will not violate the law of demand. But those inferior good which violate the law of demand are known as Giffen good. This concept was given by Robert Giffen when he found that when the price of low quality bread was increasing and people have no other option, they cannot decrease the consumption of bread, because even if they decrease large quantity of bread consumption, they will save small amount of money. With this small amount of money, they cannot buy meat. All right. What if they decrease the consumption of meat? When they decrease the consumption of meat by a small margin, they will save relatively huge amount of money, and with that they can buy more bread. So as a result, when the price of low quality bread was falling, it was rising, its quantity demanded rather than falling, it went up. So Giffen phenomena. But inferior good will not violate the law of demand. Only those inferior good. Venn diagram किया है ना? तो ये Giffen goods है, और सॉरी ये inferior goods है, और ये given goods है. So can I say all inferior good are given good? No, but I can say all given goods are inferior goods, right? And third exception was speculative good. So there are goods which are speculative in nature. Every good is not speculative. You do not speculate in cosmetics, you do not speculate in cloth, but you can speculate in gold, in silver, in equity share, in bonds, financial instrument. So अब क्या है? Speculators, if suppose the price of gold is consistently increasing, what happens? Normal people will not buy gold. They will wait for the price to fall down because they are buying for consumption. But if I'm a speculator, then I see that there is an increasing trend in the price. So I will speculate that this trend may continue in future as well. So even though the price is rising now, still I will buy with the intention to sell at a higher price, and I'll make a profit from this small short-term trade. That is speculation, right? So are we not, is a speculator, I mean, is he not uh, going against the law of demand, wherein common people are not buying, he is saying I will buy, because common people are not buying because they want to buy for consumption for long term. So they will not buy, they will wait for the price to fall down. But speculator expect that the price will continue to rise. So let's buy now. And when the price increases, I'll sell and make windfall profit in the short run. All right. So these are the three cases of violation. Now again, plus one comes expansion to the expansion and contraction on law. So remember, two words I've told you. What was that? Increase or decrease in quantity demanded, or I can say change in quantity demanded. What is the difference when I write change, which means both increase or decrease in quantity demanded? Let me write it entire thing. Quantity demanded. And when I say change, that is increase or decrease in demand. What is the difference? By English language, there is no difference. Even Shashi Tharoor will say there is no difference. You are an idiot. He'll say me an idiot. I cannot say him an idiot. What English word he'll use, I don't know. So now what is the difference here? Difference here is by convention. When we say quantity demanded, it means the price of the same commodity has changed. But when I say increase or decrease in demand, it is not the price, it could be any other factor. It could be income, taste and preference, future expected change in price. It could be anything, but not the price. Correct. So if suppose if I say that demand for air conditioner increases during summer, it is increased. Now after it increases, the price may change. But right now, conditioners are in demand for what? For not price. Price has not fallen down for hot weather condition. In Delhi, you must have seen the pollution. What has happened? See, every adversity will create an opportunity for somebody. The sale of air purifiers and the ones which oxygenate air, not blood, has been increasing in Delhi. Why? You open the window, so much of pollution will enter your house. Even, I mean, even if your, flat is located 10 floors up, that you'll not be able to breathe. They found out that walking on the streets of Delhi during that time, not long back, just 1 week back, was like smoking 20 cigarettes in just 5 minutes of time. The smokers will be happy now. At least we are living in Bangalore. I will consume 10 every day, sir. So at least still I am better off than the person who doesn't smoke but stays in Delhi. So no, that's not how it happens. So now what has happened? The demand for air purifiers will increase. But is it increasing due to fall in the price? No, due to change in other factors. Correct. So due to fashion, due to weather condition, increase or decrease in the number of sellers, change in the price of substitute complements. If there is a change in demand, we don't call it quantity demanded, we call it demand. Now, when there is a change in price, due to which there is a change in quantity demanded, we call it as expansion and contraction. So, ये demand curve है, and you have to know at what, from where the price, what is the movement on the price. On the movement, they ask you here. So, this is your point A, and when the price increases from P to P1, then what will happen? Quantity demanded is going down to fall down from Q to Q1, Q0 to Q1, and this is your point A, your point B. You're moving up the slope. Movement up the slope lead to contraction, and we call it as change in quantity demanded. It means or decrease in quantity demanded. When you say change, we cannot find out increase or decrease. But when you say decrease, then of course in quantity demanded, you'll say decrease bola, quantity demanded bola. It means law of demand is applicable here. And since quantity demanded is decreased, the price must have increased. Whereas if the price falls down from P to P2, the quantity demanded increases from Q0 to Q2. So you will go down the slope, point A to C. That will lead to expansion. So expansion and contraction we call it, or we call it increase in quantity demanded, decrease in quantity demanded. But we'll not call it increase or decrease in demand or increase or decrease in only quantity. All right, increase or decrease in only quantity happen due to factors other than price. So mind it, increase in price, movement up the slope, contraction, decrease in quantity demanded. Decrease in price, movement down the slope, expansion, increase in quantity demanded. So up and down yaad rakhne ka, because when it becomes an upward sloping curve, everything changes. And then you have when demand changes due to factors other than price, it could be n number of factors. So here the price remains constant at P0. And here was your original quantity Q0, and this was your quantity demanded, sorry, or demand you can say. And when the price remains constant, but still there is an increase in demand from Q0 to Q1, leading to rightward shift in the demand curve. A rightward shift in the demand curve, right shift in the demand curve indicates increase in demand. Whereas a left shift in the demand curve, Q0 to Q2, it will lead to decrease in demand. So in this case, the price is remaining constant. In the above case, you find that movement along the, when you're going up and down the x-axis, it is due to the change in the price. It means this change is inducing this change. But in the next diagram, you'll find that there is a change here, but there is no change here. So it means price is not the factor that is leading to the change. There is factors other than price. What it could be? It could be anything. This is the demand for curve for petrol cars. Petrol price increases. What will happen? Leftward shift will happen. All right. Price of petrol decreases. Rightward shift will happen. This is a demand curve for Nokia mobile phone over here. Nokia gives a snake game in the mobile phone. Demand will increase. All right. All right. Demand increases here. Samsung came down and Samsung decreases the price. Nokia demand will decrease. Could be any other factors. All right. This is the demand curve for air conditioners. People living standard is increasing, income is increasing, demand will increase. This is the demand for curve for luxury goods. Again, demand increases. Income increases, demand increases. Income decreases, demand decreases, and so on and so forth. Now let's come to the elasticity. Elasticity of demand, when I say, it is nothing but consumers' response to changes in price or other factors. Now, if they do not mention anything and they ask you what is the elasticity of demand, how do you define it? If they have not mentioned anything, you will choose price, because law of demand talks about price, not any other things, because it says all other factors are assumed to remain constant. So price you have to consider in if nothing is mentioned. But demand can change due to many factors. So elasticity is nothing but my response. Now my response can be more than the change or less than the change or equal than the change. So when I try to find out the relative change in my response due to the change in some factors, we call it elasticity of demand. If my response is due to price, then I will call it price elasticity of demand. If my response is due to substitute or complementary good, then we call it cross elasticity of demand. And if there is change in demand due to income, we call it income elasticity demand. That is correct. So how do we measure this elasticity of demand? We can measure it through 4 different methods. So first was proportionate method. Proportionate method में क्या था? If I want to find out what is the elasticity of demand, we say percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. So how do you find percentage change in, what was the formula? Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 into P0 divided by P0 minus P1. But one thing you have to understand, that when you solve the problem, in case of demand, you will always get a negative answer. If in case of demand you are getting a positive answer, two things could be a possibility. Either your calculation is wrong or your calculation is correct, but it's a violation to the law of demand. Understood? Because in violation, you will not get a negative sign. So if I take the price here P0 as 1000 rupees and quantity demanded was 20 units, price increases to rupees 1500 and quantity demanded falls down to 16 units. So if I calculate the elasticity of demand, Q0 minus Q1, that is 20 minus 16 divided by Q0, that is 20, into P0, that is 1000 divided by P0 minus P1, that is 1000 minus 1500. So that will be 4 by 20, correct? That is 1 by 5 into 1000 by minus 500. This will go 2 times, correct? So it will be 0.4, but negative of 0.4, no. Now in the examination, most of the time they will eliminate this negative side and there will be none of the above option. So if they give you 4 options A, B, C and D, and they've given you 0.4, a positive one, 1.5 and none of the above, what you will choose? 0.4 you will choose, no, option A you will choose. But if suppose they will give you minus 0.4 and none of the above, again minus 0.4. And if suppose they will give you here minus 0.4 and 0.4, again minus 0.4. So you will choose the positive only when you don't have a negative answer available. All right. You will choose the positive only when you don't have negative answer available. Otherwise, you will choose the negative. What you have got should be the first preference in the option. ये याद रखो. Right. But elasticity cannot be negative. Then why you are getting the negative answer? We are getting the negative answer because of negative relation. Because if I change this relationship to positive, you will not get a negative sign. If I change this from 1000 to 1500, price increases and quantity demanded increases from 20 to 24. So now if you try to find out what will happen, देखो 20 minus यहाँ पर 24 हो जाएगा. Let's see, Q0 minus 20 minus 24 divided by 20 into P0 is 1000 minus P0 minus P1 1500. So what will happen? 20 minus 24 is minus 4 to 20. So minus 1 by 5 into 1000 by minus 500. ये minus minus cancel हो गया ना. So you'll get a positive answer. Only in case of violation, you'll get a positive answer when you're talking about demand. So that was proportionate method. And there are 5 degrees of elasticity you have to keep in mind. Very, very important. So first is unitary elastic demand, wherein E is equals to 1. When we say unitary elastic demand, it means what? There is a same relationship between price and quantity demanded. It means if the price is increasing, of course quantity demanded will fall, and if the price is decreasing, then of course quantity demanded will increase. But unless I put the value, can I tell you what is the elasticity? अभी तो मैं सिर्फ law of demand बताया. It means from this equation you can only find whether negative or positive relation hai. But can you find out what is the elasticity of demand? No, unless I put the value. So if I put the value is 10%, that is price is changing by up and down, doesn't matter. If price is falling down by 10%, quantity demanded will increase by 10%. And if price is increasing by 10%, then the quantity demanded will fall down by 10%. Correct? So in this case, can I say the quantity here is nothing but the consumer's response, and this is the change. Here the response is equal to the change. So we call it as unitary elastic demand. It happens usually, never it happens, but if it happens, E is equals to 1. You will find usually in case of normal goods. Normal good may usually E less than 1 hota hai, but it could be closer to 1 as well. Then you have E greater than 1, which is usually found in case of a luxury good. Again, when I say luxury good, will say, sir, luxury good, so price increase hoga, quantity demanded भी increase hoga. No, did I mention you exception? The answer is no. So price increases, quantity demanded will decrease, or price decreases, then quantity demanded will increase. Again, unless I put the value, you will not get E ka value kya hai. But if I put the value here is 10% and here is 20%, oh, then you'll say, sir, oh, the change is happening is by only 10%. But the consumer's response is relatively more. Remember, consumers' response we only try to find out in relation to the change in price. Alright. So you cannot say more response. No, you have to say relatively more response compared to the change in price. So price is changing by a relatively small margin, but the quantity demanded is changing by a more margin. It means you have E greater than 1. Percentage change in quantity demanded is greater than percentage change in price. Right. So in the first case, you will find you will get a diagram which is like this. Because you see, if this was the price P0 and this was the quantity demanded, let's say quantity demanded Q0. If price increases from this P0 to P1, quantity demanded will fall by a similar margin Q0 to Q1. So gap यहाँ same है. You see, this is the demand curve you get. But in this case, what is happening? If the price was here, P0, quantity demanded was over here, Q0. If the price increases by let's say 10%, quantity demanded will fall down by relatively bigger margin. देखो, what is the fall here compared to the change in price here? So you will find that when the elasticity of anything is increasing, its demand curve will become more of a sleeping line than a standing line. So it means if the demand curve is becoming more vertical and less horizontal, elasticity is decreasing. And if the demand curve is becoming more horizontal and less vertical, then the demand elasticity of demand is increasing. So sometimes they will give you a question. I'll come to that question in a while. Let's say they give you a question that this is the price of X, this is the demand for Y. And if I give you this, let's say, is the demand curve, right? First of all, is the elasticity more or is the elasticity less? More. Pehla. Is the demand curve downward slope or negative slope or positive slope? Positive slope. It means there is a positive relation between price of X and good for Y. So it means it cannot be a complementary good. In case of complementary good, there is a negative relation. Right or wrong? So ये तो पता चल गया that it's substitute good. Right. And in substitute good, but the elasticity is greater than 1. So don't you think it could be a distant substitute or a close substitute? Elasticity is the response of the consumer. Whether your response is more or response is less. I went to buy Amul butter. The shopkeeper says, sir, Amul butter nahi hai. Milky Mist ka butter le lo. What the hell is the difference? Haven't आया क्या? दोनों काउज मिल्क से बना है. Or do you think one is made from cow's milk, another is made for rhino's milk or camel's milk? No, correct? Or dog's milk for that reason. Right? China में मिलता है dog's milk. You want to consume. Right? They say people get intelligent. What the hell? It happened to me. My daughter was not well when she was a kid. My maid says, sir, give her donkey's milk. मैं बोला काम करने का है कि नहीं है? Donkey's milk. Alright. So I don't know whether you heard or not. It's very famous here. Donkey's milk. आप लोग पिया भी है क्या? फेल हो जाएगा फाउंडेशन में. So anyways, no, I don't know whether it works. So it means when two goods are very close substitute, then you will always want to quickly exchange with one with another. You will, because elasticity of demand is the response of the consumer. When you're rigid not to respond, नहीं मेरे को अमूल बटर ही चाहिए मैं नहीं लेगा, then this demand curve will become like this. All right, it means you have less response, but it doesn't matter whether I buy a hybrid orange or a ऑर्गेनिक ऑरेंज इज एन ऑरेंज. ये सब चल रहा है इंडिया में ना. अभी ये हाइब्रिड नहीं खाएगा, मैं ऑर्गेनिक खाएगा. बट एनीवेज ऑरेंज इज अ ब्लडी ऑरेंज. द लाइफ वाज लेस कॉम्प्लिकेटेड व्हेन आई वाज अ किड. ऑरेंज मींस ऑरेंज. कोई नहीं पूछता ऑर्गेनिक. का ही पूछा ऑर्गेनिक है क्या, बोला भैया वो क्या होता है. वो कोई जानता ही नहीं था ऑर्गेनिक क्या होता है. So it means there is a high degree of substitutability. It means E will be greater than 1. They will be very close substitute. But if suppose if I draw the diagram demand curve like this, it means E is infinite over here. It means one can be infinitely substituted with another. So it has to be perfect substitute. So now we come to the concept of E less than 1. We call it relatively inelastic demand or simply inelastic demand. In this case again, when I say price increases, then quantity demanded will decrease. Or when the price decreases, then quantity demanded will increase. But if I put the value 20% here and 10% here, then what is happening? Now this is the response of the consumer. Is it more than the change or less than the change? So less than the change. न्यूमरेटर में रिस्पॉन्स रहेगा हमेशा कंज्यूमर का, डिनोमिनेटर में is the change. So my response is less than the change in price. So demand will be inelastic. Consumers are less responsive to the price change. Percentage change in quantity demand is relatively less than percentage change in price. So in this case, what will happen? You see, if this was the price P0 and this was quantity demanded Q0, now when the price increases, let's say from P0 to P1, this is increasing, let's say by 30%, but the quantity demanded is falling down, let's say by only 10%. So when I join these 2 points, what happens to the demand curve? It becomes more upright. So if the demand curve is becoming more upright, means elasticity is increasing. Sorry, elasticity is decreasing. When it is becoming more slanting, elasticity is increasing. Because when I draw a diagram like this, we got perfectly elastic demand curve. Meaning what? In this case, price increases or price decreases. Quantity demanded do not change, is zero. Constant है. So price increases or decreases by 10%. Still there is no change in quantity demanded. It means there is no, sorry, this one. There is no change in quantity demanded, I beg your pardon. There is no change in quantity demanded. It means quantity demanded is not changing zero, but what is the change in price? Anything, doesn't matter. So if suppose price increases, P0 was 100 and P1 is 150. What is the percentage change in price? 50%. Q0 was 10 units and Q1 is also 10 units. What is the percentage change? Zero. Anything, 0 divided by anything, the answer will be 0. So whether price is here, price is here, price is here, P0, P1, P2, doesn't matter. The quantity demanded is not changing, usually found in case of necessities. Alright. And when so E equals to 0 हो जाएगा यहाँ पर, correct? When E equals to infinite, then what will happen? You will find that the demand curve is this one. Correct? So what happens here? Now price P0 was 100 rupees. P1 is also rupees 100. Alright, rupees 100. But Q0 was 20 units and Q1 increases to 40 units. So what is the percentage change? Percentage change is 100%. What is the percentage change in price? 0. So percentage change in quantity demanded is 100%. Percentage change in price is 0. Anything divided by 0 is infinite. So you'll get this one. So price remains constant and demand can increase or decrease between Q0, Q1 or Q1, Q0. Clear hai ye? Then comes outlay method that I've told you, very, very important. From outlay method, I've told you that if you relate the outlay method to the concept of revenue also, you're talking about here plus 3 marks minimum. All right. So let's give it some time. So because this will be connected in the concept of revenue. Under outlay or total expenditure method, we try to determine what will happen to the household expenditure when there is a change in price. What will happen? Normally people will say, sir, price increases. then expenditure I have to spend more. Now you cannot say that. There could be a possibility you are consuming more but spending less, and there could also be a possibility you are consuming less but you are paying more. Well, how is it, sir? So in this case, it all depends upon the elasticity of demand. Because if we say that E is equals to 1, then it means, let's say price is increasing by 20%, quantity demanded will fall down by 20%. Now when the price increased on me, this is the increase on my burden, and when I decrease my consumption, by decreasing my consumption, I'm reducing my satisfaction. But don't you think my burden will also come down? Correct or not? So how much of the burden am I reducing? 20%, as much as the burden of price increase was there. So am I not releasing the burden by the same margin as the increase in burden happened? So more or less, don't you think my expenditure will remain same expenditure? So expenditure will neither increase nor decrease. Third, next one. So in the next case, now price decreases by 20%. So when price is decreasing by 20%, there is an increase in my savings, correct? So with this saving, can I buy more? Yes, I'm buying more, but how much I'm buying? I'm buying 20% more. So can I say 20% of my saving can approximately help me buy 20% more? Correct? So I'm consuming more, but from where? Am I spending anything extra? No. From where? From my saving. So consumption, even though it increases, but what happens to expenditure? It remains same. Correct? All right. So in this case, what happens? Whether when E is equals to 1, whether price increases or decreases, expenditure always remains constant. Clear है? इसमें एक क्वेश्चन था कि whatever be the price of the commodity, हम क्वेश्चन कवर किया था पहले, Arjun always spend 100 rupees. So it means his expenditure is constant. So what is the elasticity of demand? It will be equals to 1. Understood? Next, what if E is greater than 1? Now in this case, we have seen what? Price and expenditure, they move in the opposite direction. Now why it moves in the opposite direction? Now price is increasing, let's say by 20%. I will it by 40%, more than 20%. So now this is the increase in my burden. Don't you think if I would have reduced the consumption by 20% also, I would have been able to reduce the burden completely? So what I'm doing? I'm reducing my burden by decreasing the consumption, but I'm reducing the consumption more than the increase in burden. So am I more burdened or less burdened? Less burdened. So in this case, am I spending more money or less money? Less money. So expenditure here will decrease. So you see here, price increases and expenditure decreases. And this is, you can relate what happens when you are getting big billion day, Black Friday, 70% off. मिलता है ना? So your saving will increase. बोला sir, mind blowing. Person from UP will say mind blasting. So there is an increase in saving, mind blasting kind of saving. What you'll do? What you usually do? Will consume more. Businesses know that even if I give 80% discount, still my sales will increase by 200-300%. So क्या होता है उसमें? Quantity demanded increases by 200% for the company. Don't you think company is making 130% of extra revenue? So here there will be increase in consumption, but by 70% of saving will help me by 70% extra. Can it help me by 200% extra? No. So in this case, what happens? Expenditure will increase. So what we can conclude, price decreases, expenditure increases, price increases, expenditure decreases, and price decreases, expenditure increases. So it means price and expenditure, they have inverse or negative relation. They move in the opposite direction. Right. And the third was what? E less than 1. Now when E is less than 1, It means if suppose price is increasing by 30%, I am able to reduce my consumption by only 10%. Baba, burden kitna pada mere pe? There is increase in burden by 30%. And how much of burden am I reducing? By decreasing the consumption only 10%. I should reduce my consumption by 30% in order to neutralize the entire burden. But how much of the burden I am able to reduce by decreasing the consumption? Only 10%. Don't you think approximately 20% burden is still there on me? So I'm decreasing my consumption, but still spending more money. तो यहां देखो कंजम्पशन नीचे आया, फिर भी मेरा एक्सपेंडिचर ऊपर है. तो there will be increase in consumers expenditure or household expenditure. And if I reverse the situation, the price is decreasing by 30%. I'm saving. There is an increase in my savings by 30%. So this will easily help me buy approximately 30% more, but I'm buying only 10% more. So I'm increasing my consumption. So somebody says, sir, I'm buying more than before. Tell me, I'm spending more than before. I'll say, I cannot answer that question. Why? Because you have not told me what is the elasticity of demand. If the elasticity of demand is E greater than 1, then you're spending more money. But if it's E less than 1, then you're spending less money. Because if I'm saving 30%, I can increase my consumption by 30%, not by 10%. So don't you think I'm going back home with more goods and more money in my pocket? Because I'm saving 30%. From this saving, only a part of the saving I'm using to buy more. 20% of the saving I'm taking back home or not. So in this case, what happens? Expenditure decreases. So price decreases, expenditure decreases. That's why when E is less than 1, the seller will never give you discount. The seller will always charge a higher price. But when E is more than 1, the seller will always give you discount. So remember one thing, when we covered the concept of revenue, this concept of outlay method can also be what? It definitely will be done in your examination. They will relate it to the concept of revenue. And I know I am a seller here, you all the consumer. Alright, मैं यहाँ पे पापड़ी चाट बेच रहा है. Let's say for example. Then if you buy more chaat from me, then I will make more money. But if you buy less, I'll make less money. It means my revenue depends on your expenditure. If you spend more, I will earn more. If you spend less, I will earn less. If you spend the same amount of money, I'll earn the same amount of money. So can I say that if suppose here expenditure of consumer को हटा के मैं revenue of the seller लिख देगा तो कोई difference होगा क्या? If the consumer's expenditure is same, it means the total revenue of the seller will also be constant. And here expenditure is decreasing, it means total revenue will decrease. Expenditure is increasing, total revenue will increase. If expenditure is increasing, total revenue will increase. And expenditure is decreasing, total revenue will decrease. So it means if now I erase all the way expenditure, can I say when E is less than 1, increase in price will lead to increase in total revenue? And when E is less than 1, decrease in price will lead to decrease in total revenue. Correct or not? तो आप एक्सपेंडिचर सोचो या रेवेन्यू सोचो, सेम कॉन्सेप्ट है. ओनली थिंग इज यू आर थिंकिंग फ्रॉम आइदर कंज्यूमर्स पर्सपेक्टिव और फ्रॉम सेलर्स पर्सपेक्टिव. क्लियर है? नाउ रिमेंबर, आइदर फ्रॉम पॉइंट इलास्टिसिटी और फ्रॉम क्रॉस आर्क इलास्टिसिटी, दोनों से नहीं होगा. और एक क्वेश्चन आएगा तो आप इसमें दोनों में प्लस माइनस वन कर देना. Now point elasticity will freeze me to death. So, sorry, bottle. Okay. So now, मैं भूल गया, इतना ठंडा कर दिया मेरे को. So what I was saying, yes. Arc method and point method are used in two different situations. Listen carefully. All right. Point method is used when the change is very, very insignificant, minute change is there in the price. And when there is a minute percentage change in price, then the quantity demanded will also change by a small margin. In that case, it is not possible for us to measure the change over two different points. Because if suppose, if I tell you that a price of a car was rupees 10 lakh, and the quantity demanded for the car was, let's say Q0 was 1,000 cars, or let's say 10,000 cars every quarter, every 3 months. Price of the car increases from 10 lakh to 10 lakh 500. Find out the elasticity of demand for the car. I mean, say, sir, pagal ho gaya kya? How the hell it matters? Nobody will go to a showroom and he will argue, nahi main nahi kharidega, 500 zyada kyun bola? Now you understand. If I went to buy something which was sold at 300 rupees, and which is, or let's say 250 rupees, and which is now sold at 500 rupees, then that's 100% increase. Then I will make up my mind, I'll not buy. But I'm going to buy a car. Big value में 500 रुपए का difference. Will it matter to you? You went to buy gold jewelry, घर में शादी है, 20 लाख को खरीदने का है. Shopkeeper tell you, sir, there is 0.0001% increase in the price of gold. तो आपको 10 लाख रुपए में नहीं, 20 लाख रुपए में नहीं मिलेगा, 20 लाख 150 लगेगा. What you will say? मेरे को बोल क्यों रहा है? 20 लाख 150 लगेगा, ले लो. Or will you say, नहीं, how dare you? Call the manager. Call the manager. Will you say that? If there is some kind of person in this world, then that's why we have created Nimhans. Right. So now what happens? Nimhans में see genuine cases, there are people who are born at congenital ये है problem, but there are 30% of the people who are crazy because they wanted to be crazy. Right? Yeah, they wanted to be crazy. One of my friend's father, he loves to dial everybody's number. Everybody's number. रास्ते में जा रहा है, कोई होर्डिंग देखा, कॉल करके, हाँ अच्छा मैं ऐसे ही बात कर रहा है. अभी उसको निमंत्रण भेजेगा. So now, and whenever he is watching television, I very weird disease. Last month I found out. बोला पापा को क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम? बोला कुछ नहीं यार, टीवी में नंबर चलता है, वहां वो डायल कर लेते हैं. And so what happens? The OCD बोलते हैं, obsessive compulsive disorder. When you see a number, you cannot just control it. You have to dial it out of curiosity. ये नंबर दिया, किसका नंबर है, मैं डायल करेगा. So now what happens here? The demand, if suppose, that's why I'm using the word, if the demand falls down, it will fall down by a small margin. So the demand falls down from 10,000 to 9,999 cards. ये भी ज़्यादा है. Can I make a demand curve over here? No. I will simply draw a demand curve over here and say this is the demand curve. We'll measure the change at one specific point. And we will use for that the formula. What was the formula? Elastic demand at the point method. We'll say lower segment on the demand curve divided by upper segment. और क्या बोला था इसमें? यहां से frequently question आता है. Either they will ask you a practical diagram based question, or they will ask you a theory based question by giving you example. Most of the time they ask you theory based question, that a person went to buy air conditioner, and they will not tell you the price of air conditioner, because nobody is going to assume the price of air conditioner to be 150 rupees. So a person went to buy an air conditioner and he found out that the price of air conditioner has increased by 25 rupees. If there is a change in quantity demanded, which method should be used to measure it? Arc method, proportionate method, point method? Yes, point method. So under the point method, when I make the demand curve touch the 2 points, x and y axis, and we have 5 equidistant point, and at the midpoint you have E greater than 1. When the demand curve touches the y axis, you have E equals to infinite. Between the demand curve between the midpoint, when the demand curve touches the y axis, you have E greater than 1, and then at the point wherein it touches the y axis, x axis, it will be E equals to 0, and between the point wherein the demand curve touches the x-axis and the midpoint, you'll have E less than 1. I've told you how you will get dot this E less than 1 using the, which one? Sorry, my mistake. So E equals to 1. So now how did I get this? How did I get this? If I divide this into 4 equal parts, let's say ये 20 centimeters का है, you have 4 centimeters here, 16 centimeters, 4 centimeters and 4 centimeters. Total is 16 centimeter in length. If I want to find out what is the elasticity here of demand here at point C, upper segment how much and lower segment. So lower segment कितना है? 4 plus 4, 8 centimeter. Upper segment 4 plus 4, 8 centimeter. You got 1. Here lower segment is 4 centimeter, upper segment is 12 centimeter, 1 by 3. Here lower segment is 0, upper segment is 16. So you got 0. Correct or not? And here lower segment is how much? 12. Upper segment is how much? 4. So you got E more than 1. And here from here point A lower segment is 16 and upper segment is 0. Anything divided by 0 is infinite. And I've told you, gave you a noting. I don't know whether that if suppose they give you Q0 and Q1 and P0, P1 and they ask you calculate elasticity of demand using point method, then you simply apply proportionate method and mark whatever answer you are getting. Clear? And arc elasticity method, when now in the same way, if I went to buy the car and the car dealer tells me, sir, the price of car has increased. I inquired by how much it has increased. He says that the price of car has increased by 50%. So rather than you getting the car at 10 lakh rupees, now you are going to get this car at 15 lakh rupees. Now, don't you think that is a disastrous news? So don't you think the demand will fall down by a relatively bigger margin? If Maruti was able to sell 10,000 cars, it will be able to sell only 3,000 cars maybe. So when the change in price is significant, very large changes are, you cannot define what is a large change. But when you look at a change, you can say 50% is a large change, 80% is a large change, right? But think in percentage terms again, very important. They will try to confuse you. Suppose if I say here P0 was 50 lakh rupees and quantity demanded was 10 lakh quantity Q0. Price increases from 51 lakh to, let's say, 52 lakh 50,000. It means price is increasing by 2 lakh 50,000. As a result, quantity demanded falls down from, let's say, 10 lakh to 9 lakh. Right. So it means quantity demanded is falling down by 1 lakh. Which method you should use to find out elasticity of demand? Arc or point? Pi arc. Again mistake, minus 0.25. What is the percentage change there? Here, what is the percentage change? 5%. Is it a big change? Don't think in absolute values. And here, what is the change is 10%. Correct? But if I say here, so here you will use point because the change is small. But if I give you P0 was rupee 2, quantity demanded was 10 units, price increased to rupees 4, quantity demanded decreased to let's say 4 units. Here the price is increasing by only 2 rupees and quantity demanded is decreasing by 6 only. Point या आर्क यूज करेगा? मैं आर्क यूज करेगा, पॉइंट क्यों यूज करेगा रे? परसेंटेज में बोला ना सेफ्टी का. What is the percentage change here? 100% change है प्राइस में. This is how they will try to deceive you in the paper also. Thankfully I covered this today. So 100% change है. 100%, is it a small change? It is not a small change. So you will use arc method. Alright. Yes, of course, it will not matter to the people. That's a different question. Elasticity में हम cover करेंगे later on. But you have to decide point or arc looking at the percentage change. So if they give you that the price of air conditioners have increased by 60% and the demand falls down by 70%, which method we should use to find out the change in quantity demanded for for elasticity of demand? Arc method. All right. So percentage may be calculated, right? Not in any just way. Now also, now we'll look at income method. So income elasticity of demand tells us what, how much will be the change in, I mean, what will be the response of the consumer when there is a change in the income of the household. When there is change in that, whenever you need the breather, you just tell me 5 minutes of breather. I'll give in every. You want it now? Now you want? No. You tell me whenever you need it. I'll give it to you. Democracy में ये problem होता है. If I leave it to the जनता, then some जनता will say not now. Some जनता will say now. Let me cover this. Then I'll give you the breather. Pay attention. Income elasticity of demand. All right. Definitely +2 here. All right. Now remember, chapter 2 is the lengthiest chapter, biggest chapter, and hell lot of, I mean, there is a lot of playground available for ICI to confuse you in a heck of a question. All right. So chapter 2 is very, very, very critical and very scoring also. Right. So income elasticity of demand. Under income elasticity of demand, we try to figure out, acha, one more thing I forgot. In case of arc elasticity method, we try to find the change in quantity demanded between two different points rather than one point, because the change here will be big. You will have to find out the change between A and B. So two different points. On case of point elasticity, specific point, I made you underline those points also when I get dictated it in the class. And what formula you will use for arc method? Elasticity of demand, it will be Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 plus Q1 into P0 plus P1 divided by P0 minus P1. All right. So that was the formula. We have solved n number of questions using that. Income elasticity of demand, we try to find out what will be the response of the consumer when there is a change in income. And we can measure the change either using proportionate method or using arc method. If we are using proportionate method, then what will say income? Remember, income is denoted by the letter Y in economics. So if I want to find out income elasticity demand, we write what percentage change in demand. I'm writing demand now. See, I'm not writing quantity demanded. Divided by percentage change in income. So percentage change in demand, that is quantity you have to find out, and what is the change in income? Percentage change. So the formula exactly remains the same. Initially I wrote price here because price was making the change in demand, quantity demanded rather, but now it is income. So it will be Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0. Instead of P0, we'll write Y0 divided by Y0 minus Y. That's it. So that is proportionate method. And if we use for arc method the same way, what was the formula? Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 plus Q1. First part remains the same, and next part it will be, rather than P0 it will become Y0 minus y plus Y1, Y0 minus Y1. That's it. But what you'll find is that in case of income elasticity of demand, there will be different situations for different commodities. Relationship wise also, elasticity wise also. So if we are talking about normal goods, normal goods are goods which are neither sold at a very high price nor at a very low price. It is very regularly consumed by the consumer, and there are sufficient number of substitutes available. Not very large, not very less, sufficient. So usually for normal goods, what we'll see that income increases and demand will also increase. Whereas income decreases, demand will also decrease. So there is a positive or a direct relation between income and demand, and it automatically happens. Milk is a normal good. Don't you think a household whose earning is more, they will use milk to make sweets also, they will use milk to make various derivatives of milk as well. So many things they can make. But a poor household will use milk only to make a few items from out of it. Right? If you go to a poor family's bathroom, you will find one soap is there and maybe one shampoo or maybe a sachet shampoo is there. If you go to middle income earning household, you will find maybe two different shampoos there, one soap is there, and one body shower gel is also there. And you go to a higher middle income earning family, बोलेगा ये क्या रखा भाई, जैस्मिन शावर, स्ट्रॉबेरी शावर ये भी होता है, मेडिमिक्स भी रखा हुआ है, मैसूर सैंडल सोप भी है, क्या करेगा, सबको मिला के नहाएगा अभी. I'll smell like a peacock. Peacock doesn't smell. So, so now it's not that when income increases, now soap shampoos are normal good. It's not that when your income increases, you will buy 3 times a day. बोला सीए है, प्रमोशन हो गया, अरे यार प्रमोशन हो गया, अब 5 बार नहाना पड़ेगा रोज. No, but automatically your consumption of these things will increase. Right? अभी आप स्टूडेंट है, मॉम डैड का पैसा पे आप जीता है, यू आर अ बेसिकली पैरासाइट. माय मॉम यूज्ड टू कॉल मी पैरासाइट. व्हेनेवर आई यूज्ड टू साइकिल दे दो, अभी साइकिल लिया ना, मेरे को बड़ा साइकिल चाहिए, बोलता है व्हेन यू अर्न योर ओन मनी देन यू बाय. राइट नाउ यू आर अ पैरासाइट ओनली. इट मींस नो इनकम only. So when I grew up, when I was in college and started the job, there was another terminology famous. So people used to say that single income no kid, that's the best thing, because you're not married. It is sink, is known as sink, SINK, single income no kid. Still if you have no money then you die and sink. All right, इससे भी अच्छा सिचुएशन है, हेलो हेलो, डबल इनकम नो किड. That's when you get married. All right. So now I am single income, single kid. My wife says, no, this is not single income. मेरे को जितना डिविडेंड मिलता है तू उतना कभी कमा नहीं पाएगा. मैं बोला मैं करके दिया ना. Now she is becoming ungrateful. बोले हो गया, आप कोई टेंशन नहीं, सर्विस प्रोवाइडर था, तूने सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर दिया. So now I have made the portfolio. So अभी मैं टर्मिनोलॉजी खोज रहा है, आप लोग खोज के बताना. How can it be single income, wife getting equity dividend, and I am teaching at Yeshas. So now होता है टर्म, बाद में बताएगा आपको. It becomes an explicit term. So not here in the class. So now normal goods, automatically the demand will increase. That's what electricity is a normal good here. Simple logic. If your income will increase, now as I've telling you, you are now living on your parents' income. तो अभी DO से काम चल रहा है. Alright, DO लगा रहा है. After you become CA, हाँ देखो कोलोन आएगा. एक ही कोलोन खरीदेगा नहीं सर, मल्टीपल कोलोन खरीदेगा. एक एक दिन के लिए, वैलेंटाइन डे के लिए अलग, फ्रेंडशिप डे के लिए अलग, टेडी बेयर डे के लिए अलग. पैसा कलेक्ट करना रे, गरीब हो जाएगा नहीं तो. ऑलराइट, so now income will increase. So direct and positive relation. But E क्या बोला था मैं, E क्या होगा इसमें, 1 or it could be less than 1. But when we talk about luxury goods, now situation changes. Remember, here is the point of confusion. They will try to create confusion. Luxury goods में क्या है, same thing. Income increases, demand increases, income decreases, demand decreases. But in this case, here E was equals to 1 or maybe E less than 1 in most cases. Here you will have E greater than 1. Meaning what? Meaning if my income increases, let's say by 20%, then demand may increase by 50%. बोले सर ऐसा क्यों होगा? होगा ऐसा. Why? That's why it's been now made into it has been generalized. People behavior. People are attracted more to luxury goods. When your about to get promotion, you will not sleep and think कल से मैं ज्यादा शैम्पू खरीदेगा, ज्यादा सोप खरीदेगा, मैं अच्छे से नहाएगा. No, automatically it will happen. But you will think about, okay, now I'll buy a SUV, now I'll buy a diamond bracelet, now I'll buy a solitaire, now I'll buy a Rolex watch. You will dream about these. You're not. So whenever you start dreaming about something, you become irrational. कोई भी हो, सामान भी, आदमी भी. Alright, clear. अकलमंद को इशारा काफी है. So do not dream. हाँ, only when you dream about becoming successful, then it will be rational, then you will work towards it. So now income increases, demand increases, but demand will increase in greater proportion. Well, sir, how is it possible? If my income increases by 20%, where will I get the money to increase the demand for by 50%? No, you are assuming that all your income you're spending on luxury good. That's not the case. If suppose your income in annual income was 30 lakh rupees, all right, this was your income, and the demand for luxury goods you are buying in a month was, let's say, 6 lakh rupees, right? Or let's say uh, yeah, 6 lakh rupees का आप खरीदता था demand for luxury goods. This is your income. Your income increases from 30 lakh to 36 lakh. Now what is the increase in Y percentage terms? 20% na. 30 to 36 lakh is 20% is the increase, but my demand increases, let's say, to 9 lakh, or let's say, yeah, 9 lakh. What is the increase in demand? 50%. So don't you think your increase income is increasing just by 20%, but you're increasing the demand by 50%? Why you do that? Because of illusion. And this is always going to happen. But remember, when you have too much of money, you become rational, irrational. When you have less money, you will become more rational. So when your income is falling down, the first thing you will give up is a luxury good. Because you will realize सबसे बकवास चीज तो यही है. Nothing will change if I don't consume it. So I'll give up fast. So you will give up the consumption of luxury good faster than you can imagine. So if your income falls down, you see, COVID happened. People's income fell down significantly, 50, 60%, some people's income. And those people's income was not falling. They were also threatened that कभी भी हो सकता है मेरा income नहीं गिर सकता, हो सकता है नौकरी चला जाए. So what did they postpone? Did they postpone bathing, consumption of tea, buying medicine, going to the doctor when falling sick, consuming electricity? No. What did they consume less during that time in larger quantity? Yes, I'll not buy luxury good. Even if I don't buy luxury good for 20 years, no heaven is going to fall. But if I don't have income to buy the necessities, the normal good, then there'll be a problem. So increase or decrease in the consumption of luxury good will be very, very volatile compared to normal goods. Then next comes inferior goods. Inferior goods. Inferior goods are not low price good. Every low price good is not inferior good. Every inferior good is low price. But what is inferior good? I gave you the example. बोलो क्या था inferior good? क्या? Low price? Low priced? Low quality bread. हाँ, low quality bread. Low price bread you cannot say. Low price bread हो सकता है, normal bread भी हो. Low quality you say. Low quality is better. I can buy a t-shirt which may cost 1000 rupees to 2000 rupees. Normal है. If I buy a t-shirt which costs 20,000 rupees, that is superior quality. कुछ superior नहीं है. Advertisement के लिए मैं पे कर रहा पैसा. And if I buy a t-shirt from a flea market at 150 rupees each, that is inferior quality. All right. Likewise, if I buy a tea from a platform in a railway station, that is an inferior quality of tea. But if I go to Maya's to buy a tea, that is a normal quality of tea. And if I go to Starbucks, that is superior quality. बोलने के लिए है. All right. आप 650 रुपए का कॉफी ले रहा है, कॉफी का 50 रुपया दे रहा है, 600 रुपीज आप ब्रांड के लिए दे रहा है. दैट इज अ रियलिटी. बट एनीवे सुपीरियर है. नाउ टेल मी, व्हेन माय इनकम, when income increases, will I buy more inferior good or less inferior good? Less. I want to improve my standard of living. Correct? Right? So, inferior goods, what will happen? When my income will increase, I want to improve my standard of living. I can only improve by decreasing the consumption of inferior good. And when my income decreases, demand will increase. Alright? Demand will increase. और हर चीज का inferior आता है आपको. You will find that pickles are sold at roadside, and that is inferior quality of pickle. There is normal quality of pickle, वो mother's recipe का आता है, that is normal quality. अब ये आपको पिकल चाहिए जो ऑलिव ऑयल में बना है, 1000 रुपीज का बॉटल आता, तो वो क्या है? सुपीरियर क्वालिटी ऑफ पिकल. राइट? क्लियर? सो नेगेटिव रिलेशन होता है. एंड लास्टली, इन केस ऑफ नेसेसरी गुड्स, नाउ नेसेसरी गुड्स में आपको क्या बताया था? शॉर्ट रन और लॉन्ग रन का डिफरेंस आ जाता है. इन द शॉर्ट रन यू विल बी इरैशनल. if your income, let's say, increases by 20%, you will increase the demand for even necessary goods by, let's say, 1%. But then you will realize now E is less than 1. No, in this case, percentage change in demand is less than percentage change in income. E is less than 1. But my question is, it's a necessary goods. Even 1% extra, why you are buying? But eventually you will realize that you have wasted at 1% extra that you have bought. So next time, will you buy extra? No. Next time, what will happen? You will decrease the demand by the same margin as you have increased. Now change becomes zero. Consumption doesn't become zero. Change becomes zero. I was supposed to buy 100 units. I bought 101 unit. But I wasted this 1 unit. So next time I will buy 100 units only. So don't you think change in the long run becomes zero? So in the long run, E will be equal to zero, so perfectly inelastic. So if they will not mention short run and long run, which one you have to consider? Short run, I have made you a point. तो लॉन्ग रन जब तक नहीं मेंशन किया, आप शॉर्ट रन अज्यूम करके इनइलास्टिक आंसर करेगा. अब यहां पर याद रखने का, वेयर दे विल क्रिएट कंफ्यूजन. नाउ व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट हियर प्राइस and here income, and if we talk about normal goods, the relationship between price and price of normal goods, all right, and its quantity demanded is negative. But when we talk about income, it is positive. When we talk about luxury goods, again the relation between price and quantity demanded is negative. But income positive. Elasticity same ही रहता. Right? Only in case of inferior goods, both place you have negative relation. ये नोट दिया था आपको क्लास में, दिखाया था क्या? नहीं, नहीं, फटाफट नोट कर ले. तो इजी पार्ट विल गो ऑन स्किपिंग लिटिल बिट, टफर पार्ट इसमें बीच में जो भी प्रॉब्लम होगा आप बता दें. ठीक है? नोटेड? राइट, यू कैन टेक 5 minutes because the break will happen at 1 o'clock. Right? That will be your lunch break from 1 to 2 o'clock we'll have. All right. So Now, cross elasticity of demand. Cross elasticity of demand. Under cross elasticity of demand also, you can find out here we take how the price of good X is affecting the demand for good Y. Now, good Y could be a substitute, good Y could be a complementary, good Y could be a close substitute or a perfect substitute or a perfect complement. It could be anything. Now, if we want to measure the change, again, we can measure using proportionate method. And if I using proportionate method, then we write cross elasticity of demand between X and Y. So Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0, Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 into P0 divided by P0 minus P1. All right. So only difference is this we take it with regard to good X, how there is a change in the demand for X due to change in the price of good Y. And if we use arc method may again same formula, elastic demand between X and Y. So we take Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 plus Q1 into P0 plus P1 divided by P0 minus P1. But again, we don't take the quantity of same commodity and price of same commodity. We'll take good of demand for X and price of Y, or price of uh, demand for Y and price of X. So in this case, we have seen that there is a negative cross elasticity of demand between two complementary goods. Two complementary goods, we have negative cross elastic demand. So if I write complementary goods, then we have already written that if price of good X increases, then demand for good Y is going to fall down and vice versa. And for substitute goods, you don't have to write. We have already written that if price of good X increases, then people who are buying good X, they will find good Y to be cheaper. So demand for good Y will also increase. But what if two commodities are very, very close substitute? So when we are talking about close substitutes, we say that the cross elasticity of demand will be very, very high. Why very high? Because consumers will be highly responsive. I went to the market. I wanted to buy a particular breed of mango that is not available. I'll take another breed. No problem. I went to the market to buy Nandini's branded milk. It's not available. I took Amul milk. So will it be difficult for me to cross over from one brand to another? The answer is no. So when two goods are very close substitute like agricultural goods and perishable goods, then the cross elasticity of demand will be very, very high. So if suppose if I give you some substitutes, let's say they give you they can give you also these questions. Let's say they'll give you televisions of different brand, then they'll give you milk of two different brands, then they'll give you, let's say, cola of two different brands, and then they give you perfumes of two different brands. They all are substitute, but some are closer than other in terms of their utility to satisfy us. Which one is closest? In which case, say for example, I ask you, choose the correct option, in which case the cross elasticity of demand will be very high. The answer will be milk. If I erase milk over here, and if I write, let's say for example, cars, then the answer will become cola. If I erase cola from here, and if I like, let's say for example, uh, mangoes, the answer will again become mangoes. If I erase mango from here, and if suppose if I write, let's say for example, phones, then the answer will be perfume. Understood? Clear? So any option they'll give you, you have to find out which one closest. They can ask you which are furthest substitute. If I ask you among the following, cross elasticity of demand will be lowest in which case? Cars. Alright. Two television will have very close substitute. I mean relatively closer than car. कार में यहाँ बहुत सारा फीचर्स हो सकता है. एक में कोई एयर बैग नहीं, एक में दो एयर बैग, एक में चार एयर बैग, एक में एबीएस, एक में एबीएस नहीं. तो दे कैन बी. बट टेलीविजन में क्या हो सकता है, या एचडी है या नहीं है, यही है. कैन इज देयर एनी, आई मीन देयर आर मोर वेज यू कैन गिव मोर फीचर्स इन अ टीवी or more car. If I'm a car manufacturer, do I have more flexibility to include more features in a car, or can I include more feature in a television? Of course कार में मैं 100 के ऊपर फीचर लगा सकता है, टेलीविजन में मैं 100 के ऊपर फीचर्स नहीं लगा सकता, राइट. तो क्लोज सब्स्टिट्यूट. But if two commodities are perfect substitute do not exist. But if they exist, if perfect substitute exists, so a perfect substitute even closer than a close substitute. So ये further away substitute है, elasticity will be lesser. Closer substitute, elasticity will increase, elasticity will increase, elasticity will increase. It will continue to increase. Closer substitute, and their exact same substitute, elasticity will become infinite. The distant the substitute, the lower the elasticity. The closer the substitute, the greater the elasticity. Because distant the substitute, more rigid I will not. नहीं, मैं ये गाड़ी नहीं है तो मैं नहीं खरीदेगा, मैं दूसरा खरीदेगा, right? So very difficult I'll have. But when two are very, as they come closer, then I can. मैं शोरूम में गया, बोला किया का ये मॉडल है, बोला नहीं है. मारुति का ये मॉडल नहीं है, hyundai ले लो, बोला नहीं लेगा. राइट. आई वेंट टू द शॉप एंड सेड थम्स अप है, नहीं है. कोको कोला है, नहीं है. पेप्सी है, हाँ है. करेक्ट, राइट. बट व्हेन टू गुड्स आर परफेक्ट सब्स्टिट्यूट, इट मींस आई कैन infinitely or to any extent replace one with another. So cross elasticity demand ऊपर जाते जाते कितना हो जाएगा, हाईएस्ट हो जाएगा. हाईएस्ट वैल्यू ऑफ इलास्टिसिटी इज व्हाट, infinite. So two commodities close, very, I mean perfect substitute, infinite. When two commodities are perfect complements, what will be the cross elasticity demand? Say for example, if I'm talking about tea and sugar, they are complements. But when I talk about car and petrol, they are perfect complements. What I have found that from this kind of concept, they can try to confuse you. Now you tell me, tea and sugar are complements, not perfect complement, because if I'm diabetic, I can consume tea without sugar. Correct? Can I consume car without petrol? So in which case, in both cases, cross elasticity will be negative. Correct? वो तो है, not very. Price of sugar increases, demand for tea will fall down because consumption of tea will become expensive. Price of petrol increases, demand for car will fall down. But in which case do you think elasticity will be, I mean, very very less than one दोनों में होगा. But किस में very significantly less than one, nearly zero के तरफ होगा, zero नहीं होगा. बोलो. car and petrol. Because I can, if I have car, I cannot much cut down the consumption of petrol. If a person don't have a car, he can afford to go all the way to his office on foot. He can take a rickshaw, he can buy a bicycle. So he can cut down the consumption of petrol, because even if you're traveling in public transportation, you're paying for petrol when you're paying the ticket for the Ola and Uber and everything. Correct. But I can choose not to consume petrol. But if you're owning a car, will you be able to effectively cut down the consumption of petrol? No, you cannot. आपके घर में AC है, price of electricity increases. Will you be able to cut down the consumption of electricity much? Consumption of AC, air conditioner much? No. The only way you can decrease the consumption, do not use the AC. भाई AC है तो use तो करेगा. I can cut down, but I cannot cut down much. A person doesn't have an AC. He have more ways to cut down the electricity consumption. So when two commodities are very close substitute, when two commodities are perfect complements, they have to be used together. And if the price of one increases, I cannot decrease the consumption of other effectively. Because इसको मैं decrease करेगा तो इसका consumption decrease हो जाएगा. मेरे पास कोई उपाय नहीं. Right? So, and what if two commodities are completely unrelated? You went to buy a cloth. The person says, sir, cloth नहीं है, आप hair oil लेगा क्या? Right? You went to buy lipsticks. बोला lipsticks तो नहीं है, but do you want to buy some jewelry? What is the correlation? Of course, you wear both. Right? Indians apply makeup, they don't wear makeup. Correct is where you wear makeup. So anyways, so there is no correlation. You went to buy milk. बोला सर milk नहीं है, Nike का shoes लेगा क्या? Now, will I be willing to replace even one unit of good eggs with good white? No, they are completely unrelated. Mom बोला गाजर का हलवा बनाएगा, milk लेके आओ. आप लेके आया 5 liters of milk and 2 parachute hair oil. बोला mom milk नहीं मिला था, ये hair oil ले आया. Your mom will start googling map. बोला ओला बुक कर रहा है, क्यों ओला बुक कर रहा है? निवान जाने का है. So you will not be willing to replace one with another. तो क्रॉस इलास्टिसिटी डिमांड क्या होगा? E इक्वल्स टू क्या होगा? ये 0 हो जाए. Clear? Then 10 degree of elasticity we have covered. Now 8 situations we have covered. From there again plus 2 questions you will get. So there were 8 situations. First was availability of substitute. One commodity has many substitute available, one commodity has less substitute available. In which case you have more choice making power, because remember elasticity demand is about making choice. The greater your choice making power, more elastic the demand. If I take away the choice making power from you, your response will be very, very rigid. It will become rigid. If I give you, let's say 10 questions, and out of that you can leave 2, all right, then 8 question आपको करने का ही है. Wherein if I give you 50 question and out of that you have to do only 8, you can leave 42. Where your performance will be better? बोला ऐसे ही सारा एग्जाम होने मांगता सर. इकोनॉमिक्स पेपर में 1000 क्वेश्चन दे दो, चूज एनी 100. Every one of you will get 100 out of 100, or maybe 90 out of 100 सबको ही मिलेगा. Your choice is big. I mean, you are able to make a better choice. Why? Because you have so many options available. So when options are available, people will become highly responsive, demand will become elastic. But if I tell you that नहीं 100 marks का पेपर है और passing criteria है 96, you can leave only 4. So what will happen? What will happen? Doesn't matter how exceptional you are, it will be difficult time passing the examination. Correct or not? Right? अगर KBC में मैं गया और KBC बोला कि सर 4 ऑप्शन है, एक गलत है 3 सही है, कोई भी चूज कर लो. Right? Or out of 10 option only 1 is wrong, 9 is correct. You can choose 9. So what is my probability of hitting the right answer? प्रोबेबिलिटी क्या है ना 9/10. राइट 9/10 90% आई हैव चांस ऑफ हिटिंग द राइट आंसर. बट बोलेगा सर एक सही है 9 गलत है, 2000 में ही सब आउट हो जाएगा. राइट it means the chances of hitting the right answer is 1/10. So that is 10% only have the cheating. I mean 90% wrong chance में hit करेगा. So कुछ नहीं हो सकता है. Right. So this was conducted by JP Morgan an experiment long time back, and they selected the best fund managers, right, who have been running mutual funds, that who has given the highest returns. राइट सबका पोर्टफोलियो बोला, ये एनालिसिस किया, वो एनालिसिस किया, ये एनालिसिस किया, ठीक है. एंड देन व्हाट दे डिड, they on the wall they wrote the 500 names of S&P 500 stock. All right. And they bought a monkey, and the monkey was given a colored ball. Monkey was trained to throw the ball, so the ball had ink. So now 20 stock they have to select, and it was left to the monkey. तो मंकी एक को बॉल दिया, वो फेंका, एक स्टॉक में लगा, ये बाई करेगा, एक स्टॉक में लगा, वो बाई करेगा, ये स्टॉक 20 स्टॉक मंकी सेलेक्टेड. You know the outcome. Monkey ended up giving or end up, and the company who whichever the monkey selected, those stocks were selected, and a mutual fund company invested in that stock for 1 year. That bloody portfolio beat all the portfolios of all the fund managers who are doing a bloody analysis of the company to create. Monkey generated 35% year on year returns on the stock compared to the S&P 500 manager जो investment banking का course करके गया था. So what does it point to? The world is full of crazy studies. All right. अब मेरे को इंटरेस्ट रहता है ये स्टडीज पढ़ने का. राइट मैं साइंस जर्नल मैं हमेशा हमेशा पढ़ता ये सब एग्जांपल्स देखने के लिए. देयर आर so many things. But what this proves, if you give a lot of options, then the performance of anybody will become better. Performance of anybody will become better. So more substitute available, E will be greater than 1. Less substitute available, E will be lesser than 1. एक में इलास्टिक है, एक में inelastic हो. Then nature of commodities, two commodities on the extreme end. One is a luxury good and other is a necessary good. Luxury goods can easily be postponed its consumption. Moreover, even a small percentage increase or decrease in price, 10% price increases. By luxury good, if it's available at 50 lakh rupees, 10%, 5 lakh rupees you have to spend. Even if it's sold at 10 lakh rupees, 1 lakh rupees extra have to spend. That's a big burden. The demand will fall significantly. Moreover, consumption of these things can be postponed. Other way around, price decreases by 10% rather than increase. The saving will be huge. People will rush to buy. So small percentage increase or decrease in a high value item will either put huge burden on you, in that case demand will fall significantly, or huge saving for you, in which case demand will increase significantly. But if it's a necessary goods, can I delay the consumption? Not much. If I have money, I'll buy. If I don't have money, only then I'll not buy. So elasticity will either be E less than 1 or E equals to 0. But it can never be E more than 1. So for necessities, demand will be inelastic or perfectly elastic. For luxury, E will be elastic. Then we said position of commodity in consumer's budget. A commodity on which if I spend, let's say, 5 lakh rupees in a year, yearly expenditure, my income, annual income is 20 lakh rupees, let's say. And on good X, I'm spending in a year 5 lakh rupees. On good Y, in a year, I'm spending rupees 1000 only. Rupees 1000 only. There is increase in the price of good Y by 20%. An increase in the price of good X, an increase in the price of good Y is by 50%. Now, where I will decrease the consumption more? Where I will be more elastic? Good X or good Y? Good X. Why? Because now you don't think about the percentage. When the absolute value is high, it will put a hole in my budget. Because 20%, it means what will be my extra expenditure? Extra expenditure by how much it will increase? Here it will increase by 1 lakh per annum. and here it will increase by rupees 500 per annum. So don't you think this will bother me more than this? So consumer's response is only will be more when he's affected more. Is he affected more in case of good Y or in case of good X? Good X is affected more, so he will make adjustment more for X and less for Y. So E will be greater in case of X, E will be lesser in case of Y. I'm not saying price increases, quantity demanded will not decrease, but it will decrease by a relatively small margin. Price of matchboxes increased by 100% in one day. Did the demand fall down much? Beggar will also say 2 मिनट extra भीख मांगेगा 10 मैच बॉक्स आ जाएगा. Right? It will not. Then number of uses. One commodity can be used in n number of ways. Milk you can use in so many different ways. If your household income is increasing, आप milk भी खाएगा, cheese भी खाएगा, butter भी खाएगा, butter milk भी खाएगा, milk shake भी पिएगा, sweet भी बनाएगा, खाना भी milk में डालेगा, milk में खा milk खाना में डालेगा. वाइस वर्सा हर चीज में करेक्ट नहीं होता है, राइट? So so that's the so what will happen then? Tell me. You can easily decrease the consumption of milk because you are using in so many ways. Cut down 2 or 3 ways. Electricity can be used in number of ways. AC चल रहा है, हीटर चल रहा है, गीजर चल रहा है, हाउस क्लीन कर रहा है वैक्यूम क्लीनर से, लैपटॉप चार्ज कर रहा है, so many things. Don't you think we can easily decrease the consumption of electricity? What we have to do? 2 or 3% or maybe 5% decrease the consumption in everything. 1 घंटा एसी कम चलाओ, आधे घंटा पंखा कम चलाओ, घर से निकलो तो सारा लाइट ऑफ कर दो, राइट? माइक्रोवेव का स्विच रात को ऑफ करके सो, फोन रात को चार्ज मत करो, राइट? बिकॉज यू नीड 2 hours टू चार्ज द फोन एंड देन फोन इज चार्जिंग एंड डिस्चार्जिंग. ये सारा करके छोटा छोटा सेविंग करके बड़ा सेविंग होगा होगा. So that's why people don't get much angry when the price of electricity increases because they are flexible. What I've told you, price of electricity in the last 7-8 years had increased by more than 250-300%. Correct? And price of cylinder is also increased by 200-300%. But are people protesting more for electricity or protesting more for cooking gas? Cooking gas. Why? When two things on which household spends almost similar amount of money, or maybe electricity पे ज़्यादा spend करता है, they should get more angry, right? But they are getting more angry on gas cylinders. Why? Because they cannot decrease the consumption of cooking gas. How can they decrease? Your parents will have to say alternate day food मिलेगा. Huh? Will they say that? No, they will not say that. Or they will not say today dinner, tomorrow lunch, today dinner, tomorrow lunch. एक एक घर में alternate day है. ये अरविंद केजरीवाल का घर हो गया है. बोलता ना ऑड नंबर एंड इवन नंबर गाड़ी होगा. व्हाट काइंड ऑफ नॉनसेंस. नाउ टेल यू इमेजिन दिल्ली में पीपल इनकम इज मोर. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल द हाउस होल्ड हु आर ओनिंग कार, हाउ डिफिकल्ट इट इज फॉर देम. दे सेड मंडे को ऑड चलेगा, ट्यूसडे को इवन चलेगा. देन आई विल गेट अ कार विद ऑड नंबर है, इवन नंबर का गाड़ी में खरीद लेगा. व्हाट हैपेंड? द डिमांड फॉर कार शॉट अप इन दिल्ली. बोले ये क्या हो गया? अब यार नंबर इवन हो सकता है, ऑड हो सकता है, अभी तू प्राइम नंबर तो नहीं ला सकता इसमें. पीपल विल गो क्रेजी. डेट प्राइम है, ये है, नेचुरल नंबर्स लाएगा, अब उसके बाद बोला फिबोनाची नंबर आएगा वो करेगा. तो यू कैन नॉट डू दैट. So that was a nonsense. Rather than decreasing, creating awareness among people that shorter distance you do not travel in a car, take a metro and this and that. अब बोला even out करे. And he was adamant it decreased the pollution. It did not. You have to understand. So what happened now here? So you will be able to adjust better in case of goods which have more utility. Third is with regard to time period. Long run, yes. Long run, what will happen? In the long run, pay attention here. In the long run, people will find ways to adjust better to the changes. We need time to adjust, as simple as that. If given a chance, humans can find solution to every problem. Right now, you may not have the solution. So suddenly the price changes. You cannot adjust your consumption better now. But if you are given a time period, small time period, 6 months, 1 month, 2 months, then you will find n number of ways wherein you can adjust your budget. So the demand will become for the product for which the price has increased become more elastic. But in the short run, You cannot respond better, the demand will be inelastic, and it goes for everything. Suddenly, if somebody gives you a surprise test in your school, your performance will not be well because you are not given time to respond. But if the teacher tells you that come prepared for that test, next week I'll conduct the test. These are the chapters from where the questions are going to be asked. Then your performance will be better. So what has happened between these two situations? You have been given time, and when you have been given time, the response will become better. All right, the response will become better. Now, that is with regard to time period. Now, we have studied about the concept of high price goods and low price goods. I've told you that some goods are in the high price range, while other goods are in the low price range. High price and low price. I've told that there are people who are buying tea in India which is sold at 35 lakh rupees per kilogram. Let it get recorded and documented. So, all right. So there are tea available in India. Now is getting it. Tea record available in India which is sold at 35 lakh rupees, 45 lakh rupees per kilogram. Who the hell is going to buy that? Who the hell? There will be, of course, who the hell? The hell. So, so normal people are not going to. Even higher middle income earning families are not going to. Their shampoo bottles available sold at 30,000 rupees. कौन लगाएगा? आप लगाएगा, मैं लगाएगा, कोई नहीं लगाएगा. विन डीजल भी नहीं लगाएगा. Alright. Those who don't know Vin Diesel, go and look for it and you will get my joke after the class. So, or Jason Statham भी नहीं लगाएगा. So, luxury goods can even be purchased by poor people. Small amount of gold and silver they all purchase. But these high price goods will only be purchased by a selective, very rich household. Now, will it matter to me if I am consuming a tea which is sold at 30 lakh rupees per kilogram and the price increases to 35 lakh? No, it will not matter. I can easily afford. All right. I can hypothetically. All right. So, and if the price of that will come down, do you think like common people will go outside DMart to line up? The answer is no. DMart में मिलेगा ही नहीं. और मिलता तब भी लोग नहीं जाते. All right. So the demand will remain inelastic. Now remember here one thing. Common mistake students make that they can assume that every high price good is a luxury good. Every high price good is not a luxury good. Just like every low price good is not inferior. Right? Sometimes the goods are simply high priced. Right? Low price goods. Now, in case of low price goods, it will not affect the demand, income of anyone. Income of anyone. If suppose the price of matchbox increases, will it affect the income of anyone? Even the poorest of the people will not bother about it. You are buying a pen's refill. It is not an inferior good. It is a normal commodity. You are paying 10 rupees. Price increases by 20%. Will you say it will not come to the marathon class? The answer is no. It will not matter to you. So, low price goods are sold at such a low price that even a big percentage change will not affect the demand. And lastly, the one that we have covered, joint demand or tight demand. When two commodities are perfect complements, then if the price of one increases, I cannot effectively decrease the demand for another. So, E will be on less than 1. All right. Now, let's move on to the concept of supply. Right. Now, what is supply? Remember, supply is not production. Supply is not stock. So, supply is what? The goods which are offered. कैसा statement use करता है? So, again, plus and minus 1 marks from the definition. Alright, again, maybe, may not be. Plus minus means maybe, may not be. So, now, supply is goods made available for sale. ये तो एक option है. Supply is good offered for sale. Another statement. And supply is stocks made available for sale. Another option. Supply is what the sellers are planning to sell. Another option. They all can be concluded as supply. So goods offered for sale, stocks offered for sale, sellers are planning to sell. They all come within the definition of supply. Production may or may not be supply because I produce, but the price is not right, I'll not sell. Stock may not be, I'm holding, but the price is not right, I'll not sell. Understood? Clear? Hai? So in that case, supply has a direct relation with price and quantity. Meaning what? Remember, when the price is increasing, then quantity supplied will also increase, and when the price is decreasing, then quantity supplied will also decrease. Why? Because sellers are operating for profit. Anything that increases their profitability, they will increase the supply. Even if they sell at the same price, they will be earning more money. They want to exponentially increase the price. Then don't get confused with regard to demand. Well, sir, price increases, demand will fall down. Then how will I increase supply? Inventory हो जाएगा मेरे को नहीं नहीं. I am not increasing the price. You understand? I am charging you a high price because you people have increased the price. Say for example, if I ask you why gold price is increased, do you think sellers only unilaterally are increasing the gold price? No. Why gold price is increasing? Because demand has increased. People want to buy. The demand is higher than supply, the price has went up. Now what will happen when the price has increased? It will become too high. That's how equilibrium works in the market. Many people will say बहुत expensive हो गया अभी नहीं खरीदेगा. Alright. When they say this, the demand fall down. Alright. Many people will say no, let it fall down more, then only I'll buy. अभी भी बहुत ज़्यादा है. Demand will fall down. Right. And when the demand is falling down, sellers profitability will also fall down. So supply, they will not produce continue to supply at that point. They will decrease the supply also. Demand will further fall down. And when the demand comes down to certain point, then those who are waiting for the price to fall down, they will again create demand. The moment they create demand, demand will again start to rise, and the seller's profitability is increasing. They will also increase the supply. Again the price will reach to a certain point. People say बहुत महंगा हो गया, पहले से भी ज़्यादा महंगा हो गया, अब तो नहीं खरीदेगा. Those who people who have not yet bought, they will wait, and again the demand will fall down. Demand will fall down. Profitability of the seller is falling down. Supply will fall down. Again the price will fall down to some level. Those who are waiting for the price to fall down, they will again start to buy. Again the demand. This is, I mean, saying this will continuously happening. So just like high tide and low tide in a ocean, here also it is going to happen. So I am increasing the price only because the people are willing to pay a higher price, and I want to multiply my profit, so I'm increasing the quantity supplied as well. So if I have to plot this diagram of supply, if this is the price and this is the quantity supplied, if price is increasing, then quantity supplied will also increase, and if price is decreasing, then quantity supplied will also decrease. So rather than an upward sloping curve, downward sloping curve, you get a upward sloping curve. It slopes upward from left to right because of direct relation between price and quantity supplied. Here, when you solve any question related to elasticity of supply, you don't have to consider the negative or positive because you'll always get a positive answer in of supply. Clear? Just like demand, supply is also a qualitative concept, because law of supply does not tell you what will be the change in quantity supplied when there is an increase in price by whatever margin. And the law doesn't tell you what will be the change in quantity supplied. The law simply tell you if price increases, quantity supplied increases, and vice versa. And this is also a flow concept just like demand, because we try to measure the change in price and change in quantity supplied between two different time periods here, two different time periods. Clear hai? Right. Then comes from these 5 situations, definitely plus 1 will get. Plus 1, what we are going to study. So for the same commodity, remember I've told you, whatever increases the profit of the seller will increase the supply. And if decreases profit, seller will decrease the supply. So if the price of good X is increasing, good X will give me more profit, so I will supply more, and vice versa. If two commodities are available, X and Y, their cost of production, let's say cost of production is of X is rupees 150, cost of production of Y is rupees 100. Selling price of X is 200. So I'm getting a 50 rupees of profit. Selling price of Y is rupees, let's say 180, or let's say 130. I'm getting rupees 30 rupees of profit. All right. Which one you will supply? Of course, X you will supply, because X supply more of X and less of Y. Then what will happen? Suddenly the market price of Y increases. Cost of production remains constant for both, दोनों का. But market price of Y increases from 130 rupees to 180 rupees. Now how much of profit Y will give you? It will give you 50 rupees. So now you are indifferent between X and Y. They are giving you same profit. But what if the price of Y increases to 200? Now you are getting 70 rupees of profit because cost of production is 100 only. Will you continue to supply more of X and less of Y? Or will you pull out the resources from X and put it in Y? बोले सर pull out क्यों करना पड़ेगा? Because nobody has infinite amount of resources. So if I'm selling two commodities and this will give me more profit because its price is increased, cost of production remaining same, then I will decrease this and increase that. And everybody does that. If I'm running 20, why do you think businesses run 20 different businesses? Why Mota Bhai is acquiring all other companies that he can? Because he knows that demand for every product is not the same during different time periods. So when the demand changes, the price will also change. So Jio बेच रहा है Reliance. Why? Because Mukesh Ambani found out I'll make more profit from Jio, so he spend more money on Jio. Tomorrow, if he finds out that retail business can give him more profit, will he continue to pump more money into Jio? He will continue to pump, but relatively more कहाँ pump करेगा? In case in the retail business. So in case of related goods क्या होता है? If price of Y is increasing, then the sellers in order to then can I say X gives relatively less profit? So what the seller will do? Profit decreases. Don't you think he will decrease the supply of X? Then comes cost of production. Profit might increase in two ways. Either I increase the market price. In that case, the demand, if it's elastic, then I am dead in the water. But what if I decrease my cost of production? Then also my margin of profit increases. So if I decrease my cost of production, my profit increases, I will sell more. Advanced technology, so direct relationship, cost of production, indirect relationship between cost of production and supply. Lower cost, more profit margin, so more supply. Technology related to cost of production. Advanced technology, lower cost of production, more supply. So technology and cost and price, supply have a direct relation. Taxes. When the government is going to increase tax, government, do you think government will ask you people? No. If I'm selling this pen, I will only increase the price of the pen if you create a demand and you are willing to pay a high price. Because if I increase the price without your willingness to pay, then the demand will fall down. I will never do that. A movie theater will never charge you a higher price on a Monday. Wonderla will never charge you a higher price on a Monday to Friday, but it will increase the price of the ticket on Saturday and Sunday. Why? Demand is more. Even if I increase the price, still people will come. So price is not the important factor here. So I want to supply more. So देखना restaurants में extra table लग जाता है Saturday Sunday को. Correct? Monday को जरूरत नहीं है तो they will keep the tables apart because not even 50% occupancy will happen on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night in even the best of the restaurant. Right? So this is also an important point that you need to keep. So when government increases tax, do you think government will ask people? No. Government will increase tax just like that. When you are not willing to pay more money and government बोला अभी GST में increase करेगा 35% on services, then don't you think the demand will fall down? Businesses profit will fall down. So businesses will decrease the supply. Subsidies when government gives, then demand will increase because government is paying on behalf of the people. So people will buy more. Sellers will get more profit. Supply will increase. तो क्या याद रखने का रिलेटेड गुड्स में इनवर्स रिलेशन है. कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन में इनवर्स रिलेशन है and supply, right? Advanced technology, you have positive relation. Same commodity, you have positive relation, right? Taxes, you have inverse relation, inverse or negative. And subsidies, you have positive relation. So you have inverse relation in case of tax and inverse relation in case of cost of production and the related goods. तीन में inverse है, तीन में positive. Next, just like law of demand, we don't say exception to the law of supply, but sometimes law of supply may not be obeyed, as in case of agriculture goods in the short run. If I have grown bananas, I have to get rid of banana, or I'll be left with nothing but the banana. Right? Understood? So, banana, I mean, that actually in English we'll say banana, what have you got in life? You have got banana, it means I've got nothing. Understood? Just like lemons, what have you got in your life? So lemons and bananas in इसको metaphor बोलते हैं, इंग्लिश metaphor में बोलते हैं कि what have you got? Promotion मिला, oh dude I got banana, not promotion, I've got nothing. Or you got lemon instead of banana, it means you got something that is basically inferior. I wanted to get a promotion to a higher level, my promotion happens to a lower level. All right. तो तभी बोला ना, वो प्रोवर्ब आया था, इफ लाइफ गिव्स यू लेमन यू मेक अ लेमनेड, राइट? So now pay attention. Hey, dirty mind. One, one rap I'll give you. Right. Now pay attention. Even examples will be difficult for me to give you guys. What you will interpret, I don't know in the world. Seriously. Get back now. So now I have grown, whatever I have grown, a perishable product is not going to last. Even if I'm getting 1 rupee, I will sell it because tomorrow it will be worthless. Correct or not? And if suppose the price increases significantly, then can I increase the supply? No. If I'm producing, let's say, a pen's refill, if I'm producing a toothpaste, if I'm producing a perfume, and the demand for these increases, overnight I can run my factory double shift, I can produce and supply it in the market. So that's why you'll find that the market price is never volatile for these goods. कभी सुना है क्या डिओड्रेंट 100 रुपए की जगह 1000 रुपए का मिल रहा है? नहीं मिल रहा है. बट अनियन का होता है 20 रुपए की जगह 200 रुपए में मिल रहा है. होता है. That is 1000% increase. Why you will not find in other goods? Why? Because whenever demand increases, supply will increase. Supply in the short run can be easily met. So that's why when there is volatile, price will become volatile for any good if there is a big difference between demand and supply. That doesn't happen in every good. So I have grown tomatoes, the demand for tomato increases. I cannot supply tomato overnight. Can I do that? So whatever be the price, the same quantity will be supplied. But in the long run, remember, in the long run, I can increase the supply of even perishable good by buying more land area and everything. Correct. So we say for perishable and agriculture goods, we have a short period or very short period market. But there are some things whose supply can never be increased. Doesn't matter whether its demand is increasing or not. Land supply can never be increased. Antiques, all right, clear. So it again can never be increased. Then comes expansion and contraction. Same logic will be applicable in case of elasticity or in case of supply as well. When I say increase, when they change in price, we call it increase or decrease in price. So we call it increase or decrease or change in quantity supplied. But supply can also change due to taxes, subsidies, cost of production, technology, and any other thing, but not the price. We call it increase or decrease. But what you have to remember here is in case of diagram. In case of diagram, so one thing you need to know, when in case of demand or in case of supply, when price is increasing, in both cases we move up the slope. But movement up the slope on a downward sloping curve will lead to contraction, and movement up the slope on an upward sloping curve will lead to expansion. When I'm moving down on a downward sloping curve, it will lead to expansion. When I move down on a upward sloping curve, it will lead to contraction. So movement to same ही होगा, outcome different होगा. So if suppose this is the price of the commodity P0 and this is quantity supplied, pay attention. Now when the price increases from P0 to P1, you will find quantity supplied is increasing from Q0 to Q1. So this is the point, this is the point. So this will be my supply curve. So I was here over and then I moved here. So देखो, price has gone up. I have moved up on the slope. Up move किया ना? Up move will cause expansion. In case of demand curve, up move led to contraction. And when the price will fall down from P0 to P2, then you move down. So when the price fell down, in case of demand also you move down, but you move down over here led to increase in quantity demanded. When you move down over here, you're moving down, that lead to contraction. So don't get confused here. Again I'll say price increases, demand है, ये याद रखने का. Demand है, quantity demanded rather, quantity supplied. Price is increasing, you are moving up, you are moving up. But here movement up will lead to contraction. I'll not write decrease in quantity demanded, you know contraction is decreasing quantity demanded. But here it will lead to expansion. And when the price will move down, again you'll move down in both the slopes. दोनों में down move करेगा. But here down move lead to expansion and here down move lead to contraction. इससे कंफ्यूज करके आपको रॉन्ग करा देता है ICI आंसर इफ दिस इज नॉट क्लियर. ठीक है, क्लियर है? ऑलराइट, देन we'll look at elasticity of supply. I've given this, no नोट कराया था ये क्लास में, आपको कराया था ना. Now elasticity of supply, remember elasticity of supply is very easy if you have covered already elasticity of demand. Elasticity of supply is nothing but the response of the consumer. One more thing, very important. We come to the concept of complementary good and substitute goods in case of demand, but in case of supply, this concept do not exist. Why? Because let's say I'm talking about complementary goods. If I'm buying a car, I have to buy petrol. I have to buy both. If I'm buying a hardware, I have to buy a software, right? But if I am selling the hardware, do I need to sell the software? If I'm selling the car, do I need to sell petrol as well? तो हर एसी कंपनी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी भी बेचेगा आपको, और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंपनी एसी भी बेचेगा आपको, करेक्ट और नॉट? So the concept of complement if they use or substitute if they use in case of supply, assume ने कि आपको confuse करने का है, alright, वो सिर्फ demand में valid होगा, supply में नहीं. So elasticity of supply, if they don't mention anything, we will assume it to be the relationship between price and quantity supplied. Only difference is here, rather than a positive, you have a negative relation, and we can measure it using proportionate method, same way, but only we write here that elasticity of supply क्या है, percentage change in quantity supplied divided by percentage change in price. That's it. So formula remains exactly the same. That is Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 into P0 divided by P0 minus P1. But only difference is that this is not your quantity demanded, but this is your quantity supplied. As simple as that. All right. And you have 5 degrees of elasticity, same way, E more than 1, less than 1. So understand one thing. In case of demand, if you draw the diagram here, so if suppose if I draw like this, then next demand curve is like this, then next demand curve is like this, then like this, then like this, then like this. So if I mark an arrow over here, arrow के मतलब यहां में मूव कर रहा है. When we talking about this is your demand curve sleep कर रहा है, elasticity is increasing. If I mark the arrow the other way around, elasticity is decreasing. But in the same way, be careful. These are the simple things आपको diagram में confuse करके question wrong करा देगा. If I do the same thing for supply, if I do it like this, then do it like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. And again, if I show the arrow from here to here, यहाँ मूव कर रहा है, सप्लाई ऐसे हो रहा है, So again, elasticity is increasing. Understood? So demand curve upright, elasticity is 0. Supply curve upright, elasticity is 0. Demand curve horizontal, elasticity is infinite. Supply curve infinite, elasticity is infinite. Demand curve, it becoming is sloping down and down and down and down and down. Elasticity is increasing, 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 infinite. Elasticity decreasing, 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 0. And in case of supply curve, ये ऐसे ऐसे नहीं होता, ये ऐसे ऐसे होता. कोई डांस मूव कर लेने का. Demand and supply. So supply, again, this is your again perfectly elastic supply curve. So now it is increasing. देखो वो डिमांड था, ये सप्लाई है. इलास्टिसिटी इज डिक्रीजिंग 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 इलास्टिसिटी. अब ये ऐसे नहीं होगा, ऐसे हो गया तो ये डिमांड कब होगा. राइट. अंडरस्टूड. अब ये ऐसे मूव कर सकता है, मैक्सिमम स्ट्रेट हो सकता है. राइट. स्ट्रेट होके आप वो स्ट्रेट लाइन है वो ऐसे हो सकता है, उसके नीचे नहीं जा सकता है. So keep in mind elasticity when it increases and when it decreases. समझ में आया? क्लियर है? नो प्रॉब्लम. तो पहले आप डायग्राम में देखेगा, पहले देखेगा कि पहले डिमांड कब है, सप्लाई कब है. उसके बाद पता चल गया डिमांड कब है, तो देखने का उसका स्लोप कैसा है. ज्यादा सोता, ज्यादा उठता, ज्यादा सोता ई मोर देन वन, ज्यादा उठता ई लेस देन वन. और सप्लाई कब में सेम लॉजिक. क्लियर? नाउ इन केस ऑफ आर्क मेथड एंड पॉइंट मेथड द लॉजिक इज सेम. When there is a small change in quantity supplied, due to a small change in price, we use point method. Otherwise, big change, we use arc method. In case of formula, in case of arc method, the formula exactly remains the same. That is Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 plus Q1 into P0 plus P1 by P0 minus P1. But in case of point method, now remember in supply you don't have outlay method because outlay is related to expenditure of the consumer. In case of production or supply, we think about not the expenditure of the seller is nothing but the cost of production. So we'll study production in another unit. So point method, if you want to find out elasticity of supply, what was the formula? dq by dp into p by q, where dq by dp you were in differentiating quantity with respect to price. P is price and q is quantity. Now in this case they will be giving you a sum, and in the form of a supply function. Let's say supply function is q equals to 5 plus 10p, and where p is equals to rupees 5 given. All right. Find out elasticity of supply. So just keep this in mind. Whatever is with p, that is your dq by dp. So it means your dq by dp is equals to 10. Right. If I want to find out the value of quantity, don't you think 5 plus 10 into p का value कितना है? 5 है. Into 5 if I do, I can find out the value of quantity is 55. So you've got all three things that you need to know. dq by dp you have found out, price was given, quantity you have found out. So if I simply put it in the formula, dq by dp is 10 into p is 5, q is 55, you got your answer, whatever the answer. If I change this equation, q equals to minus 10 plus 2p, and where p is equals to rupees 15. Then if I have to find out the elasticity of supply, what is the value of dq by dp? 2 into p. What is the value of p? 15. What is the value of q? 15 into 2, that is 30, minus 10, that is 20. So that goes 10, and 1.5 is the value of elasticity. All right. So that is under point method. Then we come to the concept of equilibrium. Right. Now equilibrium is a point wherein demand is equals to supply, we have seen. So this is the supply and this is the demand curve. This is P is the equilibrium price and Q is the equilibrium quantity. But this Q is both equilibrium quantity demanded and supplied. Now due to competition among the sellers, what will happen? They will reduce the price. When they reduce the price, what will happen? The quantity demanded, let's say price fall down to P1. So if I take this line from here, you see demand supply decreases from Q to QDD1, whereas supply decreases, demand increases from QSS1. Demand increases from Q to QDD1. So this is what we have learned now. If I take only the demand curve, decrease in price, what happens? Decrease in price, you move down on the slope leading to expansion, right or wrong? So, and if we erase the demand curve and decrease in price, we go down on the slope of the supply curve also. It means what? Contraction. So that's what the law of demand and law of supply says. When the price will fall down, you move down on the slope. You move down on the slope of both demand and the supply curve. But when you go down on the slope of the demand curve, it will lead to expansion. When you go down on the slope of the supply curve, it will lead to contraction. So यहाँ expansion हो गया, यहाँ contraction हो गया. So don't you think there will be excess demand over supply? And excess demand over supply is the difference between QDD1 and QSS1. So when there is excess demand over supply, whatever the sellers are producing is readily sold in the market. So what they will do, they will increase the price. And when they are increasing the price, they will increase the quantity supplied. And when they are increasing quantity supplied and price, they have become a very profitable business. What will happen? New sellers will also enter the market. So as the price goes on increasing from P1 and it approaches, let's say P2, then what will happen? Demand will fall down from here to here. You move up on the slope of the demand curve leading to contraction, whereas supply will increase from here to here. You move up on the slope of the supply curve leading to expansion. So when I draw this line here and you see here what has happened, now this is your QDD2. So can I say demand has fallen down from DD1 to DD2? यहाँ से demand यहाँ पर आ गया. Contraction on demand. That's what happened when the price increases. And when I extend this line further, what happens? You see, it is the supply curve. So this is your QSS2. So what has happened to the supply? Supply has increased from QSS1 to QSS2. So you move from here to here, demand demand is decreasing, and you move here to here. What is happening now? You move from here to here, supply is increasing, and here to here, demand is decreasing. So you have excess supply over demand. When there is excess supply over demand, there will be downward pressure on the price. So what happens? Constantly the price will keep changing and the market will be keep switching on between equilibrium and disequilibrium. So this is the concept of equilibrium. Then it comes to the concept of, again, from here equilibrium, again you will get one question, and next one again you will get one question, movement of the curve. It means you can get from here 1 to 2 questions as well. So here what happens? They can ask you that demand is increasing and supply remains constant. What will happen to price and what will happen to quantity? So if we draw the demand curve and the supply curve, see, supply hai, demand hai, and this is the equilibrium price and quantity. If demand is increasing, then demand curve will shift to the right. When I shift the demand curve here, it hits the supply curve over here. So what happens? Quantity is increasing, and what happens to price? This is also increasing. So price will increase and quantity will also increase. If you reverse this, if demand decreases, supply remains constant, then price will also decrease and quantity will also decrease. So if suppose if I change this and demand now falls down, demand curve shifts to the left. So where does it hit the old supply curve? Over here? Quantity is decreasing and price is also decreasing. But when I take supply for that matter, if suppose if I write here, demand is remaining constant and supply increases. So in this case, what will happen? You'll find that the price will fall down. This is the supply, this is the demand, equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity. Now the supply is increasing. It means there is a rightward shift in the supply curve. Rightward shift in the supply curve is here over here, no, not over there. So supply curve shifts here. SS1, what happens here? Quantity is increasing, but price is decreasing. And if I reverse this, if I say supply decreases, supply curve moving to the left, you see price is increasing, quantity is decreasing. So in this case, we can say that price increases and price decreases and quantity increases. But if it's other way around, then price will increase and quantity will decrease, like in this case. But the main question is, if they ask you if there is increase in both demand and supply, then what will be the answer? You don't know. Quantity will increase. So either demand or supply increases or both increases, quantity will always increase. But the question is, if demand increases and increase in demand is equal to increase in supply, then price will remain constant. If increase in demand is greater than increase in supply, then price will fall down. And if demand is increasing but increase in supply is more than increase in demand, then price will decrease. Quantity, what happened? Price increase. So, but quantity here in all the cases increase. So quantity is not a problem. Quantity is not a problem. You have to determine what the price is. Reverse कर देगा तो same हो जाएगा. If demand is decreasing and decrease in demand is equal to decrease in supply, again price remains constant. If demand decreases and it decreases more than supply, then price will also decrease. And if demand decreases but supply is decreasing more than demand, then price will increase. And quantity in all the cases will decrease. Quantity will decrease, quantity will decrease, quantity. All right, clear hai? So this is what we have learned here. So now let's come down to theory of consumer behavior. Consumer behavior revolves around utility. Now utility has got nothing to do with the usefulness of commodity. So if they use the word useful in the option, not answer. Because even socially harmful goods like cigarette and alcohol will give you some amount. Utility is the want satisfying power of any commodity. We say that human beings cannot create utility. They cannot create matter. They can only create utility. They can only add utility, but you cannot create anything out of nothing. So utility can be divided broadly into three categories. I've told you. Form utility. Form utility is created wherein a intermediate good is transformed into a finished product. Cotton converted into cotton shirt. So that is form utility. Time utility is when the goods are made available at the point in time when they are demanded. When you try to book, order something on Amazon and you say delivery next week, you will quickly start searching for delivery tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Kaun de raha hai? You're ordering food on Swiggy, delivery time 1.5 hours. Will you order? Some may order, can wait, but majority will not order. आपको कम से कम time चाहिए. Time is important. So when anybody makes the good available to you at a point in time when it is demanded, that is known as time utility. Place utility. I've told you, production is not only production of tangible goods, even intangible services will be considered as production. You will become a CA, you will provide the services to the client who come to you. That client may want an audit to be done to honest financial statement, or you will provide them tax consultancy or investment advisory. कुछ भी आपसे वो service लेगा. So he's consuming your service, he's not consuming you. So he is going to pay for it. In a country like India, more than two-third of the GDP it comes from the service sector. More than two-third. And there was a time, if you go, that's what transition हो रहा है economy में. Go 50, 60 years back, not even 2% of the GDP was coming from service sector. Not even 2. Today, 67, 68% we get from the service industry. So wholesaler, distributor, retailers, they are making the goods available to you at a place of convenience. Amazon is creating what? Place utility. Flipkart, place utility. A seller is selling the phone next to your house. You don't have to go to America to buy an iPhone or to China to buy something. Then he is also giving you services. He is adding place utility. Now utility has been, economists have been fighting, and all of them who are fighting, they all are bloody dead now. But there, whatever they have done, it is also still a economic theory. Utility can be understood from a cardinal point of view or from a ordinal point of view. Cardinal point of view is not considered to be correct by many economists because they say that it's not easy to measure something. Cardinal utility approach, they say that you can measure utility in terms of utils. But the question is, if I consume a cup of tea and I tell you I've got 10 utils, बोला सर प्रूफ करके दिखाओ, बोला मैं जानता आपको 15 मिला है, आप झूठ बोल रहा 10 मिला है. Neither you can prove that I've got 15 utils now, nor I can prove that I've got 10 utils, correct? But I can say that I am satisfied. So I am more satisfied than before, I can say. That you cannot contest, right? So utility, when you try to measure it in numerical terms, that's where you go wrong. Because nobody can say, I love mangoes, no problem. I'll eat mangoes, I'll get satisfied. बोले आदमी सर कितना नंबर दो, बोले पैसा थोड़ी है नंबर देगा. Alright, I can say that mango gives me more satisfaction than oranges. You can say, sir, Samsung phone gives me more satisfaction than OnePlus, no problem. But if you say, sir, Samsung gives me 20% more than iPhones, then again proving becomes difficult. So ordinal utility analysis is considered to be a better approach if they ask you which is a better measure of determination of utility. That is ordinal, because in this case you can rank or compare. You can say I like X more than Y, but how much more you don't say, so you can rank and compare. Cardinal utility analysis was given by many theorists including Gaussian very long time back, but Marshall took all the credit. All right, just like light bulb was not invented by Edison, but Edison was a rich man, so the world knows that Edison invented light bulb. He stole the theoretical work of all his peers, and most of his work that Edison stole would belong to Tesla, not the car that Elon Musk. It's named on him, right? But the world knows that yes, that was the thing. So now Marshall has been credited with this thing, and according to Marshall, the most prominent theory under cardinal approach is law of diminishing marginal utility, law of DMU. Under ordinal approach, Higgs and Allen, these two individuals, very sparingly they keep asking you, and Allen they give what is known as indifference curve or ISO utility curve, indifference curve analysis. Now, under law of diminishing marginal utility, the theory says that as you go on consuming more and more, marginal utility, it means what? Additional utility that you derive from what? From one additional unit that you consume. But every unit we consume gives us lesser and lesser satisfaction. How much lesser we cannot measure. That's where the theory goes wrong. But the theory is correct to say that every other unit we consume will give us lesser satisfaction. ये correct है. But measure करने का वो incorrect हो जाता. Because nobody can measure. I can eat one gulab jamun, it gives me satisfaction. The second one will give me less. If you ask me, sir, how much less, I cannot say. So somewhere hypothetical numbers have to be put into. So under diminishing marginal utility, we say that if suppose this is the units of goods consumed, this is the marginal utility and this is the total utility. When I'm not consuming anything, nothing is giving me satisfaction. But if I consume one unit, and let's say if I get 10 utils, so TU is 10. So TU and MU curve will begin from the same point. That's what we know from this. But when I say consume second one, it may give us less. So total utility is nothing but the summation of marginal utility. Total is nothing but the summation of its marginal. So यहाँ पर क्या हो जाएगा 18. Third unit will give me lesser satisfaction. This will become 24. Fourth unit will give me even lesser satisfaction. This will become 28. Fifth unit will give me even lesser satisfaction. This will become 30. And sixth unit will not give me anyone. So my total utility remains constant. I should not go consume beyond this point, because this is where I've reached the point of saturation wherein my MU is 0 and TU is maximum. I'm totally satisfied. A rational consumer will stop there. But if he is forced to consume, he will not consume himself. But if he is forced to consume, then what will happen? He will get a negative satisfaction. So when I add to the previous total, a minus 2, it becomes 28. Alright. So what happens here, if I put this into a diagram, you'll get a diagram like this. Here is the utility and here is the consumption. So this is your total utility and this is the marginal utility. And you see at the point wherein your TU is maximum, when I drop down a line, you'll find it will hit over here. So this is the point where TU is maximum corresponding at the same point mu is 0. This is known as the point of saturation. So this is the point when you're totally satisfied. You've saturated all the potential of that particular commodity to give you any more satisfaction. You'll stop at that point. Because if you go on consuming beyond that point, what happens here? Tu begins to fall down. So if I drop down a line over here, mu has become negative. So what are the questions from here? They will ask you first of all that when tu is increasing, mu is falling, but it remains positive. When tu is maximum, then mu equals to 0. And when tu is falling, then mu will be negative. And last one, what I wrote, mu curve is also known as demand curve of consumer. Why? Not because it is downward sloping, but for the reason that I've told you in the beginning, that demand is the willingness or to desire to buy. But my willingness or desire to buy any commodity depends upon the utility that I'm going to get. The moment I go on consuming, the utility goes on decreasing, so my willingness will also go on decreasing. And the moment the utility becomes 0, it means my willingness is gone. And when I'm not willing to buy any commodity, then the demand for that particular commodity will be 0. So it is the mu which gives willingness to the consumer to buy any particular commodity. Understood? Now, this utility has law has certain exception. Now इसमें plus and minus 1 mark है. पूछ भी सकता, नहीं भी पूछ सकता, easy है. But when is an exception to the law of marginal utility? When we know that as consumption increases, mu must fall, correct? So when there is an exception, then due to increase in consumption, marginal utility must increase. When it will happen? It will happen in case of wealth and money. All right, 1 crore rupees given to you, it will give you more satisfaction. 2 crore will give you even more satisfaction. Nityananda, 3 crore more satisfaction. All right, it will not give you less. Otherwise, the world would have become a beautiful place. Mukesh Ambani would have said, all right, all of you have come to do CA. I've made too much of money. I don't want it. 50 crore rupees to each of you. Oh, right. Clear. So the answer is no. He is not going to do that because he said that I want to remain. I have become the richest man, but many a times ये छोटा भाई जो है अदानी उस मेरे को क्रॉस कर जाता है, फिर नीचे आ जाता है, फिर क्रॉस कर जाता है, फिर नीचे आ जाता है. So I will want to become the richest man in the world, right? Here, so that I can have my grandchildren get married 20 times in 1 year. My son got married 3 times. No, with the same person, but okay, I mean, 3 events happened. अभी मुकेश अंबानी देखना ग्रैंड सन का मैरिज है 2015 2050 से स्टार्ट 2060 से स्टार्ट होगा 2075 तक प्री वेडिंग सेरेमनी चलेगा. ऑलराइट, उसके बाद फिर मैरिज करेगा. So somebody asked me, what if they are getting divorced? Then these are rich people, they can also initiate the process of pre-divorce ceremony. और यार गेस्ट लोग को बुलाओ और गेस्ट लोग को इस बार खाना नहीं मिलेगा, मिठाई मिलेगा. Every guest entering the hall will be slapped. There is a restaurant in Japan, by the way, wherein people go. There is a rush over there, and the waiters there, they will slap you. Yes, you don't know. This world has become a weird place. Even Japanese, देखो एक होता है ना Americans धीरे धीरे पागल होते हैं. लेकिन in case of efficiency, in case of madness, nobody can beat Japan. बोलेगा अमेरिकन तो अभी पागल होना शुरू किया, हम तो पागल पैदा ही हुआ. So in the restaurant there are people who will slap you. अंदर जाएगा, खाना अच्छा लगा, हाँ very good, and you will do like this, slap, tat tat tat. You've not seen it. I thought it's a prank. Then मेरे को ये सब इंफॉर्मेशन रहता है तो मैं थोड़ा रिसर्च करता है, बोलता अरे हाँ ऐसा शोरूम है. So now please pay attention. So in case of addictive goods also it will not work out, like alcohol, cigarette or drugs, and in case of hobbies and passion also it will not work. So in all these cases what will happen? As the consumption increases, marginal utility will increase rather than falling. You like to play cricket, you go on playing and it will give you more and more satisfaction. If you rather than decreasing, it goes on increasing. Now, then an extension again from here plus or minus 1 of, no, यहाँ से तो plus question ही आएगा, sorry. Theory of consumer equilibrium and consumer surplus. So what is theory of consumer equilibrium? See, consumer surplus, first of all, consumer surplus is nothing but the difference between MU and price. Now, if I am willing to buy any commodity, don't you think, can I say price does not matter? Demand is created only when you have the willingness to buy, but not at every price. If the price is more than what you deem is the worth of the good, then you will not buy. Because the worth of the good is the satisfaction that you expect to derive. If I expect to derive, let's say, 50,000 rupees worth of satisfaction from a mobile phone, then I will be willing to pay 50,000 rupees for that phone. And when I went to the market, I found out that this phone is available not at 50,000 but at rupees 40,000, the same thing that I wanted. Now this will make me happy. Why? Because I was willing to pay 50,000 rupees, because I in my mind thought that the worth of the phone is 50,000. That's why I'm willing to pay. If you ask somebody, if you take a general survey and ask that, that coffee available at Starbucks sold at 650 rupees or 700 rupees, is it worth it? Some people will say, yes, it's worth it. Many people will say, no, 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 it's not worth it. Now, those people who are saying worth it, I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm saying those people who are saying worth it, it means in my mind, in their mind, they know that इससे मेरे को इतना satisfaction मिलेगा. कॉफी से नहीं मिलेगा तो ग्लास से मिलेगा, but satisfaction मिलेगा मेरे को. So I'm willing to pay 650 rupees. But if you go and ask a rational person that is it worth it, he'll say no, it's not worth it. Because 50 का मैं 650 क्यों देगा? Correct? Same way, and for everything that it's a subjectivity. आप घर में आरओ पानी पियो या एक्वापीना का आरओ खरीदो. You can say you are willing to pay 20 rupees because you think it's worth 20 rupees. But if I offer you a black water at 500 rupees a bottle, काला पानी, राइट, पीते हैं लोग ना अल्कलाइन. ये जो ना, एक देखो कंपनी को प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी चाहिए होता है ना, तो एक नया नया इंड्यूसमेंट करता है. अभी क्या इंड्यूसमेंट है? सीड्स खाओ, सीड्स खाओ, चिया सीड खाओ, ये सीड खाओ, सनफ्लावर सीड खाओ. You are born a human being. We have evolved from monkeys, right? So if you want to eat your, I mean, healthy रहेगा भाई, घर का रोटी खाओ, दाल खाओ, healthy रहेगा. But people are buying seeds. Seed खाएगा भी, भर भर के seed खाएगा. How? They are willing to pay. Can you imagine? And the world has become upside down. Let's say, for example, sunflower oil is available at a cheaper price than the sunflower seed. So, the raw material is available at a higher price than the bloody final product, because you are pushing up the demand. So people are willing to pay 50,000, but they paid 50,000, 40,000. So don't you think you are at a surplus? Because you will get a satisfaction worth 50,000, but you are paying 40,000 to 10,000 is the surplus for you. But if you went to the market and the price is also 50,000, then you are at an equilibrium. So consumer surplus is only when the marginal utility is greater than price, then what you will get is the consumer surplus. But when MU is equal to price, you will get consumer equilibrium. Now there can never be a possibility wherein MU is lower than price, because if this is lower than price, it can happen, but in that case demand will not exist. Why will I pay some amount of money for something that's not worth it? Alright. Even if suppose somebody has crores of rupees, you have crores of rupees, and say ये black mango लेगा क्या, 15 लाख रुपए का मिलता है. Most of the people will not buy. मैं क्या करेगा? काला मैंगो है, मैंगो ही तो है, why the hell I'll pay 15 lakh rupees? But many people say नहीं, टेस्ट करते हैं, worth it. All right. So consumer will never be want to be at a deficit. If you are paying 15 lakh for a mango, still you are at consumer equilibrium because you think that you can derive 15 lakh rupees worth of satisfaction from that mango. Just like that individual who thought I can derive satisfaction from a banana on a wall for which I am willing to pay 60, 65, 70 crore rupees. और for that person invisible है, invisible painting के लिए पैसा spend किया. All right. Now next thing. Now the question comes with regard to ordinal approach. Under ordinal approach, we study about indifference curve. Indifference curve. One thing is why we call it indifferent, because at every point on the curve you will get same amount of satisfaction. So indifference curve shows different combination of two goods. Why we are choosing two goods? Because in a two-dimensional diagram you cannot have more than two. Right, but that doesn't mean that we will consume only two goods. We will consume several goods, so you'll have several indifference clubbed together. We will call it as indifference map. But at a time we will always try to find out consumption between good X and good Y, and it will be downward sloping. It means whether I take point A, point B, point C or point D, it does not matter, the satisfaction will be the same. Only difference is the combination of goods. Here I'm consuming more of X and less of Y. In case of D, I'm consuming, sorry, here I'm consuming more of Y and less of X, more of Y and less of X. And here I'm consuming more of X and less of Y. But the satisfaction is same. Because whatever I've given up in terms of decrease in the consumption of Y, that has I've gained from the increase in the consumption of X. So, and from the same schedule they keep asking questions. I've given you combination of goods kya tha, and good Y, and then good X, and then marginal rate of substitution between Y and X. So what did we said? That there are four combination and you are consuming 12 units of Y and 1 unit of X. Then you give up uh, 6 units of Y to increase it to 2 units of X, to increase it by 1 unit. Then you give up here 2 units of X to increase it by again 1 unit of Y. X increase कर रहा है. And then you give up 1 more unit of Y to increase 1 unit of X. So what has happened here? Remember one thing. When you continue to consume more of good Y, why you are consuming more of good Y? Because good Y holds more satisfaction for you. Marginal utility will be applicable here also, even though this is based on ordinal utility. When I'm consuming more of Y, because mu of Y is more than X, but when I go on consuming more and more of Y, don't you think the satisfaction that I derive from Y is going to fall down? And mu of Y will fall down below mu of X. It's not that mu of X is increasing, but why is mu will fall down below? So mu works in both ways. As I go on increasing my consumption, mu is going to fall. As I go on giving the consumption, mu will increase. So now what has happened? Mu of Y was here and mu of X was here. So I was consuming more of Y. When I go on consuming 12 units of Y all the time, what will happen? Mu of Y will fall down below mu of X. So now I want to replace. Now I gave up 6 units of Y because I'm fed up from consumption of Y. So I'm willing to give up more. As I give up more, what will happen? Mu of Y will increase now. But I'm increasing the consumption of X. So mu of X will decrease. Now you have already given up 6 units. It means I'm not as dissatisfied as before. So I want to give up less of Y. Still, why? Because still mu of X is higher. So now I give up 2 units of Y. Again, mu of Y will increase, and increase the consumption of X, mu of X will decrease. And then when I again give up mu of Y, give up Y, mu of Y will increase and mu of X is decreased. Now what has happened? Now you will get fed up from consumption of X. So you will give up now X, because now mu of Y is higher because you have given up too much of Y. So you increase the consumption of Y again and decrease the consumption of X. So what will happen then? Then again, as you go on increasing the consumption of Y, mu of Y will decrease. Increase the consumption of X, mu of X will, increase the consumption of X, mu of X will go on decrease. So always up and down hoga. So here I'm giving up minus Y. So mu of Y will increase little bit. And here plus 1. So mu of X will decrease. Again I give up. Again mu of Y will increase. So I'm giving up less, because as I'm giving up, its mu is increasing. And as I'm consuming more and more, its mu is decreasing. Again, if I give up, mu of Y increases and mu of X is decreasing. So now what you'll do? Abhi, you have come to a situation, mu of X is here, mu of Y is here. Now you'll do again, replace it. अभी ज्यादा x कंज्यूम करेगा तो mu of y x, ज्यादा y कंज्यूम करेगा तो mu of y will again fall, and और कम x कंज्यूम करेगा तो mu of y x will increase. Again go on consuming and this will. So this way you keep swinging between the consumption of both the goods all the time. That's what we say. One thing human cannot change is their power to make choice, and you will make choice every single day. So what happens now? What is marginal rate of substitution? Marginal rate of substitution, again, we are talking about the rate at which we give up consumption of Y in order to increase the consumption of X by 1 unit. So here I have given up 6 units of Y to increase the consumption of X by 1 unit. So marginal rate of substitution is 6. Then we give up 2 to increase 1, marginal rate of substitution is 2. Then we give up 1 to increase 1, marginal rate of substitution is 1. Now if I ask you, why is it so marginal rate of substitution is diminishing? Because after you give up Y, then you are not much fed up from Y. So you want to give up lesser of Y. So what you are giving up, its mu is increasing, and that's why you want to give up less and less. That's why it goes on diminishing. Now the question comes, sir, you have increased it by 1. Can you increase it by 2 and calculate marginal rate of substitution? Yes, I can increase it by 3 as well here. So it means by 2 as well. So now what is my marginal rate of substitution? Marginal rate of substitution 3, because it's always calculated as a point of 1. So 6 units of Y I have given up to increase X by 2 unit. So in order to increase X by 1 unit, I have to give up 3 unit. I can increase it to even 4, that is plus 3. Then what will be the marginal rate of substitution? It will be 2. All right. So if I nothing. If I have to plot this into a diagram, how would it look like? You see, first you are consuming 12 units of Y and 1 unit of X, correct? 12 units of Y, 12 units of Y and 1 unit of X. Then you give up 6 units of Y to increase consumption of X by another 1 unit. Then you give up 2 units of X to increase the consumption of Y, by 3. And then you give up only 1 unit of Y to increase the consumption by the same margin. So what happens here, when I join these points, you will find that of course it is a downward sloping curve, but it is convex to the origin. Why it is convex to the origin? Because we are giving up initially huge amount to increase it by 1 unit, and then we are giving up lesser because diminishing marginal rate of substitution. So then now we comes to, this is your indifference curve. The characteristic of indifference curve, from where one question will be asked. Now this one I have written, it will be included in the characteristic itself. All right. So 2 questions from characteristics. Sometimes they also even ask you 3 questions. So plus 2 to लिखो और plus minus 1 कर दो उसमें. So what are these? Downward sloping. Every point on the same indifference curve will give you same level of satisfaction. Pehla characteristic. It is negatively sloped because increase in the consumption of one commodity will lead to decrease in consumption of. Third, they will ask you the reason as well. It is convex to the origin wide because of diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Higher indifference curve will contain higher number of goods, so it will give you more satisfaction and vice versa. Two indifference curves should never intersect one another, because when they intersect, they start giving the same satisfaction. That is not a possibility. And an indifference curve will neither touch x or y axis, because when it touches y axis, consumption of x becomes 0, and when it touches x axis, consumption of y becomes 0. So you cannot compare, because for comparison you have to consume at least two commodities. And very frequently asked question is that if the household income is increasing, then what will happen? We have covered this, no? I think. Will you move from point A to B, or will you move from point A to C? Point A to C. Because increase in consumption, everybody will wants to be maximum satisfaction. Everybody will try to derive. So you can be only increasing your satisfaction, not remaining on the same indifference curve, but jumping from a lower to a higher indifference, right? And vice versa. Then we come to what is known as two things, again part of characteristic only. In case of two commodities which are perfect substitute, then when they are perfect substitute, what will happen? It doesn't matter if I'm talking about the combination of good y and good x. I can consume 10 units and 2 units, or 8 units and 4 units, or 6 units and 6 units, or 4 units and uh, 4 units and 8 units, or 2 units and 10 units. So whether I'm at over here or over here, it does not matter. So I'm giving up same amount of y as I increase the consumption of x. So what will be the marginal rate of substitution? It will be 1, constant ho jayega, because these two commodities are perfect substitute. When that is the case, then the indifference curve will become a downward sloping straight line. क्यों? देखो यहाँ पर the gap between the x axis and the y axis will be constant. जितना मैं गिव अप कर रहा है x में y में, उतना मैं increase किया x में. So when I connect these points, you will get a downward sloping straight line rather than a convex shape curve. Alright, clear hai? But when two commodities are perfect substitute, like consumption of petrol and car, then it will be a straight line. Why it's straight line? Because I can increase the consumption of car by driving it in kilometers only after increasing the petrol over. If I decrease the petrol, then consumption of car will also fall down. So if they ask you when an indifference curve consists of two lines or L-shaped or right angle, it is in case of perfect complement, not substitute. Substitute means downward sloping. Then we come to the budget line. Budget line is also known as price line. So a budget line is also a downward sloping but straight line connecting the x and the y axis. And there can be several points on the budget line. They are not equidistant, of course. So it could be A, B, C, D, F, G, H, doesn't matter. But wherever I am on the budget line, I'm spending the same amount of rupee. So here also 1000, here also 1000, here also 1000, everywhere I'm spending 1000 only. 1000 only. Only difference is in case of A, I'm spending all my money on consumption of Y. In case of H, I'm spending all my money on consumption of X. In between, if I'm over here, I'm spending more money on Y and less on X. And here I'm spending more on X and less on Y. So I can only increase the consumption of X by decreasing the consumption of Y. What is the reason? Because everybody has limited income. So that's why we call it as a budget constraint line. Everybody will have a budget. And when they make a budget, they will stick to that budget. Don't you think you go and ask your parents, सब चीज के लिए बजट होता है, बाहर घूमने जाने उसका बजट है, गाड़ी खरीदने का उसका बजट है, ग्रोसरी का बजट है. Whenever the budget explodes in anything, in anything, they have to cut down the consumption of something else. So their income is not increased, right? So downward sloping curve hai, but every point gives you same amount of expenditure incurred. Any point outside the budget line shows overspending, and inside the budget line shows underspending. Nobody will want to be. So overspending nahi karega, no problem, not possible. Why can't I underspend? I've told you the reason for it. Why can't I underspend? Who can tell me? I can underspend. No. I've made a budget to spend 10,000 rupees on a combination of good and X and Y. but now I'm spending only 7,500. I will not do that. Why? Because I have made the budget. No, when I have to spend 7,500 rupees, then I will make a budget line like this, a lower budget line. When I have decided, government did not fix my budget. क्या लगता है क्या मोदी जी आके बोलेंगे कि हाँ भैया गोवा जा रहा है ट्रिप पे, ये इतना बजट होना मांगता? देन यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड मोदी जी बहुत फिक्स कर दिए, मेरा इतना बजट नहीं है. करेक्ट? मोदी जी इज नॉट फिक्सिंग, नाइदर योर नेबर इज फिक्सिंग. Correct? Right? So who is fixing? You are fixing. If you are fixing your own budget, then why the hell you'll spend under? I mean, you spend less money. हाँ? डिस्काउंट होगा तो आप कंज्यूम ज्यादा करेगा, उतने ही स्पेंड करेगा, बजट में ही रहेगा. क्या होटल में तेरे को डिस्काउंट मिल गया, यू हैव बजटेड फॉर 10 days स्टे इन गोवा, 10,000 रुपीज पर डे, 1 लाख रुपीज लगेगा, 20% डिस्काउंट मिल गया, 80,000 होगा. तो क्या करेगा तू? Either you will stay 1 day or 2 day more, or you will use it to buy something else. Correct? क्योंकि आपको डिस्काउंट मिल गया. And if permanently if the price will fall down, then you will reform your budget. For example, household used to make a telephone budget. Before Geo, it used to be 2,000, 3,000 in a month. Now the household after Geo makes a budget of 600 rupees in a month. Correct? When household income increased, their budget also increased. Now in the house there was no AC, so your budget for electricity bill was between 500 to 700. Now in 4 rooms, 3 rooms have AC. So do you think 500 700 budget में हो जाएगा? No, you have to increase your budget to 3 AC में 5,000 to 7,000 you have to increase. Correct? Right? So you will increase your budget when you want to spend. So that's why budget line depends on your income as well. Budget line is an outcome of price of good X, price of good Y, and income. If any of these three changes, the budget will also. All right, clear? You see, in Indian people now they are saying that अभी मैं गोवा जा रहा है, तो गोवा में ट्रिप में करने को जितना पैसा लगता है उतना ही में थाईलैंड हो जाएगा. भाई मन में तो मतलब there are so many good places in Thailand that Indians do not go. Right? So many good places. वो बैंकॉक में जाके पटाया में जाके टाइम वेस्ट कर दिया. From one city to another city you are going. You go to Koh Tao Island, you will not find one Indian. Beautiful. Koh Samui Island, very beautiful, but you will not find Indian. उन्हें पूरा वेकेंट है, इतना ब्यूटीफुल सीनरी है नहीं, बट उनको बैंकॉक में ही जाने का है, पता है. एंड दैट्स व्हाई यू सी व्हाट हैज हैपेंड. थाईलैंड हैड सेड नो वीजा फी फॉर इंडियंस. थाईलैंड हैज बिकम वीजा फ्री. इंडिया से बोला ड्रग एडिक्ट को भी बुलाएगा मैं, उसको भी देगा, तो कोई प्रॉब्लम. नाउ मैरिजुआना इज लीगल इन थाईलैंड, ड्रग्स लीगल कर दिया थाईलैंड में. तो नाउ question comes here that remember the characteristic. Now this is based on cardinal concept, remember, because you can measure the amount spent. And then one more time they will confuse you. If you are spending the same amount of money or everywhere on the budget line, are you same way satisfied? Is your satisfaction also same along all the points? The answer is yes or no. The answer is no, because now from a different perspective also you can look at consumer equilibrium. A consumer is said to be at equilibrium when he is deriving the maximum possible satisfaction. Maximum मेरे को satisfaction derive करने का. So it will happen at the point where he is deriving the maximum possible, that is means highest possible, but indifference curve पे है वो. Say for example, if you remember this, and these are several points. Now this is your IC1, IC2, IC3, IC4 and IC5. Can I say that every higher indifference curve will give me more satisfaction by the property? But here we see all the point, if I mark here, F, G and H here. Does it give same level of satisfaction as well? No. If you are, let's say, at point A and you found out that point A will give me a satisfaction by spending, let's say everywhere is spending 10,000 rupees. By spending 10,000 rupees only, if I make an adjustment between X and Y, that wherein I will increase the consumption of X and decrease the consumption of Y, jump to point B. So my expenditure remains same, but my satisfaction increases. Why? Because when you make a jump from A to B, you're jumping from a lower to a higher indifference curve, but you're not jumping from a lower to a higher budget line. Correct? You can also jump from A to F. If you are at G, then you can jump from G to F. When you have jumped from IC1 to IC2, any of the point, B or F, you find out that there is a possibility I can arrange more better and I can get more satisfaction. So again, I am jumping from a higher to from a lower to a higher indifference curve, but I'm not jumping to a higher budget line. So expenditure is again same, but satisfaction is more. Now, if you are a rational consumer and you find out that without increasing even 1 rupee of expenditure, there is a possibility I can increase my satisfaction. Will you want to do it or not? Of course, you want to do it. So you will keep jumping and finally you reach this point. Now, this is the point wherein you have achieved equilibrium. So equilibrium is the point wherein the consumer is getting maximum possible satisfaction. It happens when the price line or budget line is tangent, because all other point intersection at this point is tangent. Tangent to the highest possible indifference curve. Highest possible word क्यों? Because highest तो ये है but possible नहीं है. Any point on IC5 will give me more satisfaction, but that is not a possibility. So by arranging, mixing and matching, I can go on jumping from a lower to a higher indifference curve and my satisfaction will increase. So at this point, can I say that slope of price line or budget line is equal to slope of indifference curve? And what did I tell you? This also indicates that marginal utility of X depends on the price of X. At this point, it is equalized with the marginal utility of Y with the price of Y. At all other points, you have either this situation or you have either this situation. Well, sir, why marginal utility and price? Because you understand, demand is created, but demand is created due to two things. First, the satisfaction that I'm expected to derive and the price that I'm willing to pay. Don't you think if there is a change in price, then my consumer surplus will change? Yes or no? Let's say, for example, if suppose this is the price, right? If suppose price यहाँ है, this is marginal utility and this is your consumer surplus. Price was rupees 100, marginal utility was, let's say, 150, consumer surplus was 50. Now, if suppose price increases to 120, मेरा satisfaction तो उतना ही रहेगा ना भाई. Whether you buy an orange at 10 rupees or you buy an orange at 20 rupees, do you think a 20 rupees orange will be more sweeter? Will give you more satisfaction? No. So my marginal utility remains same, but my consumer surplus falls down. And when my consumer surplus falls down, then my willingness will not be there much. It means if at 100 rupees I was willing to buy 10 oranges, at 120 rupees I'm willing to buy only 7 oranges. Understood? Because increase in price, remember, increase in price will lead to decrease in the consumer surplus. Whereas when price decreases, let's say from 100 to 70 rupees, again my marginal utility will be same. The oranges are available at a discount. Do you think quality will deteriorate? अच्छा, मैं orange खरीदा है, कम दाम का है, तो कम sweet होगा. Not necessary. Same orange is available. So now what is your consumer surplus here? That will be 80. So can I say when price decreases, then consumer surplus will increase? So price and consumer surplus has an inverse relation. So decrease in price, increase in consumer surplus. Tell me when my willingness will be more or less to buy? My willingness will increase. Correct? And if price increases, consumer surplus decreases, my willingness will decrease. So can I say marginal utility of X and price of X are connected, because my willingness to buy more will not be there if there is a change in price. And if there is a fall in price, my MU is same, then I'll get more consumer surplus. My willingness will also increase. So at this point, you have this kind of a situation. Clear? That's an end of chapter. Let's begin with chapter 3. So I'll not cover the easy part. What are the characteristics of land, labor, and capital? Straight away, we'll jump to production function. Right. All right. Now, production function. What is production function? Production function is a relationship between input and output. All right. And when I say production function is relationship, sorry, between dependent and independent variable. Demand function is a function between price and quantity. Supply function is a supply function between price and quantity supply. Production function is a function between output and inputs, where outputs are dependent on inputs. Inputs are independent. Correct. Inputs are independent factors. Now understand, here we use the word physical input and physical output. They stress on this point. Physical input and physical output. What is the meaning of physical input and physical output? Here we are looking at the total input gone into the production function. So if I write here, Q or output is a function of land, labor, capital, technology, so n number of factors. At what cost I am buying the factor inputs? Factor input cost is not the concern here. That is the concern in the cost function. At what price I am going to sell the output? That is the concern in the revenue function, not in the production function. In production function, we are only concerned about how many units of material, how many labor hour, how many units of electricity my machine has consumed, everything in terms of number of units used and how many total output I'm getting. At what cost I purchased those input, that is not the concern. At what price I'm going to sell, that is not the concern in production function. All right, understood? But yes, production and costs are interrelated. But I'm talking about production function right now. I'm not talking about production and cost relation. I'm talking about what? Production function. So it's an input and output relation wherein inputs are considered as independent factors. By changing one or many of the inputs, I can change the output. But output is ready. Can I go back and change the input? All right. Now this production function can be broadly divided into long run and short run. But before that, understand the two assumptions taken in every production function. Technology is always assumed to remain constant, whether in the short or long run. And second, every producer will get to try to get maximum output from minimum input. Just otherwise, you will not be efficient. If you are not efficient, then your profitability will be affected. So every producer will try to make the production cycle as efficient as possible so that they can beat down their cost. And by beating down their cost, their profit margin will automatically increase. And we know that for every businessman, big or small, प्रॉफिट इज द अल्टीमेट ऑब्जेक्टिव. एक चाय वाला रास्ते में चाय बेच रहा है, मुकेश अंबानी कुछ और बेच रहा है, अदानी कुछ और बेच रहा है, बट सबका ऑब्जेक्टिव एक ही है, wealth maximization, profit maximization. All right, understood? So that's two assumptions you have to take. Now Marshall, I will also ask you in one. So Marshall has divided it into short run and long run. Not long run, long run. So how do we define? Remember, कभी कभी plus minus one ऐसा क्वेश्चन आता है कि how do we define short run and long run? Not on the basis of passage of time. Literal sense में नहीं use करना है इसको long run, short run. In terms of passage of days, weeks, months, or years. So there could be a possibility. So now long run and short run में passage of time नहीं है. So it means there could be a business I started today and after 10 years also I'm in the short run. Now, how the hell somebody can call 10 years short run? And there could also be a possibility I started a business in the month of January, in the month of April, I'm in the long run. So nobody is making an April fool. It is already in the long run. Why? Because we consider long run and short run depending upon the ratio between the fixed and the variable asset inputs. So in the short run, we say that at least one factor input remains fixed. There can be more than one. And in the long run, we say that everything becomes variable. So in the short run, you see, as I increase, when I set up a new business and I will not produce at maximum capacity, people will buy or not, I don't know. So what will I do? I will slowly increase my output. But when I'm increasing my output, I just need to increase my variable input, keeping the fixed input constant. So output increase होता जाएगा. So I can make a clear distinction. This is fixed and this is variable. But very soon I'll reach the maximum capacity of my machinery. Correct? Can I increase my output beyond that point? The answer is no. So if I want to further expand my business, what I have to do? I have to put in more fixed input. The moment I put more fixed input, can I call this any more fixed? No. Accounting entry आप fix करेगा, that's a different thing. Machine को PL में नहीं दिखाएगा. But from the perspective of economics, we could make a distinction between fixed and variable because variable was changing, fixed was not changing. Now fixed is also changing. So there is no distinction between fixed and variable. Everything we say becomes variable in the long run. The treatment becomes variable in the long run. Everything begins to change in the same proportion. So the short run production function is defined as the law of variable proportion. Why do law of variable proportion? Because we are increasing or varying the only variable input to increase the level of output. So different proportion of variable input is combined with the same kind proportion of fixed input. So variable proportion. इसको factor proportions भी बोलते हैं कई बार. So same है variable proportion, factor proportion. And if this is also known as law of diminishing marginal return, not utility. Marginal return means marginal product. It means eventually marginal product is going to fall down. Correct? Eventually marginal product is going to fall down. So I'll not go to the schedule you have in your book. So simply let's jump into the diagram. So diminishing return, marginal return means marginal return is going to fall down. First of all, understand that TP is the total product, that is total output. MP will be the change in total product by change in input, change in output by change in input, and average product is output by input. तो रिमेंबर एवरेज और मार्जिनल का डिफरेंस क्या है, दोनों तरफ में डेल्टा लगा देगा तो ये मार्जिनल हो जाएगा. When I take total output by total input, it becomes a average. When I remove the delta, sorry, it becomes a average here. Delta लगा देगा तो marginal हो जाएगा. So that is the difference. So change in output by change in input is marginal. Output by input is average. So in the diagram, very important diagram, as I've told you, 3 to 4 questions, easy, right? So here is your production and here is your variable input. Pay attention now. So we are trying to find out what is the behavior of the output when I increase the input along the x-axis. What is the behavior of the output? It means at what rate does the output increase relative to the increase in the variable input that is happening along the x-axis. So here, let's figure out, we have to divide it in stages. And then you see, first I'll draw 3 lines to find out where is the point of inflection. So this is your total product, TP. This is your average product, that is AP. And this is the marginal product. Marginal product, that is MP. Now I've got this point, I'll erase this. So reference के लिए वो draw किया था. So this is known as the point of inflection. Why? because this is the turning point. Point of inflection is the turning point. From this point onwards, diminishing return begins because marginal product begins to fall. So point of inflection is the point on the TP curve where MP is maximum. At this point, what is the situation? You have AP is maximum. At the same time, AP is equals to MP. At this point, you have point of saturation where TP is maximum. And at this point, you have MP is 0. Beyond this is MP is negative. Now understand one thing here. What we are trying to find out, let's say if I take this point here on the cost and here I draw a line, point of inflection say. So you'll find that's only this much, the green zone that I'm marking is the variable input, correct? This much of variable input has given me how much of variable output? How much of variable output it has given me? Sorry, how much variable output? Oh hell. So how much of output it has given me? This much of output it has given me. The blue zone is the output. So can I say, let's put a number to it so that get a better understanding. Can I say 20% increase in variable input is leading to 50% increase in the output? So it means a relatively less increase in input is giving me more output. Why it is happening? Due to two reasons. First, division of labor. As my labor continue to produce again and again and again repeatedly is doing the same work, is getting expert. So initially he may take half an hour for to make one product. Now he may make the same product in 15 minutes time. And when my labor is efficient, my material will also be saved. Uska wastage kam ho jayega, and my machine will also become efficient if I'm producing more output. So better utilization of fixed input and better utilization of variable input, that is in terms of labor and material, is giving me huge bump in my output with just relatively lesser increase in input. So I am at the stage of increasing return. Now remember, this is your stage 1, this is your stage 2, this is your stage 3. But now then what happens? That MP begins to fall down. Now remember, MP is nothing but, sorry, TP is nothing but summation of MP. So it means till the time MP is positive, TP will increase. And if MP is positive and increasing, then MP will add increased value to TP. So TP will increase at a increasing rate. But when MP is falling down, but still it's positive, but falling down, so it will add positive value, but lesser positive value to TP. So TP क्या होगा? Increase करेगा diminishing rate पे. And when MP becomes 0, TP will not increase during that point in time. And when MP becomes negative, then TP will begin to fall down. Right? Because now MP will take away from the TP rather than adding to the TP, because MP has become negative. So in the up to the point of inflection, I'm getting increasing return. Why? Because marginal product is rising. It means relatively lesser input is giving me more output. But if I take this point, now second point, if I take yellow zone se mark kiya. Again, this is the variable input that you can see, correct? And what is the corresponding increase in output? Can I say corresponding increase in output is from here to here? Can I say my input is now increasing by, let's say, 20%, but output is increasing by 10% only, correct? So lesser increase in output, even though I have more increase in variable load, same benefit I'm not getting. Why? Because as you go on producing more and more, your machine will give up. It will have less unutilized capacity. So a kettle you are using, kettle is a fixed asset. When it can make 5 cups of tea, first 1 or 2 or 3 cups when you make, it will give you great efficiency. You can leave the, high flame करके छोड़ दो, बन जाएगा चाय. But when you're making 4 cups of tea, you will have to always, high low you have to do. You're wasting it, right? So anyways, but still not full capacity is used. But some of the gas will go waste. Radiation थोड़ा होगा, evaporation ज़्यादा होगा, your cost will begin to rise. Your productivity will decrease. जब आप पोर करेगा बोलेगा बनाया तो 4 था, 3.5 कप कैसे? All right. So, and then what will happen when you're making 5 cups of tea, you have to be extra careful. So it means your machine, which has great unused capacity, now you have lesser capacity. It cannot give you the same benefit as it gave you before. But still, it has some amount of unused capacity left. So now third situation kya hota hai? Now here you see, again you are adding more variable input. Again, variable input per blue zone. And what is the corresponding increase in output? You see, output is increasing by a very small margin, let's say by 2% only, even though you are increasing your input by around 20% or let's say 15%. So again, diminishing return is happening. So keep this in mind, one thing, that MP and TP you have to look at to know whether you are at an increasing stage or decreasing. Now, in your book, wrongly ICI book, they said that diminishing return is only beginning from stage 2, wherein diminishing return begins straight away from stage 1 itself when MP begins to fall down. So stage 1 is known as stage of increasing return. Why they call it? Because increasing return भी तो आया. So आप if you say to ICI that diminishing return भी तो आया, तो increasing क्यों बोल रहा आप? So this is the common mistake you'll find even in NCERT book. If you pick up any book foreign publication का, ये उसको बोलते हैं ये first stage है, ये खत्म हो गया, second stage है, and this is the third stage. That is the better diagram. Because first stage is only up to the point wherein MP is highest. But if I draw that, you'll go wrong on the questions asked by ICA. So stage 1 is a stage of increasing return, stage 2 diminishing return, and stage 3 negative return. They can ask you what? First of all, a rational seller should produce at what stage? Stage 1, 2 or 3? 2. Why? Because 1 will lead to underutilization of asset and 3 will lead to overutilization, then your negative returns is happening. So you should produce till the end of stage 2. Now what are the questions they are going to ask you? First of all, when TP is increasing, MP and AP may be increasing or may be decreasing. देखो, TP is increasing, MP is increasing, and AP is also increasing. TP is increasing, MP is falling, AP is still increasing. TP is still increasing, MP and AP are both falling. So when TP is rising, AP and MP can both rise or fall. You cannot choose one only. Clear? Second, when AP is increasing, it means AP has a positive slope. At that point, MP will be more than AP. Alright, MP is more than AP. But when AP has a negative slope, at that point, AP will be more than MP. MP curve will cut the AP curve from above from its highest point. At this point, neither AP nor MP is changing minded. Because if AP is changing, it will not be at the highest point, no. So again, simple logic lagao. So if they say at the point where, let's say for example, if I say AP and MP is maximum at the point wherein TP is increasing, of course TP is increase kar hi raha hai na, right? But if I say AP and MP are maximum and AP is falling, how is it possible? Or AP is changing, how is it possible? If AP is changing and we know it has reached the maximum point, then AP must be falling. How can it be maximum? Clear? The answer is no. MP curve will cut the AP curve from above. From where? From its highest point. Right? Stage 3 is a stage of negative return wherein all three curves are falling. But MP can be negative, AP can neither be zero nor it can be negative. All the three stages का आपको दिखाया वो पढ़ लेना अच्छे से, बहुत बहुत important है, very very important. Alright, and also remember AP when you want to look at increasing or diminishing return, so simple है भाई, MP if it's positive and increasing, then TP will increase at increasing rate. So you are getting increasing returns, correct? And when MP is positive but it is falling, then TP is increasing at diminishing rate. So you are getting diminishing returns. All right. But when MP is falling and it has become negative, then TP will decrease. अब इसमें कोई रेट का मतलब नहीं है, TP decrease हुआ, it means you are getting negative return, means MP has become negative. ये 3 चीज याद रख, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, राइट? नाउ लॉन्ग रन फंक्शन, इन द लॉन्ग रन एवरी फैक्टर इनपुट विल बिकम वेरिएबल। तो लॉन्ग रन से भी आपका एक क्वेश्चन तो यहां से आएगा, बाकी 2 से 3 क्वेश्चन एलएसी कर्व से आएगा, राइट? So in the long run, every factor input will become variable and they will begin to change in the same proportion. Same proportion doesn't mean that by the same ratio I'll increase the fixed and variable. Same proportion means there is no ratio between the fixed and the variable because everything has become variable. So we call it as returns to scale and it has 3 stages. So क्या है आपका पहले, if this is suppose input and this is output, if I increase my input by 20% and output increases by 25%, then this is the stage of increasing returns to scale. If I increase my input by 20% and output also increases by 20%, then we got constant returns to scale. And if I increase my input by 20% but output increases by 18%, then I got diminishing returns to scale. Now don't get confused. आप देखना, ये भी इंक्रीज है, ये भी इंक्रीज, सब इंक्रीज ही है, डायरेक्ट रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन इनपुट और आउटपुट, देयर इज नो वेयर नेगेटिव रिलेशन, राइट? So increasing at a higher rate, increasing return, same rate constant, lower rate diminishing. But if suppose they give you a question to confuse you, if suppose let's say input is increasing by 20% and output is decreasing by 20%, वो लोग सेम रखेंगे यहाँ पर मोस्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन में, आप देखिएगा अच्छा 20% ठीक है, कांस्टेंट रिटर्न्स टू स्केल, रॉन्ग हो गया, ऑलराइट, 3-4 टाइम दे पास, क्यों? आपको ट्रैप कर लिया वो लोग, आप ये इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज को भूल गया, आप सिर्फ नंबर देख के लगा दिया कांस्टेंट रिटर्न. So when you have increase in input or decrease, now any percentage here does not matter. If there is increase and decrease, input increases, output decreases by any percentage does not matter. It has to be a negative returns to scale. It has to be a negative returns to. Now if I put it into a table, all right, so let's say this is your input and this is your output, this is the marginal product. And if suppose input is 10 and here you have 300, which nahi, input is 20, this increases to let's say uh, it increases to let's say output increases to 700, then it increases to 1200, then 40, it increases to let's say again 1700. So if I ask you what is the marginal product over here, change in output कितना है, quantity, that means TP है ये. What is the change in output? 400. What is the change in input? 10. तो कितना हो गया? 40 हो. What is the change in output? 500. What is the change in input? 10. 50 हो गया. What is the change in output? 500. So again, what is the marginal product? Let's say again इसको थोड़ा सा increase कर देते, इतनी स्टेज में नहीं आ जाएगा. Let's say 1800. तो क्या 60 हो गया ये? Correct. If I for 50 let's say 24 increase किया, अभी marginal product कितना है? कितना है? फिर से 60. And if I produce 60 here and it increases to let's say 3000, 2800, how much is it? 40. So it means what is happening here, understand here, up till this point what is happening, TP is increasing at increasing rate, right or wrong? Why? Because MP is increasing. So you are getting increasing returns to scale. But over here what is happening? TP is increasing. Remember, when MP is constant, that doesn't mean TP will not increase. Again, यहाँ पे भी trap करेगा, बोलेगा MP is constant. What is happening to TP? Half of you will mark TP is constant. क्यों भाई? When MP is, did they mention MP 0? Only you will choose that TP will become, TP will not change when MP is 0. Now most of you will mark, if MP is 0, TP is 0 option में दे देगा. MP 0, TP 0 कैसे होगा? MP 0, it means MP is not adding anything to TP. So TP what it was, it will remain same, no? Correct or not? So here, what is happening? MP is increasing at a constant rate. So we can get that TP is increasing at a constant rate. Why? Because MP is constant. So MP is constant. It means it is adding constant value to TP. And that's why TP is increasing at a constant rate. But if I look here and here, what is happening? Again, TP is increasing but at a diminishing rate. It means MP must be falling down. Correct or not? ये समझ में आया? नहीं आया तो फिर से पूछ लो, बहुत important. Any problem? No problem. So now if I have to plot it into a diagram, on the y-axis will take marginal product, on the x-axis will take all input. So factor inputs, because long run hai. Factor inputs. What is the shape of the, what will be the shape of the MP curve? You tell me. 40, 50, 60, 60, 60 and then 40. Up, constant and down. So it will be as the input is increasing, all right, my marginal product is increasing, it becomes constant and then it begins to fall down. So this is your increasing returns to scale, this is the constant returns to scale, this is the diminishing returns to scale. बोला सर नेगेटिव क्या? नेगेटिव ये नीचे गिर के नीचे आ गया, नेगेटिव है. सपोज इन दिस केस डिमिनिशिंग रिटर्न की जगह मैं यहां पर अगर ऐसे कर दिया कि input increases to 70, output decreases to 26, then what is the marginal product? That will be minus 20, no? 26 minus 2800, 200 divided by 10, so minus 20. And since MP is negative, that's why TP is has fallen down, no? Now the question comes that why there is increasing returns. You see, constant return is simply the turning point. Why is there an increasing return? Who can tell me? Due to what reason? Follow. Due to economies of scale. What did you mention? What did you say? Division of labor, but it's a part of some. It's a part of internal economies. You're not wrong, but I was asking you the bigger thing, that what it is. So economies of scale. Economies of scale gives always increasing returns to scale. याद रखने का, economies of scale and this economic scale से question हमेशा आता है because related to the long run curve as well. So when I say that economies of scale, economies of scale, economies of scale, due to this you get increasing returns to scale. It means increasing returns to scale is dependent on economies of scale, and this economies of scale can be divided into internal economies plus external economies. So what are internal economies? That I can control in my business. What is external economies? That what I cannot control. Internal economies will affect me, external economy will affect everybody. In a good way or bad way? Of course in a good way. So when I'm running my organization, I've got the best manpower, right? Netflix का example आपको दिया था. Didn't I tell you about Netflix, what Netflix did, and now most of the companies are trying to do that. Netflix simply said that because it's nothing but a company, is a software company, it's an IT company. It is providing you, it's running on complicated software, complex software. The CEO said that, see, you have to understand, if I have 1000 code writers and 80% of the mediocre hai, then they will never be able to achieve anything in their life. Our company will be doomed. So you, whatever money you are giving to this 800 mediocre employees, Forget about the average. Average को तो निकाल ही दो, mediocre को तो तुरंत निकालो. So whatever you are paying to these 1,000 mediocre and average employees, you pay the same amount of money to just 100 best of the minds in the industry. So the CEOs himself went from universities to universities, from the best in the industry you are working, he got the best. He said 10 times I'll give you salary whatever you are earning, because he knew one thing, he had faith that a genius IT code writer will replace even 100 lethargic and average and poor level skilled a code writer, and exactly that happened. So 1,000 का man 90% man force को cut down कर दिया, and to everybody's disbelief, everybody said that company is gone. But those 10% of the workforce, they turn around the entire company. That 1,000 people could not do. So what he simply said was, if you rely on the quantity rather than the quality, your company will never grow. And he offered big time money, 10 times the salary what they were getting in anywhere else in the industry, and then rest is how efficiently Netflix have increased its presence everywhere in the world. Amazon is also doing, I think, 7 rounds of interview before you get a job. 7 bloody rounds of interview. Right. So if I've got the best human resource, very skilled, motivated workforce, production manager is good, production cycle is efficient, wastage come kara, because every business has a wastage. All right, normal loss 1 to 2%. If you can decrease it to 0.5%, 0.2%, and good. If you are producing at large scale, you get good bargaining power with the suppliers of raw material. The suppliers will not want you to do, so you can negotiate a better price for them. All these things, and when you are producing more, then all your costs will not increase in the same way. Now, for the sake of considering, we are considering fixed as variable in the long run because it's harder to change. But tell me one thing, if suppose there are 20 benches available in this classroom, and if I give admission to 20 more students, does it increase all my costs? Do I have to buy another AC? Do I need to pay another extra rent? No. Only variable input will increase. One AC will have to run for longer duration, some more material, faculties को ज़्यादा पढ़ाना पड़ेगा, they will charge more money. So now the thing is, it can happen, only variable is increased, only variable. So as a result, your average cost of production will come down significantly. So all these are part of internal economies that benefits a business, that boost a business. And external economies के साथ government सहायता कर रहा है आपका. Government is saying taxes, giving tax break to the businesses, subsidies are provided, infrastructure is good, 24/7 electricity is there, there is high level of literacy, adequate amount of skilled manpower in the from the industry you can pick up. All these things are good and good. So when these two are combined, what you get is increasing returns to scale. Your output will increase at a relatively larger pace than the increase in input. But इसको ही आप convert कर दो bad में. So if I say I'm getting diminishing returns to scale, diminishing returns to scale happen due to diseconomies of scale. And diseconomies of scale just ulta, very easy. यहाँ पर internal diseconomies and external diseconomies, correct or not? Now internal diseconomy जो अच्छा था वो खराब हो गया, लेबर बर्बाद, प्रोडक्शन साइकिल एकदम खत्म. ऑलराइट, you have less negotiating power with the suppliers of raw material because you are underproducing, your fixed assets are not properly utilized, all bad. On top of that, external diseconomies will kill you again. Tax rates are very high, government is not giving subsidies, थोड़ा सा टैक्स इधर हुआ, गवर्नमेंट रेट मारना शुरू, इधर रेट वहां रेट, सब जगह रेट हो रहा है, अब बिजनेस नहीं कर रहा, सिर्फ रेट खा रहा है. So all the things, infrastructure is poor, there is trade union problem all the time, literacy rate is very low, people are not able to get the good skilled labor in the industry, all bad, business is gone. That's what happened in before 1991 economic reforms when Manmohan Singh opened up the economy. All right, so this will lead to demolition of any. Understood? Clear hai? So remember one thing, internal economies and diseconomies will affect only one firm. Whereas external economies and diseconomy will affect everybody. If suppose I want to open up an IT firm in Karnataka, and you also want to open up, don't you think we will get the same benefit in terms of area of operation? Or because external economies हमारे लिए क्या है, best mindset you'll get. Most of the people who are expert in IT field, that's clustered in Bangalore only. Right? Government is giving you support. It's not by chance that IT industries have flourished here. Government supported IT industry, giving them land at throwaway prices, zero prices per year. Government set up entire white field as an IT hub in India. So Silicon Valley भी बोलते हैं Bangalore को. So all these are external economies that will help every IT business operating. But अगर अब मैं sugar processing industry को खोल दिया यहाँ पर, it should have been UP. UP produces the highest amount of sugar cane. Close to the raw material I have to set up now. You'll see most of the steel plant will be closer to the coal belt. Why is it so? Right? Bangalore में क्यों steel plant नहीं है? भाई steel plant का furnace में steel को melt करने के लिए आपको coal burn करना पड़ता है. एंड कोल यहाँ से ट्रक भर भर के आएगा, जो कंपनी है वो तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में बर्बाद हो जाएगा. So that's why GSW is where? Near the coal field. फिर बल्लारी में है. Correct or not? So you set up your processing facility next to the raw material or next to those places wherein more factor inputs available at an arm's length. Clear है? तो ये हो गया economies and diseconomies. Next, what happened? Isoquant curve. What happened? What's the time? Breather 4 o'clock you'll take, no? Huh? Or let's finish. What you are asking? What? Extra half an hour break? Tomorrow it will happen. Tomorrow it will happen. Okay, Ray, I'll give you half an hour. So I'll give you 4 to 4:30. I'll give you, or 4:30 to 5, 4 to 4. Hey, but come back on time to the class. Then no breather. Okay. पढ़ो अभी चुपचाप से. हाँ. Now pay attention. I know ये मैराथन है भाई, इसमें रेस्ट नहीं लेने का. आप सोच मेरे क्या हो रहा है. Alright. So now Isoquant curve, very important. One question from there you always get. What is an isoquant curve? If you have understood indifference curve, isoquant curve is exactly the same and not the same. Meaning what? If you remember indifference curve, all the properties, wherever the word satisfaction is there, remove it and put production or output, it becomes an isoquant curve. Of course, along the x and y axis, you have to change it to labor and capital also. So iso means same, quant means quantity. So when I say isoquant curve, isoquant, it is also known as equal production curve. Equal production curve. IQC. IQC tells us that what combination of labor and capital and what is the total output. So it will look exactly like indifference curve, but remember here, it has got no relation to indifference curve, not even 1%. Why? Because indifference curve is based on consumption, this is based on production. Only looks the same. Easy way to remember the properties, because satisfaction हटा के production लगा दो वो IQC हो जाएगा. But here if I have, say for example, capital लिया and here labor लिया, it means you are dividing the factor input into just two big broader category. You will find that this will be your IQC. Now whether you are at point A or at point B or at point C, the level of output is exactly the same. It means if at point A you are producing 1000 units of output, here also you will produce 1000 units of output, and here also you will produce 1000 units of output. Difference is, in case of A, you are using relatively more capital and less labor, whereas in case of B, you are using relatively less capital but more labor. And in case of C, you are using even more capital, more labor and less capital. So अभी क्या है इसमें, understand one thing is that it looks like indifference curve, but in case of indifference curve, we know that every point will give us same level of satisfaction. A, B, C will give same level of satisfaction, but how much can we count it? Can we count it? No. A higher indifference curve will give me higher satisfaction. Okay, no problem. Point D will give me higher satisfaction than A, B, C. But how much can I say? Again, no. But in case of Isoquant curve, can I say how much production? Yes, output you can easily count. So it is based on cardinal concept rather than ordinal concept. Cardinal concept we based it. Now let's remember all the properties. Indifference curve is downward sloping. This is also downward sloping. Why this is downward sloping? Because we know that a labor intensive good or labor intensive method of production will require less capital and vice versa. Nobody will say I'm using advanced technology but the labor requirement is more. No one can say that. It is convex to the origin. Why it is convex? Because in case of indifference curve there was diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Here also diminishing marginal rate of substitution between labor and capital. So you see, initially if I increase my labor just by this much, I can save huge amount of money in terms of capital. But later on, if I increase my labor by this much, not much I'm saving in case of capital. Why? Because you see, if I compare a very advanced technology to a modern technology, all right. For example, AI is advanced, and you can say software, not the AI guided, they are modern. There will be hell and heaven difference. So initially, just little bit increase in labor will help me save a huge amount of capital. But when I compare a modern technology with the third generation of technology that was just introduced 20 years back, there will not be much difference, right, between that technology, right? So in that case, now the same benefit in terms of, I cannot say here I save 30% of my capital just by increasing the labor by 10%. Here I'm again increasing the labor by 10%, but I'm saving only, let's say, 7% of the capital. So same benefit here. Initially, great benefit it will give you if you adopt labor intensive method, but later on it will come down. So diminishing marginal rate of substitution is there between labor and capital. That makes it convex. And baki sab same hai. Higher IQC curve will give you higher level of output because it contains more labor and capital and vice versa. Then two IQC will never intersect because they give same level of output at the point of intersection. They should not. Then an IQC should never touch either X or Y axis because indifference curve never touch Y axis. Why? Because based on ordinal concept, but touching the Y axis means consumption of one of the commodity will be zero. But this will not touch X or Y axis. Why? Because if it touches Y axis, it means only capital zero labor will produce something. Is it possible? Doesn't matter how advanced is the technology, minimum labor you will be needing. And if you come down to this point, then same thing. Only labor with zero capital you can produce something. ऐसे हो सकता है क्या? Not possible. Alright. Clear है? Now we'll start with revenue function. Revenue function. So revenue may understand what is revenue. Revenue is different than profit. Revenue is the income earned from by a business from the sale of certain units of any particular commodity. So when I have to find out total revenue denoted by TR, that will be price per unit into number of units sold. So this price per unit will be written as P, number of units sold will be written as Q. So TR will be P into Q. Correct? But if I want to find out average revenue, so average revenue is the revenue earned per unit of sales. So we'll write it as TR by quantity. Now this TR can be written as P into Q and then Q of course written as Q. If I cancel Q and Q, don't you think AR will always be equal to price no matter what? And what is MR? So same way, MR is nothing but the summation of TR is the summation of MR. So if I want to calculate MR, so my AR के लिए क्या लिखा था? TR by quantity. If I put the delta, it becomes MR. So when I write change in TR by change in quantity, that will be your MR. Alright, clear hai? So now we have to find out the relationship between TR, MR and AR. And what is the relationship I told you? Here outlay method aayega concept mein. So they will ask you a question wherein they will say they will connect the elasticity of demand with regard to the revenue income of the seller. Alright. So when the seller increases or decreases the price, will its revenue increase, decrease, or remain constant? You have to find out. So you cannot give any concrete answer for that. Sometimes I will increase my sale is increasing, but still my revenue is decreasing. And sometimes my sale is increasing, but still revenue remains constant. And sometimes my sale is increasing and revenue is also increasing. So you cannot, just like as in case of demand, you cannot say that if a consumer is consuming more, he is definitely spending more. The answer is no. So here also you cannot say, because total revenue and expenditure of the consumer are interrelated. Now let's say, for example, if I take price here, quantity here, TR here, MR and AR. I've given you the schedule, no? I've started with what? 100 या 10 rupees से क्या था? 10, 0, nothing, nothing. Then with 3, 9, 2. अच्छा, ठीक है. Then 1 से reduce होगा. So, let's see. If I reduce the price to 9, quantity demanded increases. This is quantity sold or quantity demanded, same thing. Because whatever is demanded, I'll sell. So, what is my total revenue? 18 here. What is my marginal revenue? 9, of course. Change in TR is 18 minus 0 is 18. Change in output is 2. 18 by 2 is 9. And marginal revenue will also be 9 because, average revenue will also be 9 because average revenue and price will always be the same. Now, when I reduce the price, let's say to 8, quantity demanded increase. But remember, quantity demanded will go on increasing as I decrease the price. But the question is the increase in quantity demanded giving me excess revenue to neutralize the effect of fall in price? Because by reducing the price, I'm taking a hit. When I'm taking a hit, then the market should reward me. And the reward should be more than the hit I'm taking. Then only my revenue will increase. So my total demand increases to 33. And so total revenue is 24. So marginal revenue is 6. So see, marginal revenue is positive. It is falling, but it's positive. So it's positive. It means TR must be increasing. And then average revenue will again be 824 by 3. Then I reduce the price. I will continue. Remember, a seller will continue to reduce the price no matter what, till the time TR is increasing. If the TR is not increasing, he will not, because profit is a part of total revenue. And if your TR is increasing, it means, can I say, conclude that profit must be increasing अगर मेरा revenue increase हो रहा है? Correct or not? Provided my cost is not escalating. तो हम बाद में देखेंगे. But मेरा revenue increase हो रहा है, so it's better. अभी वो बाइजू वाला हिसाब नहीं होना चाहिए ना. रेवेन्यू है 6,000 करोड़ का रेवेन्यू है, बोला बहुत मस्त है, प्रॉफिट है 2,000 करोड़ का लॉस. So it means your cost is 8,000 crore and your revenue is 6,000 crore, and you are showing 2,000 crore rupees of net loss in your business, and then you are saying that my company is valued at $23 billion, 22 या 23 billion dollars. तो ये वैल्यूएशन का क्या गेम है मेरे को नहीं पता, बट तो चलता है. So now what happens? It increases to 28 हो गया ये, and this will be 4 and this will be 7. Then I'll keep on reducing because my TR is increasing. It will increase to 5, 30 हो गया, 2 हुआ, and this is 6. I will again reduce to 5. It again increases, but now this increase doesn't give me anything extra. So my marginal revenue is 0 and this cannot be 0.5. So it means, can I say here, अभी आप देखो, price is reduced up till this point, and total revenue is increasing. So when the price is decreasing, total revenue is increasing. Outlay method में क्या था? Price, total revenue. Can I write total? If sellers are earning more revenue, then consumers are spending more money. So can I say price and expenditure move in the opposite direction? So when price and expenditure move in the opposite direction, what kind of elasticity we have? E is greater than 1. So price decreases, total revenue increases. It means E must be greater than 1. But over here, what is happening? Price is decreasing, but total revenue remains constant. It means, when do you think it means total revenue is remaining constant? It means consumer's expenditure is constant. When consumer expenditure is constant in outlay method, equals to 1. So can I conclude here that E will be equals to 1? And if I further reduce the price, let's say to 4, I should not do it. But you see, demand is increasing. Demand is not, there is no violation. But increase in demand is not sufficient compared to the hit I am taking. So 28 हो गया. So ये -2 हो गया. This cannot be -4. So it means, can I say over here at this point what is happening? Price is still decreasing, but TR is decreasing. It means consumer spending more money or less money. So when do you think price and expenditure move in the same direction? When E is less than 1. So can I conclude here that when E is greater than 1, MR is positive? Correct? When E is equals to 1, MR is 0. And when E is less than 1, MR is negative. Or can I also conclude, when E is greater than 1, then decrease in price will increase the total revenue? Correct? When E is equals to 1, decrease in price will keep the revenue constant. And when E is less than 1, then decrease in price will decrease the total revenue. If I draw down a diagram here, already you don't have to draw it. So if this is your revenue and this is your output, this is your AR and this is your MR. And when I drop down a line from here, so for example here, you see MR is positive, here MR is 0, correct? MR 0 है, तो elasticity क्या हो जाएगा? Equals to 1. At all this point, MR is positive है, correct or not? So when MR is positive, can I say E is greater than 1? Correct? E is greater than 1. And if I drop down a line over here, and then draw the revenue curve, revenue and output. Now increase becomes constant and then begins to fall down. This is your TR. So can I say, when you see here, MR is positive, correct? And what is happening? TR is increasing. Anywhere from anywhere, if I drop down a line, can I find TR increasing when MR is positive? So can I also write here, when TR is falling but it remains positive, it means E is greater than 1 over here and E is greater than 1 over here as well. When MR is 0, here at this point your TR is maximum. It means यहाँ पर क्या है? E equals to 1. Same logic here. And when TR is falling down, if suppose if I extend this MR curve here and then I say, यहाँ पे मैं measure किया, देखो TR is, MR is negative, and what is happening to TR? TR, isn't it falling? So can I write here that at this point when TR is falling, MR is negative, then E must be less than 1. So final conclusion comes, understood? No? Clear? So final conclusion comes here what? याद रखने का again, ये प्लस नहीं डबल +1 है, राइट? आएगा ही आएगा क्वेश्चन, राइट? गॉड भी नहीं बोल सकता कि नहीं आएगा यहां से क्वेश्चन. So TR is increasing and MR is positive, or you can say MR is positive and falling, and AR is also positive and falling, and you have E greater than 1 at this point. ये तो पहला. Then TR is maximum, तो क्या हो रहा है? MR is equal to 0, AR is positive, still falling, AR cannot be 0, it means you have E equals to 1. Third, when TR is falling, then MR is falling but negative and AR still positive, but it is also falling. So at this place, E will be less than 1. And lastly, AR curve is also known as the demand curve. Why? Because demand consists of two things. Willingness to buy. Willingness is created by the marginal utility. Willingness ho gaya. Price. Can you afford to pay? Yes or no? Maybe that depends on my paying capacity, purchasing power. When the price increases or decreases, my purchasing power will increase or decrease. My consumer surplus may increase or decrease. So my willingness will also change. So can I say change in price will also affect demand? And determinant of demand is the price, and price is equals to AR. So AR is also known as the demand curve of consumer. And lastly, if they ask you a direct formula to calculate marginal revenue, that was what it was without looking at your book. Chalo fatafat. AR into E minus 1 by E. Examples I've given you already. I don't have to say, very easy है. But remember, again कभी कभी आपसे मजाक करता है ICI ये भी दे सकता है MR is equals to P into E minus 1 by E. सेम चीज है P कोई तो AR बोलते हैं and P and AR is same. So this is your main revenue concept. What's the time now? Theory of cost. Now, cost corresponds to the expenses incurred by a businessman, including all direct, indirect, and cost and everything. Now, in economics, we divide the cost into either explicit cost or implicit cost. So, when we have economic cost includes both accounting cost and non-accounting cost. Now, accounting cost is also popularly known as explicit cost because it can be explicitly means clearly recorded in the books of account. Why you can clearly record in the books of account? Because you have made payment to a third party who is the non-owner. Anybody who is a non-owner is considered as a third party. And since you have made the payment, you can explicitly means clearly record in your books of account. It means all the costs that you write in your trial balance, all those costs are explicit cost. I have purchased material, so material supplier is not the owner of my business, he is a third party. So I can write it as purchase. I've taken a loan from a bank. Bank is not the owner, bank is providing me the service by giving me the capital. I will have to pay interest on the borrowed capital. That I can write it off in my PL account as expenses. Even workers, they don't own the business, they are simply providing their labor as a service. So whatever I make to them as wages or salary, I will show in the trading and the PL account respectively. So everything that you can record in the books of account because you have made the payment to a third party outsider is an accounting cost. But then what is a non-accounting cost? See, in economic, if you have to perform a correct cost and benefit analysis, then you have to consider even the non-accounting cost. Non-accounting cost has got several names. So you can call it as opportunity cost, or you can call it as implicit cost, or you can call it as alternative cost by any name. Now it is not paid to anybody. Then if it's not paid to anybody, how can it be a cost? Because it is the cost of foregone opportunity. If some benefit comes to you, but that benefit no more you are getting, then it becomes a cost to you. How we'll see. So since you are not paying this to anybody, you cannot record it in the books of account, but it is a cost. And say for example, you are working as some employee in some company. You have become a CA, you are working in KPMG, Deloitte or whatever. You are earning, let's say 40 lakh rupees per annum. One day you decided I become a very big CA. Now I can get my own client. My name is there. I will start my own business. And you start your own firm. When you start your own firm, you found out that the total cost, total revenue that you generate from auditing the books of account of your client is, let's say, 2 crore rupees. But you incur a total cost of, let's say, 1.2 crore rupees, right? Then your, or let's say 1.3 crore rupees. Then your total revenue, profit, you can say, is equal to 70 lakh, correct? But actually your profit is not 70 lakh. Why? Because you are working as a TA in some other firm and you are earning 40 lakh rupees. 40 lakh rupees of salary earn करा था, आप इसको खत्म कर दिया, ये नहीं मिलेगा अभी, ये माइनस हो गया, आपको ये नहीं आएगा, and in its place you are getting 70 lakh. So what is your actual increment after leaving your job? 30 lakh. So it means 40 lakh you are anyways making even without doing your business. What extra are you benefiting? Is your extra benefit 70 lakh? No. In your bank account, the fund will show 70 lakh. But 70 lakh nahi hai aapka. 30 lakh and 40 lakh would have anyways come to you. Correct? So this becomes your implicit cost. So anything that was coming to me, I had a rental, had owned a building. I was receiving 10 lakh rupees rent per annum. And now I evicted the tenant and I'm using it for my own business. Am I going to pay rent to myself? अगर बुक्स में दिखाया भी मैं rent paid to X, X is me, और फिर rent received by X, other auditor will commit suicide. ये क्या देख लिया? Left से right pocket में, right से left pocket में. You cannot show this, right? Huh? Yeah. So what will happen? But you have to account for this cost. So like, let's say you made a profit of 30 lakhs in your business, but are you not losing 10 lakh rupees of rent that you would have paid? I mean, you would have got it. So by losing 10 lakh, you are gaining 30 lakhs only. Your profit is only 20 lakh. So it means if I want to get, this is my total revenue. From the total revenue, if I subtract accounting cost, then you can get accounting profit or loss. And from this accounting profit and loss, only if you deduct implicit cost, then what you'll get is your economic profit and loss. Now let's say your implicit, if let's say your accounting PL, if suppose if I write here 1 lakh is here total revenue, 50,000 is your accounting cost. It means accounting profit you have 50,000, and if you have implicit cost of 20,000, it means economic profit you have is 30,000 is your profit. So can we say if there is implicit cost, then accounting profit will be more than economic profit? Correct? What if I say your implicit cost is more than your accounting profit? If suppose your implicit cost is 60,000, it means you have got economic loss. So can we say whenever there is economic loss, it means your implicit cost must be more than your accounting profit, then only you will get economic loss. What if I say that your implicit cost is exactly equal to your accounting profit? होगा नहीं कभी, but if it's so, you got zero economic profit. Zero economic profit doesn't mean that you don't have any profit. You have accounting profit. So zero economic profit is also known as normal accounting profit. Clear hai? Right? And if suppose there is no implicit cost, कभी ये भी नहीं होगा, then can I say your economic profit will be equal to your accounting profit? So these things you have to remember. Now, if they give you any sum, remember, if suppose if I say that there was a sole proprietor, uh, uh, he withdrew 1 crore rupees from his bank account, over which he was receiving an interest of 7% per annum, and he puts this into the business, correct? So it means itna ka wo cost incur kiya. What is the implicit cost? Is the implicit cost 1 crore? Then what is the implicit cost? 7 lakh, because what he is losing, that will be the thing. No, 1 crore is not losing, is not losing the principal. What he is losing is the interest income that he is not going to get anymore because he has withdrawn the money from his bank account. Understood? Then direct and indirect costs and everything you all know. Just read from the quick revision note. Let's straight away jump into the diagrams and the related points. Now, when you see total fixed cost, so if I draw here quantity and if I draw here total fixed cost in your कितना units लिया था, I'll keep the thing same, 8 or 9, 8, and I've started total fixed cost from how much? 10,000, 1,000. So let's keep it 1,000. So now what is happening here? You see, total fixed cost is nothing but the aggregate of all the fixed cost a business incurs. That is your total fixed cost. Businesses do not incur only one type of fixed cost, right? Businesses incur many different types of fixed cost. Insurance is a fixed cost, rent is a fixed cost, interest on capital is a fixed cost. Now remember, fixed cost will neither increase nor decrease with the change in the level of output. Even when the output is zero, fixed cost you have to incur. कोरोना आ गया, मेरे को इंटरेस्ट में लिया है, I have to pay every month whatever the interest obligation is there. Even my factory is shut down during the lockdown. So my total fixed cost will remain same. It doesn't matter what is my level of output. What is my level of output? Total fixed cost always remains same. So if I have to draw a TFC curve, how do you think it would look like? First of all, understand the pointers याद रखने का जो मैं बोल रहा है. On the y-axis will take cost, on the x-axis will take quantity of output. Can fixed cost begin from the origin? If fixed cost begins from the origin, it means when output is zero, TFC is zero. So it will not begin from the origin. So it will begin from a point along the y-axis. But can fixed cost increase with the increase in the level of output? No. So it will not increase. So what we have seen here is that whether output is 1, you are incurring 1,000 rupees of fixed cost by your example. So 1,000 rupees fixed cost mein. Output मेरा 2 है, so again same cost I'll incur. Output 3, 4, 5, 6 doesn't matter. My fixed cost remain exactly the same. So can I say now that this horizontal line is your TFC curve? Now if I ask you a question, which curve is a horizontal straight line parallel to the x-axis? TFC curve. Why TFC curve begins from the y-axis and not from the origin? Because TFC curve can never be 0. Right? That's it. Clear? Hai? Then we come to what is known as total variable cost, TVC. Now remember, total variable cost will have direct relation to the level of output, but it will not increase in the same proportion. It will never happen. I'm producing 1, I'm incurring 200, 2, 400, 3, 600 and so on. It means तो फिर TVC कर्व ऐसे straight line हो जाएगा. क्योंकि आप देखो, मैं 1 यूनिट प्रोड्यूस किया 200, 2 यूनिट प्रोड्यूस किया 400, 3 यूनिट प्रोड्यूस किया 600. So you see here the gap over here and the gap over here is constant. It doesn't happen this way, right? Because of law of variable proportion. Initially, as you go on producing your output, the TVC curve will increase at a slower rate due to better utilization of resource. But as you go on producing more and more, TVC will continue to increase at a diminishing rate. Later on, TVC will increase at an increase. Say for example, in a kettle I can make 5 cups of tea. पहला cup produce करेगा, I may require 10 minutes. But second cup if I produce, will I require more than 10 minutes? Yes. Yes, I'll require more than 10 minutes. But will I require 20 minutes? Why? Because your resources input will not increase at the same proportion as the increase in output, because when I'm producing more, I am better utilizing my fixed input. My wastage will decrease. So if I'm making food for one individual, I'll take 2 hours. But if I'm making for 5, I'll take 10 hours. इफ आई 10 गेस्ट विल कम टू माई हाउस 20 आवर्स में किचन में ही रहेगा, बोला क्या बना रहा, मैगी बना रहा, 20 घंटे से मैगी। मैगी, एक मैगी अगर 2 मिनट में बनता तो 4 मैगी 4 मिनट में बनेगा। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैगी 2 मिनट में नहीं बनता, झूठ बोलता, बिकॉज दे आर नॉट काउंटिंग द टाइम टेकन टू बॉयल द वाटर। बोलता है इफ यू पुट इन 2 मिनट टू बॉइलिंग वाटर देन इट विल टेक 2 मिनट्स। I've tried that. Even if you put in boiling water, it doesn't take 2 minutes. It will take 5 minutes if you want to get a good Maggie. But who the hell is going to talk about it? It's just an advertisement gimmick, right? Correct. So, but what I'm trying to say is that if in the same kettle, if I'm making one Maggie and it takes me 5 minutes putting it in boiling water, and that kettle can make 10 packets of Maggie. If I'm making 10 packets of Maggie, will I take 50 minutes? एक घंटा लग जाएगा? No, it may take half an hour. It may take 20 minutes. So don't you think there is great amount of saving in terms of my LPG gas? Correct or not? So your total, but what it will happen if suppose I can make 10 Maggies in that bowl? If I try to make 12 Maggies, spillage will happen. Don't you think cost will increase? Wastage हो गया ना? So what will happen here? That TVC, when I take it, of course, when output is 0, TVC is 0. I have taken from 200, right? So you see 200. So यहाँ से यहाँ increase हुआ कितना में 200. Now mathematics tells you if one input 200 is the cost. So two input 400 should be the cost. The answer is no. Here mathematics is wrong because you have to apply other logic as well. So it may increase to only 300. Of course it will increase, but not at an increasing rate. So you see from next, then it may increase to 360, that is by only 60. Then it may increase to only, that is increasing by 40, and then it will begin to increase at increase. So वो 1000 हो गया, कितना हो गया ये? Now 600. It may increase to 2000. This increases to by 1000. Correct? This may increase to 3000. Sorry, 4000. So it is increasing by 2000, and then it may increase to, let's say, then it may increase to, let's say, to 8000 or 6000 or whatever you take. So it is increasing by 6000. So what has happened? 4000. 4000. So what has happened here? Initially the rise is slower, then the rise increases. I mean, it increases at an increasing rate. So if I have to plot it into a diagram, how would it look like? An inverted S shape. So first unit when I produced 1 unit, 2 unit, 3 unit, 4 unit, and let's say up till 5 unit. So first unit I incurred 200 rupees. This is again your cost, and this is your output. Second unit I will incur only 300. Third unit I'll incur only 360. Fourth unit I will incur only extra 40. But from fifth unit onwards, I will increase, it will increase to 600. And for sixth unit, it will increase to 1000, so on and so forth. So if I connect all these points, what you get here is this is your TFC, sorry, TVC curve. Now it is positively sloped, correct? Upward sloping है. But does it slope like this? Because fixed costs will, total variable cost will increase with the increase in output, but not in the same proportion due to law of variable proportion. right? So what is the takeaway point? Pehla, TVC curve begins from the origin. Why? Because when output is zero, TVC is zero. TVC has direct relationship to output, so it is an upward sloping curve. Third, TVC initially increases at a diminishing rate and then it increases at an increasing rate due to law of variable proportion. Alright, clear? Right? Now the question comes here, if I want to find out the average total cost. So total cost आपको comparative question ही ज़्यादा आएगा two curves को compare करने का. So total cost is total variable cost plus total fixed cost, correct? And when output is zero, quantity is zero, can total cost be zero? No. Total variable cost will be, this will be zero. So can I say that at zero level of output, TC will be equals to TFC, but remember only at zero level of output. It means TC and TFC curve will begin from the same point. But after that, what happens? Change in TC happens as output increases. But my question is, TC is changing due to what? Due to change in TVC. TFC is not changing. So can I say that every penny change in the total cost is only due to the change in total variable cost because total fixed cost is not changing? So don't you think the behavior of the total cost curve and the behavior of the total variable cost will be exactly the same? Because the change in the total cost is only due to the changes in the total variable cost. So let's take a look here. If I have to draw the total cost curve, so if I have to draw the total cost curve, when output is zero, TC this and then plus this is your total cost. So it will be 1000, then 1200, then 1300, then 1360, then 1400, then 2000, then 3000, then 5000, and then 8000, 9000, 9000. So what is happening here? You see, TC is also increasing, but what is the level of increase in the total cost and the level of increase in the total variable cost? Exactly the same, correct? देखो कोई भी पॉइंट ले लो, यहां से यहाँ 1000, यहाँ से यहाँ also 1000, from here to here 5, 4, here to here also 4. So the shape of the TC curve will be exactly like the shape of the TVC curve. So if I have to draw all three together, that is the TC curve, TVC curve and TFC curve. This is the cost, this is the level of output, this is your TFC curve. Now we know that total cost curve will begin from the same point as the total fixed cost. And we also know when output is zero, TVC is zero. So TVC will begin from, this is your TVC curve. So the TC and TVC curve looks exactly the same, behave exactly the same, their slope will be exactly the same. Only difference is they begin from a different, correct? Now, if suppose I want to find out what is the level of output, what is the level of output at zero, what is the cost at zero level of output? So 1000 cost, that is your TC, that is equals to TFC. If I'm producing 1 unit of output, what is the total variable cost? 200. What is the total fixed cost? 1000. 200 plus 1000, you got 1200. For second unit of output, how much? 300. So 300 and total fixed cost is how much? Again 1000. So 300 plus 1000, that will be 1300 and so on and so forth. So you see TC and TVC curve, most important thing that you need to remember are parallel lines, right? So parallel lines क्यों है? +1 mark कर लो यहाँ पर, because the difference between them is due to TFC. TFC and total fixed cost do not change. Never. Not never, but in the short run. Yeah, one more thing I got reminded about. If suppose if I give you the option, which of the following is true with regard to the TFC curve? Total fixed cost never changes. Total fixed cost remain fixed in the short run. Total fixed cost cannot change in the short run. Total fixed cost uh, is difficult to change in the short run. All other three options are correct. First option is wrong. Because to say it never changes, it's wrong. In the long run, total fixed cost will change. So if they give the option, total fixed cost is difficult to change with the change in production, correct. Total fixed costs do not change in the short run is correct. Total fixed costs will only change in the long run, and then we'll call it a variable cost in that case. That is also correct. But never word use kiya, that is not possible. All right. So first of all, TC and TF, TVC and TC curve, they will be parallel because the difference between them is 2. If they ask you that TC curve and TFC curve begins from the same point, why? Because when output is 0, TC will be equals to T. Clear? Hai? Right. Now we come to the average. Average may remember one thing, that when the average of anything is in, when the total of anything is increasing at a diminishing rate, its average will always fall down. So it means initially the total variable cost was increasing at a diminishing rate, its average will fall down, average variable cost will fall down. But when the moment total variable cost will increase at an increasing rate, its average will rise. So because average variable cost, if I have to find out, then what you have to do? Total variable cost by the level of output. So if I look here about what is my total variable cost, here nothing, here what is the thing? Okay, first let me calculate total fixed cost. Pale total fixed cost calculate. Average fixed cost, average fixed cost, correct? Yes. Now average fixed cost, remember one thing. First of all, at point here 0, we'll simply put a dash, will not put an infinity sign. Because cost can never be infinite. Because average fixed cost क्या बोलता है? Average of any cost is total of that cost divided by the level of output. So it means average fixed cost will be total fixed cost by output. Now what happens? Understand. If I have 1000 is my total fixed cost and output is 0, then the value should be infinite, but cost can never be infinite. So I will simply put a dash over here. Our concern will begin when, from where the production begins. So you see here, one thing you will find is that when we calculate AFC, we are dividing the same constant value of TFC with increasing denominator, correct or not? So when you keep the numerator constant and go on increasing the denominator, what will happen? Quotient will fall, but it will fall initially very sharply. It will not fall in the same pattern. ऐसा कभी नहीं होगा कि 10 I'm producing, 1 I'm producing at 1000, 2 I'm producing at 800, 3 I'm producing at 600. Means you are saying that AFC curve will be a downward sloping straight line. अगर ऐसा है तो फिर क्या होगा? Then there is a proportion that you are talking about. Gap here and gap here is the same, so straight line. ऐसा नहीं होगा. It will be convex shaped origin. So meaning what? Initially, when you divide the same numerator with increasing denominator, the fall will be rapid fall, and then the fall will taper off. So you see here, 1000 by 1 is 1000, then suddenly 50% fall kar gaya. Then 1000 by 3 is 333.33. Then you have 250, then you have 200, then you have 167, then you have 142 na, 142, 125, 142 ही होगा ना, 7174 yes, correct. So what is happening? You see, what is the difference between here and here? 500 ka difference hai. But what is the difference between the two? Only 167 ka difference hai. And what is the difference over here? Not even 50 difference hai. Correct or not? So initially the fall will be very rapid, then the fall will taper down. So it means if I have to draw an AFC curve here, how would it look like? Now on the y-axis, we'll write average cost. You can write average fixed cost, and this is the level of output. Initially, it will fall like this, and then it will taper off. Put it into, say, पहले क्या था आपका? अब 1 unit produce. I'm sorry. First, 1000 is at one level of output, and suddenly it falls down to 500 at the second level of output. Then it falls down to only 333 at third level of output. Then it falls down to 250 at fourth level of output, and so on and so forth. So you see, this is the fall here. Does it look like a straight line? No. This is your AFC curve. It is convex to the origin, but that's not they are going to ask you. What is the shape of the AFC curve? Downward sloping, negative slope. Why negative slope? Because increase in the output will lead to decrease in the average cost, right? Which of the following curve will never touch either x or y axis? It will be AFC. It will be AFC. And it can be, because a average variable cost can be zero, but average fixed cost can never be zero. So it will never touch the x axis, meaning even if I'm producing 1000 unit, let's say मैं 1000 यूनिट प्रोड्यूस कर रहा है और 1 रुपया मेरा 1000 रुपीज इज द एवरेज फिक्स कॉस्ट. So it means what will happen? 1 रुपया हो जाएगा. If I'm producing 1 lakh unit, it will be 10 paisa. If I'm producing 10 lakh unit, it will be 0.01 paisa. It will become almost negligible. So it may be seem, ये हो सकता है नीचे गिरते गिरते लगे टच कर रहा है, but it will never touch if you take a microscope and see, because its value can never be ever zero, never ever be. Then comes average variable cost. Average variable आपको बोला है, if total of any cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, its average will fall. So, and then it will begin to rise when the total is increasing at an increasing rate. So, if I want to find out what is my average variable cost, तो यहाँ पे कोई conflict नहीं है, zero है तो zero ही लिख दो, dash लगा दो, zero लिख दो, doesn't matter. So 2000 by 1, 200 by 1 is 200, 300 by 2 is 150, 360 by 3 is 120, 400 by 4 is 100, 1000 by 5 is 200. Increase होना शुरू हो गया. 2000 by 6 is 63, and then 63, and then 63. 333 हो जाएगा ना? Correct ना? Then 7, 5, 35, 5, 7, 7 to 41, 571, and then you have here 1000. Correct? So you see here, first of all, understand till what point, till what level of output is TVC increasing at a diminishing rate? यहाँ तक ना, TVC is increasing at a diminishing rate up till this point, correct? And what is happening to AVC? AVC is decreasing, no? Right or wrong? Then what happens? TVC begins to increase at an increasing rate. What happens to AVC? It begins to rise. So it, as output increases, TVC, AVC is falling down, output goes on increasing, and then AVC will increase. It will be like a U-shaped curve. If they ask you why it is U-shaped curve, because of law of variable proportion. Now important है, because they will connect you. So remember one thing here, very important, increasing or diminishing return has inverse relationship to the cost. So if productivity is increasing at an increasing rate, then cost is increasing at a diminishing rate. So याद रखने का, because if cost is increasing at an increasing rate, then you're not getting increasing return, then you're getting diminishing return, because simple logic है, cost is a nightmare for business. Alright, कभी भी इकोनॉमी में कोई प्रॉब्लम होता है, सबसे पहले बिजनेस क्या करता है? कॉस्ट कटिंग. सबसे पहले लेबर को छोड़ो. Right or wrong? So cost is important. So if your cost you are not able to manage, then you are at the stage of diminishing return. Alright. So हम लोग को क्या ध्यान रखने का है? Any kind of cost, doesn't matter what cost you are talking about. So if cost is increasing at increasing rate, it is bad. Bad for business. And something that is bad for business, it means you are getting diminishing returns to scale. Means diseconomies of scale हो रहा है, internal external diseconomies है. And if cost is increasing at diminishing rate, cost increases. But if I increase my output by 10%, cost increases by only 7%. Good है या bad है? Good है ना? Correct? So it is good. और नाउ यूल से सर कॉस्ट क्यों इंक्रीज होगा? अरे बाबा प्रोडक्शन करेगा तो कॉस्ट इंक्रीज होगा ना? क्या भगवान हेवन से सामान भेजेगा क्या फैक्ट्री में? So of course cost will increase. The problem is increase in the cost at an increasing rate. That should not happen in a business. So cost will increase, but this is good because it is increasing at a diminishing rate. So you are getting increasing returns to scale. Keep this in mind. And also, when cost is increasing at an increasing rate, you are getting diminishing return. It means marginal cost is rising. It means total cost is increasing at an increasing rate. So now if I connect this to the law of variable proportion, why it is U-shaped? Let me start another page. Otherwise, if suppose, if I draw here the law of variable proportion diagram, all right, this is your production, this is your variable input. Remember, variable input, short run hai, right? And this is your TP curve. All right, TP curve hai. Now, you see, up till the point of inflection, I'm getting increasing returns. So let's see, can I take this point and look at the variable input and the output? Tell me, this is your variable input and this is your output. So I'm increasing, let's say variable input by 10%, output is increasing by 30%. Good or bad? Good. Less variable input, more output. Now to buy the variable input, what cost you will incur? To buy the variable input, what cost will I incur? फिक्स कॉस्ट इनकर करेगा क्या वेरिएबल खरीदने के लिए? वेरिएबल कॉस्ट इनकर करेगा. तो नाउ टेल मी वन थिंग, when your variable input is increasing at a slower rate, output is increasing at an increasing rate, then can I say TP is increasing at increasing rate? Correct. So when TP is increasing at an increasing rate, it means relatively less increase in variable input gives what? Just hold on. Oh. Relatively less increase in variable input gives me more increase in output. Yo. Less increase in variable input lead to rather than wasting time, I'll start from a new page. So again, please quickly see. This is your TP, and you see this is the variable input and this is your output. All right. So can I say that TP is increasing at increasing rate? So it means less increase in, pay attention everyone now, less increase in variable input leads to more increase in output. So tell me, less increase in variable input will mean what? My variable cost is increasing, but at what rate? At a diminishing rate. So variable cost VC is increasing at diminishing rate. And when total variable cost, or you can say total variable cost is increasing at a diminishing rate. When TVC is increasing at a diminishing rate, then average variable cost will fall down. Correct? Next stage में क्या होता है? Second stage में, you see, I am adding this many variable input. But what is the corresponding increase my output? I'm increasing variable input by 30%, but output is increasing by only 15%. So can I say now that TP is increasing but at a diminishing rate? It means what? There is diminishing returns to scale or diminishing returns to factor. So it means more increase in variable input lead to less increase in output. So more increase in variable input, it means TVC is increasing at increasing rate. So average variable cost will also increase. So it means the falling part of the average variable cost shows increasing returns to factor, whereas rising part will show diminishing returns to factor. So AVC is falling is good. It means increasing returns. AVC is rising is bad. It means diminishing return. And इसमें वर्ड में स्केल लगा देगा तो वो लॉन्ग रन हो जाएगा. Alright, clear? So that will be the case. Now if I add AVC and TVC together, sorry, AVC and ATC together, आ गया. Where the hell did it go? Where is the table gone? Hey, so if I now want to draw ATC curve, ATC कर्व मेरे को और ATC ड्रॉ करना है मेरे को. अयो, I copy this. Fine, thank God. Now, if I want to calculate what is ATC, so what is ATC? Can I say ATC is nothing but AFC plus AVC? So here again, first unit is not our concern. So yeah, ATC, I can write here is nothing, or you can add or whatever, you can put a dash. But here you see 1200, then 650, then 453, then 350, then you have 400, then you have how much? That 33, that's 200, 500. And then you have 3, 713, and then you have 1125. Correct? ये मेरा ATC आया. But what you will find here is that ATC you can get in two ways. कैसे? Either you get ATC by dividing the total cost by output, or you can get what we have done, ATC or AVC, AFC or AVC को add कर दिया. But again they will try to confuse you between relationship between TC and TVC and ATC and AVC. कैसे डिफाइन करेगा? So you see, when I'm talking about total cost, we know total fixed cost is between the total variable cost and total cost. and this remains constant. And that's why TC and TVC are parallel lines. Clear? But when I'm talking about ATC, which is a combination of AFC plus AVC, and what happens? Initially, both falls, correct? So ATC will fall, but later on, AFC becomes very small because you are already dividing the same total fixed cost by higher denominator, very small ho jata hai, and AVC is rising, correct? Then don't you think AVC increases, AFC falls at a negligible value, then ATC will increase? ये तो एक चीज. So it means ATC will also be U-shaped. Next, TC and TVC were parallel lines because total fixed cost was constant between them. But does average fixed cost remain constant? No. So what happens as output increases? Average fixed cost will begin to fall down and down and down. So don't you think the distance between ATC and AVC, will it not close down? So you see here, initially अभी ATC और AVC का डिफरेंस 1000 रुपए का यहाँ पर, करेक्ट? और यहाँ पर कितने डिफरेंस है? 125 का. So if I have to draw all three curves together, and sorry, both these curves together, and average cost we have here, and this is the quantity of output. If this is your average total cost ATC, then your AVC, this is your AVC. So the distance between ATC and AVC is not constant because the difference is between the ATC and AVC is due to AFC, and AFC doesn't remain constant. But do this curve will touch or intersect one another? Never. Why? Because AFC can never be 0. Right. And ATC curve is also U-shaped. Why? Because when total cost is increasing, when total variable cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, so total cost will also increase at a diminishing rate. No, because total cost is changing as much as the total variable cost is changing. And when total variable cost is increasing at a increasing rate, then total cost will also increase at an increasing rate. So total cost will change also in the same proportion as the total variable cost. So average total cost भी same ही behave करेगा. It will fall and then it will rise. So it will be U-shaped curve. Now comes the marginal cost. What is marginal cost? Marginal cost is change in total cost by change in output. But can I also say marginal cost can also be calculated by change in total variable cost by change in output? So if they ask you that marginal cost is closely associated with which cost, and they give you both total cost and total variable cost, then you will choose the answer to be total variable cost. If they do not give total word with the variable cost, it means it's total. Unless they have mentioned average, you will not assume it to be average. Clear hai ye? Alright. So if I have to calculate marginal cost, then how much will be the marginal cost here? So let's calculate marginal cost here. So here nothing, but then change in TC is 200, change in output is 100. So 200 here, then 100 here, then 60, then 40, then 200, 200 ही है ना, 60, 40, oh sorry, total cost ही ले रहे हैं, 200 है, then 100, then 60, then 40, then 2000 लिया मैं. 2000 कैसे लिया था? टोटल वेरिएबल कॉस्ट कैसे इंक्रीज कर रहा है? ओके ठीक है. Then you have 600, then you have 1000, then you have 2000, and then you have 4000. So isn't it also falling and rising? Same way. All right. So this is also falling up to the which level? You see, अगर मैं टोटल वेरिएबल कॉस्ट भी लेगा यहाँ पर, total variable cost up till this point, and then it begins to rise. So it will also be U-shaped curve. But what is most important is that, first of all, if we compare, now the comparison comes. If we compare the average total cost, average variable cost with the marginal cost, ये मैं compare कर रहा है. One thing you will find that ABC and MC will begin from the same point. देखो, yes, and then what happens? You see, ABC and MC. MC falls more sharply than the ABC. ABC is falling. So what is happening? ABC falls from 200 to 150. MC falls from 200 to 100. Then it goes to 120, 100, and then it begins to rise. It begins to rise from where? From 100 to 200 it is rising. By the time it reaches 100 to 200, MC rises from 40 to 600. So don't you think both are falling, but MC is falling and rising very sharply, and it will cut the ABC from below, from where? From its lowest point. Correct? If I compare ATC and MC, same thing happens. Only thing is that MC begins already at a very lower point. So ATC is falling, 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 and देखो ये 350 से 400 पे rise कर रहा है. Correct? Right or wrong? And by that time, what is happening to marginal cost? Is rises from 40 to 600. So ATC is falling, MC is falling. And then when ATC is taking a turn from 350 to 400 जा रहा है, MC is rising 40 to 600. So ATC will also be cut by the MC from its lowest point. So if I have to plot both these curves, both these, so how would it look like? Now this is your MC curve. All right, on the y-axis we'll take both marginal cost and average cost. And this is your AFC, which begins from the same point as MC, average variable cost, and this is your average total cost. ATC है. So if I remove the MC curve, you can see same relationship है. ATC and AVC are coming together. Correct? So why they are coming together? Because of average fixed cost that is between them. Now if suppose if I take these 2 points and if I mark this point, you see here what is happening. You tell me. Now you're talking about +2 questions from here. All right, keep that in mind. ABC curve has a negative slope in the circle area. Look at. Correct. ABC is falling, and where is MC? Lower than ABC. Right or wrong? So can we say that when ABC curve is falling or it has a negative slope, at that point MC is lying below the ABC or MC less than ABC? Can I say the same thing with regard to ATC? Can I say the same thing with regard to ATC? अभी AVC को हटा दिया मैं. It means when ATC is again falling during the entire transition of the negative slope of ATC, MC is lying below the ATC curve. Correct है? If I take this point and I erase the AVC curve, so can I say now MC is rising when, and AVC is also, so AVC now has a positive slope. When AVC has a positive slope, what is happening to MC? MC is above the AVC. All right, or MC curve is more than, I mean it lies completely above the AVC curve. But if suppose I take the same thing with regard to ATC, same ही चीज मिलेगा आपको. Right? So keep this in mind that MC will bring about a change in the ATC and AVC. But if I move it to the long run में क्या हो जाएगा? In the long run, there will be no distinction between AC or ATC curve. So you cannot write AVC curve and ATC curve separately because they are the same. So you can call it as AC or ATC curve, And same way marginal cost will cut the AC or ATC curve from below, from its lowest point. Clear hai now? Same logic is applicable. AC low negative slope, MC less than ACT, ATC, MC or AC has a positive slope above this. But what is more important is that if they ask you a question that MC is increasing, what can we conclude with regard to AC or ATC? MC is increasing. ATC or AC must also be increasing. MC decreasing, ATC और AC must also be decreasing. ये मैं बोल सकता है correct है, choose कर लेना option. What if I say vice versa? AC or ATC is increasing. What happens to MC? Cannot say this. बोलो सर यहाँ तो दिख सकता है सर, AC और ATC increase कर रहा है. हाँ, अगर आपको डायग्राम क्वेश्चन पूछा कि AC और ATC is increasing and in the option is given MC more than AC or ATC, that is correct. Alright, or MC curve lies above AC or ATC, that correct. But if they give the option if AC or ATC is increasing and MC must be increasing, wrong option. You cannot say that. You cannot say that. Because when MC changes, AC or ATC change. The height example, if you remember, if suppose average height, those who have forgotten, if I want to find out average height of the classroom, then what I have to do, 100 students are there, add up everybody's height, divided by 100, and you got 5.5 feet, correct? Now a marginal person who is 6 feet tall enters the classroom. He is the new person, marginal, extra aa raha hai, marginal extra hai. If I include him and again take the average, what will happen to the average? It will go up. There is small margin, but it will go up. Mathematically, it cannot come down. Right? It will go up by a decimal point, but it will go up. So what we can conclude? Marginal was more than the average, average went up. If suppose his height would have been 4 feet, then I would have added him to the total and taken average again. Then average will come down. So average will go in the direction of the marginal. But if I look at a numerical value for it, so let's say for example, this is the level of output, this is your total cost, this is the marginal cost, and this is the average cost, AC or ATC. If I'm producing 10 unit, total cost is 300 or let's say 200. Marginal cost is nothing, average you have calculated 20. If I'm producing 20 units and total cost increases to just 300, so marginal is 10 no here. So this marginal is lower than the average. What will happen to the average? Average will fall down. So how much? 15. So marginal is falling. So average will also fall. If I do here 360, same value I've taken. Alright. So what is the marginal now? Marginal is 6. What is the average? 12. Has the average come down also? Why? Because the marginal is falling, you see average is also has started to come. Alright. Likewise, if I write here 40 units I'm produced, I'm incurring 800 rupees. Now what is the marginal? Marginal is how much? That will be 440 divided by 10. 44. What is the average but? 20 ho gaya na average. Right? So marginal has begun to rise. You see what has happened to average? Average increase. But is it a possibility? I'm producing 50 units. I'm producing 40 units. But my total cost increases to 1000. हो सकता है. Inflation can happen. Price of anything can increase. Now what is my average here now? That will be 25. Can I calculate the marginal? Batao. Because if I try to calculate, what will happen? Change in total cost is how much? 200. Change in output 0. Infinite value लिख दो यहाँ पर. नहीं हो सकता ना? How can a cost be infinite? You cannot calculate. And if I say I'm producing again 40 units and now it is 600, then what is my average again? Average will be 4 1 times, 4 3 times, 130 average. Right or wrong? But can I calculate the marginal again? आई कैन नॉट कैलकुलेट मार्जिनल। हाँ क्या हुआ बता, क्या इतने शाम को क्या डेट पे जाएगा? हाँ इंटरनल्स, कौन सा कॉलेज रे? बट कल क्या करेगा तू फिर? यहीं पर तो आएगा, बट इंटरनल नहीं है कल। तो नाउ व्हाट हैपेंस हियर? सॉरी, क्या एवरेज कितना है यहाँ पर? एवरेज, हाँ एवरेज फॉल कर जाएगा ना। सॉरी 130 कैसे लिख दिया, दिमाग खराब है क्या? तो एवरेज 15 है, so average is fallen down, but can I calculate the marginal? Again no. So please keep this in mind. Now I'm not talking about negative, I'm talking about positive. एक क्वेश्चन आपसे पूछेगा ही पूछेगा to confuse you. When marginal changes, does average change? The answer is you cannot say for certainty. Sorry, you can say of course it will change in the direction of the marginal. But if they shuffle the question, average is changing, can we conclude anything with the marginal? No. But if they ask you diagrammatic question, that average cost is lying below the marginal cost, then what is happening? Then you can say that yes, marginal cost must be rising. Clear है? समझ में आया? Now let's cover LSE curve, then you can go home. कल ग्लूकोज पी के आना, फास्ट फास्ट चलेगा। हाँ बोलवा दू, 6 o'clock हो जाएगा। तेरे को बंद करने का क्लासरूम, इन लोगों को बंद कर दे, आज रात को यहीं पड़ेगा ये लोग। किरण क्या पूछ रहा है? 6 o'clock बोलना, 6 o'clock ओवर हो जाए, ठीक है? कल नया बिल्डिंग में 8 o'clock से, सॉरी पुराना बिल्डिंग में, क्या हो गया, पागल हो गया? दिन भर, you know that bugger talk to me so long in the morning, I'm getting berserk. So now I hate रिपब्लिक टीवी, ये जब भी आता है मेरे घर में रिपब्लिक टीवी चलता है। Now LSE curve, mother of all curve, all right, mother of all curve plus 3, रिमेंबर, याद रखने का। तो आपको सोचो चैप्टर 2 से ही आपको अगर माइनस प्लस माइनस को हटा देगा आपको, तो भी अराउंड 20 मार्क्स तो आराम से आ गया इसमें से, इतना क्वेश्चन आएगा। राइट, तो एंड रिमेंबर चैप्टर 2 से मैं आपको बोल रहा है, चैप्टर टू से मैं आपको बोल रहा है, ये चैप्टर 3 में है। चैप्टर 2 इलास्टिसिटी है, बट उसका इफेक्ट इज गोइंग टू द रेवेन्यू कॉन्सेप्ट ऑल्सो, दैट इज इन चैप्टर 4, राइट? बट यहां पे आपका 3 क्वेश्चन आएगा ही आएगा, दैट्स मिनिमम बाय द वे। तो एवरेज कॉस्ट एंड दिस इज योर लेवल ऑफ आउटपुट। अभी ये क्या है? LSE कर्व है। सो रिमेंबर, the most productive efficient point of production in the short run is where ATC is lowest, and in the long run where LSE is lowest. And LSE, when a businessman is expanding, these small curves represent what? Bolo, the independent plant or factory that is putting in his business. So every plant he will put, if he is not utilizing that particular plant efficiently, his average cost will be on the higher side. But if he increases, his average cost will be on the higher side if he is producing under and utilizing it. But if he produces more, its average cost will fall down. But after reaching this small point, that mithai ka example, remember? So after I've reached the maximum point or most productive efficient point of that particular plant, I cannot overutilize that plant. Otherwise, it will lead to significant diminishing return. So here, if I want to increase, now this is your average cost, correct? As I increase my output, my average cost has fallen down, short-term average cost curve hai. But if I continue to use the same plant to produce more, देखो I'm producing more, but what is happening to my average? Increasing. Economic tells me don't do that. You put another plan and try to use it to the maximum efficiency, your average cost will fall down. So what is happening here is that if I'm producing here, this is my output and this is my total cost. All right. When I'm producing, let's say 10 units of output or 10 million units or 10,000 units, doesn't matter. My total cost is 300 rupees or let's say 400 rupees. But when I'm producing 20 unit, total cost will increase, but it will not increase at the same rate. It may increase from 400 to let's say 700. So it is increasing by only, let me keep a round figure here, so it will be easier to divide. Up kar lo na 700, chalo, doesn't matter. It is increasing by 300. When I put in 30, so it may increase to 900. So it is increasing by only 200. When I put in one more plant 40, it may increase to only 1000. That is increasing by only 100. So what is happening that as I go on increasing my level of output, my total cost is increasing at a diminishing rate. So my average क्या मैं बोला था, when total is increasing at a diminishing rate, average will fall down. अगर इसका average मैं calculate करेगा LAC, first का 40 आएगा, but second का कितना आएगा 35. 700 by 20 is 35, no? Average, forget about this. Average कितना आएगा LAC में calculate करेगा, यहाँ 40, correct? यहाँ 40 आएगा ना, here 35 and here 30 and here 25. So your average is falling. Why your average is falling? Because your total cost is increasing at a diminishing rate. Why your total cost is increasing at a diminishing rate? Because as you go on expanding in the long run, economies of scale happens. Internal economies, external economies. Your material supplier will give you better discount. All right. Your productivity will increase. Your total cost, you don't have to buy more and more of all the fixed factors. Some of the fixed factors you may not increase. All right. So as a result, what will happen? Your cost, average cost will continue to fall down with the increase in the level of output. देखो average cost fall कर रहा है, average cost fall कर रहा है, यहाँ तक fall कर गया. But if I increase my output beyond this point, what happens? Output is increasing, but average cost is increasing. The same benefit I'm not getting. Meaning what? After reaching the lowest point, now if I add, let's say 50 units में produce करेगा, this suddenly increases to let's say 2000. So now what is my average here? कितना हो गया मेरा average? So 005 will be 40 हो गया, मेरा average बढ़ गया. Average suddenly began to rise. So should I be producing beyond this point? No. So when businesses become complex due to increase in complexity, the returns can begin to diminish. But if that is the case, then no business would have become a big business. So understand one thing, that when the LAC is falling down, it is a good thing that is happening to business. It means total cost is increasing at a diminishing rate. It means are you getting increasing return or diminishing return? अगर total cost is increasing at a diminishing rate, average is falling down, it is good or bad? ये याद रखो, simple logic. Total cost increasing at a diminishing rate, average falling down, good or bad? Good. Good तो returns क्या होगा? Increasing या diminishing? Increasing return होगा, right? But from 50 units onward, total cost is increasing at an increasing rate, average उठ गया, अच्छा या खराब? खराब. तो diminishing या increasing returns? Diminishing return has begun. So the falling part of the LAC indicates increasing return and rising part indicates diminishing return. Falling is good, rising is bad. All right, clear. But if that is the case, then no business would have become a big business. Is it a possibility that after reaching its lowest point, the LAC curve becomes flat and I can go on adding more and more plant, but my LAC doesn't increase? It means total cost will increase at a same rate. It means what I'm saying is it a possibility that after reaching 25 level, my average becomes 25, 25, 25 and 25 and I increase to 60, 70 or 80, does not matter. 50 into 25 कितना हो गया ये? That will be 1250. Then that will be 1500 हो जाएगा ना? Then that will be 1750, and then you'll have 16, 2000. So your total cost is not increasing at an increasing rate. It is increasing at the same rate. देखो ना, 250, all right, then 250, and then 250. So as a result, your average became constant. So remember again, when average is constant, it doesn't mean total cost is not increasing. It means total cost is increasing at a constant rate. So if that is the case, then this will be becoming an L-shaped curve, and that can happen only due to advanced technology. So kahin bhi advanced technology hai, to LHC curve will become L-shaped curve. What you need to remember is that special diagram that I have given you. All right, 3 to 4, minimum 3-4 questions you can also get. So keep this in mind. जो आपका डायग्राम है वो क्या मैं बोला था? If now you're talking about 4 questions from it, LHC curve has both negative and positive slope. So this part on the left hand side, it has a negative slope, but negative slope is not bad, it is good. It is good. तो ये होता है ना, नेगेटिव 1 में आया तो सीधा मार्क करेगा बैड, नो, डिमिनिशिंग रिटर्न मार्क कर दिया. नहीं, नेगेटिव मींस इंक्रीजिंग रिटर्न हियर. व्हाई गुड? Because total cost is increasing at diminishing rate. Total cost increasing at a diminishing rate, you're getting increasing returns to scale. IRTS आ रहा है आपका. Increasing returns to scale happens due to economies of scale. That happens due to internal economies and external economies. Here पॉजिटिव स्लोप, मन बोलता है पॉजिटिव बढ़िया है, मैं बोलता पॉजिटिव यहां खराब है. क्यों? बिकॉज दिस इज बैड, बिकॉज योर टोटल कॉस्ट इज इंक्रीजिंग एट अ इंक्रीजिंग रेट. कॉस्ट इंक्रीज हुआ, ज्यादा खराब हो गया, सब खराब हो गया. so it means you are getting diminishing returns to scale. When diminishing returns to scale happen due to diseconomies of scale, and diseconomies of scale can be divided into internal diseconomies and external diseconomies. Over. So tomorrow, अभी रैपिडली चैप्टर 4 में ज्यादा कुछ नहीं करने का है. मैं आपको कैरेक्टरिस्टिक नहीं बताएगा, सीधा मैं कट डाउन पॉइंट और ये सब इक्विलिब्रियम पे चला जाएगा. 5th चैप्टर कंटिन्यू करके एंड स्ट्रेट अवे विल जंप टू नेशनल इनकम. ऑलराइट, क्लियर? 8 o'clock old building. All right, bye bye.